Chapter 1. The capital of Ming Dynasty, the city of Yanjing. Bang! 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 In a small courtyard, the sound of muffled physical beatings continued to resound. In this small courtyard, there were two men dressed in brocade clothes and guards, holding two black iron rods that were as thick as the arms of grown men, and they kept knocking on the body of a shirtless young man in the middle. Hit! At this time, as the iron rods were being struck continuously, the skin on the young man's body gradually revealed a color very similar to the iron rods striking him. Call! It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that the two men holding the iron rods finally stopped beating on the young man's eyes. After exhaling the turbid air in his chest caused by practicing, the young man walked to the side seat and sat down naked. Afterwards, the young man made a casual move, and two maids came out from the corner of the small courtyard, and began to take out the ointment, gently and evenly applying it on the young man. "Okay, back off." Glancing at the two brocade guards who were still bowed aside, the young man waved his hand, indicating that they could step back. "Yes, my lord." Hearing the young man's words, the two Jinyi guards immediately saluted the young man respectfully, and left the young man's house together. "Okay, you guys also retreat." After waiting for the maid to apply the ointment all over his body and clean himself, the young man asked them to leave together, leaving him to sit alone in the yard, watching the fiery red sunset in the sky, in a daze. It's been 18 years, it really seems like a lifetime away. Thinking that it has been 18 years since he came to this world, Chu Wang couldn't help feeling unreal. The young man's name is Chu Wangzhen, and he is a time traveler, no, or it would be more appropriate to say that he is a reborn person from another world. After all, he was not reborn into another person, but came here like a reincarnation, but he just had the memory of his previous life when he was born. In Chu Wangzhen's previous life, she was an ordinary social animal. Born in the countryside, he has no background and no adventures, just like most people in the world, he lives an ordinary life. The only difference from others is probably that his academic performance is good, and he was admitted to a relatively excellent university after the college entrance examination. It's just that, after he graduated from university, it was already 2022. At that time, there were already too many college students in society. Fortunately, Chu Wangzhen has a good college resume, and he is a college student majoring in computer science, so after graduation, he found a job with a good salary. However, in the computer industry, everyone who knows something knows that staying up late and working overtime is as common as eating and drinking, and Chu Wangzhen is of course the same. The reason why he came to this world was that when he stayed up late and worked overtime, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. In the next second, he realized that he had become a baby. Thinking of her identity in this life, Chu Wangzhen's complexion became cloudy for a while. The reason why Chu Wangzhen reacted like this was because his true identity in this life was indeed a great hidden danger. In this life, he is the direct son of Jiang Wen Emperor Zhu Yunkai and the direct great-great-grandson of Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Logically speaking, Chu Wangzhen should be one of the most honorable people in this era. It's just that everyone knows that Jiang Wen Emperor Zhu Yunwen's throne was robbed by his uncle Zhu Di. As a matter of course, Chu Wangzhen has changed from one of the most honorable people in the world to a prince in distress. When Chu Wangzhen, who was just born at that time, learned that Zhu Di had broken into the palace, he was completely stunned. He almost thought that he had just regained his new life and was going to be rebuilt again. But what Chu Wangzhen didn't expect was that his father, that is, Zhu Yunkai, just stuffed a fiery red bead into his mouth, and let the guards around him take him and the twins beside him. "Brother, escape from the palace together." And when the fiery red bead entered his body, Chu Wangzhen only felt his whole body heat up, and then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found that he was being breastfed in the arms of a woman. After finding out that he was not dead, Chu Wangzhen only thought that he had been taken away by the guards successfully. But what Chu Wangzhen didn't expect was that that night, a man with a pale complexion and a sharp voice took him away. Moreover, while taking Chu Wangzhen away, the woman who had fed him with a broad mind during the day was directly murdered by him. At that time, Chu Wangzhen felt that something was wrong. However, at that time, he was just a baby in swaddling clothes, unable to resist. Therefore, he can only do what he should do with peace of mind: eat, drink, and sleep honestly. Anyway, it would be nice to be able to save one's life for the time being. How could one ask for so much? And as Chu Wangzhen gradually grew up, he also began to slowly understand some of the truth back then. At the beginning, Zhu Yunkai arranged for him to escort him out of the palace, but in the end, because there were too many enemies, the two prince guards only took one away. Obviously, Chu Wangzhen was the one who was left behind. And the reason why he was able to survive was because of his current adoptive father, Lord Dongchang, Chu Tianxing, who was the one who took him away back then. When Chu Wangzhen first learned of Chu Tianxing's name and the beat in his body that was constantly emitting heat, he immediately remembered a martial arts TV series called The Drunk Man that he had watched in his previous life. Later, under Chu Wangzhen's advantage that he was still a child and would not easily attract suspicion, he learned that the world he lives in now is really not an ordinary historical world, but it is also not only just as he thought before. He came to the world of the drunk man. The world Chu Wangzhen lives in this life is far wider than the earth in his previous life, and everything is ruled by 4 superpowers. They are the Great Qin Empire, the Great Ming Dynasty, the Great Sui Dynasty and the Meng Yuan Royal Court. These 4 superpowers have already occupied more than % of the world's land, and small countries like Dali and Xixia can only tremble in the cracks between the 4 major powers, walking on thin ice. Chu Wangzhen's identity at this time was the adopted son of Chu Tianxing, the owner of the East Factory, and at the same time, he was also a member of the Fuzi of Jinyue South Town, Yanjing City. And the reason why Chu Wangzhen was able to become 100 households as Chu Tianxing's adopted son was also the result of a political game. New book set sail. End of this chapter. Chapter 2: Martial Arts in this World. Chapter 2: Martial Arts in this World. Mingqianzhi Zhu Di, as the well-known emperor on horseback, often led troops to fight abroad, with the Prince Zhu Jiaokai sitting in the rear, and the Prime Minister. In addition, Zhu Jiaokai's ability is really extraordinary, and he handled the government affairs of the huge Ming dynasty in an orderly manner, so he is not a prince, but he is actually an emperor, and he has won the support of most civil officials. This caused Zhu Di to often worry about Zhu Jiaokai's thoughts before making some major decisions. Under such a fierce fire, Zhu Jiaokai certainly didn't want to get too close to the factory guard who belonged to the emperor. In addition, Zhu Di may also have considered that he might be ostracized by Zhu Jiaokai, so he handed over the Jinyue in the factory guard to his third son Zhu Jiasui. As the owner of Dongchang, Chu Tianxing of course knew the seriousness, and he also didn't dare to have too close contact with Zhu Jiaokai. But because the factory guards often cooperate with each other, Chu Tianxing and Zhu Jiasui are more familiar with each other. As we all know, Zhao Wang Zhu Jiasui and Han Wang Zhu Jiaoxu wore a pair of trousers, and Han Wang Zhu Jiaoxu had been coveting the position of emperor for a long time. In addition, the Prince Zhu Jiaokai has been in poor health, and Zhu Di once said to the king of Han that the son is sick, you should encourage him. Therefore, King Han has been actively wooing the part that does not belong to his elder brother. As the owner of Dongchang, Chu Tianxing is in charge of such a large and special organization in Dongchang, and of course it is one of the main goals of Han Wang. With the support of many reasons, Chu Tianxing will certainly not reject Han Wang's initiative to show favor, so he decides to bet on Han Wang. It was under such circumstances that Chu Wangzhen was sent to Jinyue as 100 households, representing a connection between the two parties. After all, Chu Tianxing was an eunuch, and only Chu Wangzhen, a foster son, showed his sincerity. Although Chu Wangzhen knew that it was Zhu Jiaokai who became the great treasure later, of course he would not remind Chu Tianxing, a dead eunuch who always wanted to attack his Niuzi. Now, every time Chu Wangzhen sees Chu Tianxing's face, he can't help but think of the scene of his distorted face shouting cast him in his mind. Every time at this time, Chu Wangzhen would feel cold in his crotch, and wanted to kill this dead eunuch quickly. It's a pity that it's really impossible for the current Chu Wangzhen to do this. Because Chu Tianxing's strength surpassed Chu Wangzhen's by a lot. In this world, the martial arts culture is extremely prosperous, and all kinds of peerless masters emerge endlessly. Moreover, the upper limit of martial arts in this world is also high. In the later stage, the great power belongs to oneself, and there may even be a situation where one person suppresses a country. The first realm of martial arts in this world is called body cultivation realm, also known as body forging realm and energy refinement realm, which is a foundational realm. People at this stage need to constantly beat the body, integrate the strength of the whole body into one, and if you can hear the crisp sound when you punch out, it is considered successful. The next level of body cultivation is called the sense of energy. This is a transitional state. As long as the martial artist has integrated his own strength and senses the internal energy naturally generated in his body, he has successfully entered the next stage. The third realm is called Tong Mei I realm. A martial artist in this realm needs to constantly accumulate internal energy to open up the 12 orthodox meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians in the body, and fill the 20 meridians with internal energy. Theoretically speaking, each orthodox scripture can hold 1 year's internal energy, and each extraordinary scripture can hold 3 years' internal energy. Therefore, the limit of a martial artist in the Tong Mei I realm is the internal force that can hold 36 years in the body. However, there are very few warriors who can really reach this limit. After all, because of different talents, each person accumulates internal energy at different speeds. In addition, because of their own conditions, many people do not have enough nutrition and complete cultivation methods to support them in cultivating the Tong Mei I state to the extreme. Therefore, most martial artists in this world will break through to the next level after accumulating internal strength for more than 10 years. Only those disciples of great sects and aristocratic families, because they have sufficient training resources and complete inheritance, can have the time and energy to cultivate the Tong Mei I state to the extreme. Further down, it is called Qi Si realm. After the warrior has accumulated enough internal force, he uses his own internal force to break through his own Danshan Qi Si. The size of the Danshan Qi Si that breaks through determines the development potential of the warrior. A year of pure internal strength can roughly open up an inch of Danshan Qi Si. And 1 inch of Danshan Qi Si can store a year's worth of pure internal energy. This is also the reason why the disciples of the famous sects would choose to stay in the Tong Mei I realm to hone their internal strength. After all, once the Danshan Qi Si is opened up, it will be directly finalized, and it will be as difficult as climbing the sky to continue to expand in the future. Therefore, logically speaking, the limit of Qi Si realm is 72 years of internal strength in the body. The next level is called the 5 Qi Chao Yuan state. After reaching the peak of the Sea of Qi, the warrior uses all his internal energy to cultivate his 5 internal organs, so that the 5 internal organs can generate 5 Qi. However, in order to break through from the Qi Si realm to the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm, the warrior needs to comprehend his own intention, use his intention to awaken the gods of the 5 internal organs, and generate the 5 Qi. Therefore, in order for a warrior to break through the 5 Qi dynasty realm, in addition to accumulating enough internal energy, it also requires the warrior's own comprehension to reach the standard. People with insufficient comprehension can only stay in the Qi Si realm until they die. In this world, more than % of warriors are rejected by this barrier. And once a warrior successfully breaks through from Qi Si realm to 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm, every time he awakens 1 Qi, the true Qi capacity in his body will increase by 1. In other words, if a warrior has accumulated 36 years of internal energy in his Danshan Qi Si when he is at the limit of the Qi Si state, then once he breaks through to the Qi state, his limit will be extended to years, which is equivalent to 1 more Danshan. The atmosphere is average. At this time, Chu Tianxing was in the realm of 5 Qi dynasties, comprehended the true meaning of flames, and awakened his own heart Qi. He was considered a top master in this world. After all, warriors who have reached this level basically don't move around in the market very much, but want to climb to a higher peak. But at this time, Chu Wangzhen was still a weakling who was constantly honing his internal strength in the Tongmei realm. After all, since he has come to this world and has such a magnificent martial arts civilization, Chu Wangzhen will certainly not be willing to be an ordinary person. Therefore, he had long ago decided that he would not break through to the Qi realm unless he polished his meridian realm to the extreme. To Chu Wangzhen's pity, because Chu Tianxing did not sincerely accept him as a foster son, the skills he is practicing now are not outstanding, just average. Fortunately, Chu Wangzhen has the fire dragon ball in his body, which has been continuously absorbing the internal force in his body, burning all the impurities in his internal force. Therefore, although the total amount of Chu Wangzhen's internal energy at this time is not much, it is extremely pure, no worse than those Tianjiao who have practiced peerless magic arts. Thanks for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Gold Finger. Chapter 3 Gold Finger. Chu Wangzhen never doubted whether he could beat Chu Tianxing, who was in the Yuan realm of the 5 Qi dynasty. Because, as a reborn person, of course he has his own golden fingers. Chu Wangzhen's gold finger, which he named the Krypton Gold System, has only 2 functions, that is, hang up and enlightenment. Hanging up the phone means that Chu Wangzhen can run the internal force in his body all the time for 12 hours a day. You must know that there is a limit to the time a warrior can practice internal strength every day. This depends on the talent of the warrior itself, the cultivation resources he possesses, and the skills he cultivates. A warrior is talented, has more resources to assist his cultivation, and has a higher level of cultivation techniques, so he can practice for a longer time in a day. However, no matter how superior these aspects are, it is basically impossible to cultivate internal strength for 12 hours a day. Otherwise, it would be too much to go too far, which would damage the meridians of the warrior and affect his potential. With the unhook function, Chu Wangzhen can completely ignore this limitation, and can quickly accumulate his own internal strength. Because whenever his meridian reaches its limit, a strange energy will be generated in his body for no reason to soothe the meridian, so that he can continue to bear the impact of the exercises. This is also the reason why Chu Wangzhen was able to develop the 12 orthodoxy in his body at such an age, with a not-so-superb skill. It's just that if you want to use this function, you need Chu Wangzhen's constant Krypton gold, that is, money. Now he is in the state of Tongmei, and he needs to spend a tael of gold every day to hang up. You know, at this point in time, a family of 4 only needs a dozen taels of silver a year, which is enough for food and clothing. And an ordinary family can't save a tael of silver a month. But now, Chu Wangzhen needs to spend more than half a year's rations for a family of 4 just to hang up the phone to practice every day, which is terrifying. Even with Chu Wangzhen's current status, she couldn't bear such consumption. After all, he is actually a pauper now. When he was young before, Chu Tianxing would give him dozens of taels of silver as pocket money a month. Now, since he became a member of the Jinyue Beihu and started to receive his salary, his monthly money has been directly cut off. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen can't use the hang-up function a few times a month, which is why he only got through the 12 serious rules now. Otherwise, with the powerful on-hook function, Chu Wangzhen might have already completed his meridians, and maybe even more. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen decided to find a chance to get out of Chu Tianxing's sight as soon as possible, and find a way to make money. As long as he gets enough gold, Chu Tianxing is completely ignored by him. The second function of the Krypton Gold system is equally powerful. Its function is to allow warriors to enter the legendary realm of Epiphany where man and nature are one. It's just that this enlightenment function also needs to spend gold to open it. 1 taels of gold can open a primary enlightenment. 10 taels of gold can open an advanced enlightenment. 1,000,000 taels of gold can open a top enlightenment. Such a high cost is of course not what Chu Wangzhen can afford now. Which also makes him only able to drooling every time he looks at the introduction of the enlightenment function. If Chu Tianxing hadn't given this house to him to give him a place to stay outside the palace, Chu Wangzhen would have sold the house long ago. After all, houses in Yanjing City are quite valuable. Call. After taking a deep breath, Chu Wangzhen got up straight away, went to the room and asked the servant girl to take a shower, then fell asleep and rested. As a member of Jinyue, although Chu Wangzhen didn't have many things to do every day, he still had to go to Nanzan Fuzi to sign in and clock in for work on time every morning. Early the next morning, when it was still daylight, Chu Wangzhen finished washing under the service of the maid. After eating a hearty breakfast, Chu Wangzhen put on the flying fish suit and walked to Nanzan Fuzi in a leisurely pace. After all, Chu Wangzhen is a link between Chu Tianxing and Han Wang, so now that he is working in Jinyue, of course he will be given preferential treatment. As long as he stays quietly in Nanzan Fuzi every day and does not cause trouble, he will also have no trouble finding him. This can be seen from the fact that he was placed to work in Nanzan Fuzi instead of Bijin Fuzi. Jinyue, as a special institution founded by Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, was so brilliant at the beginning. Nanzan Fuzi collected information, supervised all officials, and Bijin Fuzi's iron and blood execution, all the officials of the Manchu dynasty changed their faces. However, it may be that Jinyue's prestige is too strong, which made Zhu Yuanzhang start to worry about whether this fierce beast will bite back. So later began to slowly limit Jinyue's rights, and later created the East Factory to balance Jinyue. Later, after the Jingnan change, Zhu Di even launched a purge of special institutions such as Jinyue and Dongchang. A large number of Jinyue elders went directly to the second line, so that those newcomers who had not fully grown up took the lead. In this way, the strength of the Jinyue is of course greatly reduced, which is why Zhu Di can safely hand over the Jinyue to Zhao Wang Zhu Jiasui. Originally, when Chu Wangzhen learned that he was sent by Chu Tianxing to be a member of the Jinyue 100 households, he was still preparing to be a corrupt official, so that he could get a little more money so that his cheating would be effective. But he didn't think that the current Jinyue had already lived up to his original glory, so he could only lie dormant for a while, waiting for the opportunity. Grown-ups. Okay. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Fuzi in Nanzan, Chu Wangzhen found that his confidant, the general banner Gu Chun, was leaning there bored, and when he saw him appear, he immediately got up and greeted him. Gu Chun, the general banner under Chu Wangzhen, is in his 30s, and his Kung Fu is also in the state of opening up the meridians. He has already opened up 3 extraordinary scriptures, and he is also proficient in the embroidered spring knife technique passed down by Jinyue. When Chu Wangzhen first came to Nanzan Fuzi, he was the first person to come up to him. After observing Chu Wangzhen for a while, he was accepted as a confidant. Why are you in such a hurry? At this moment, seeing Gu Chun's abnormal behavior, Chu Wangzhen frowned. My lord, Lord Qunhu has just ordered you to go see him as soon as you arrive. Hearing Chu Wan's question in his heart, Gu Chundang whispered in his ear. The Lord Qunhu mentioned by Gu Chun is now Chu Wangzhen's immediate boss, Lu Wu. Seeing Gu Chun being so cautious, Chu Wangzhen frowned slightly, not understanding why Lu Wu was looking for him. After all, as for Chu Wangzhen's origin, even if the people in Nanzan Fuzi didn't know the specifics, they still had some guesses. Therefore, in normal times, Chu Wangzhen was like the mascot of Fuzilai in Nanzan, and no one looked for him at all. Now, this Lu Wu is looking for him suddenly, which is a bit strange. Thank you for your support. The new book sets sail. Don't keep books, please follow up. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 The Time Comes. Chapter 4 The Time Comes. Bang. 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 Come in. After hearing the voice in the room, Chu Wangzhen walked in directly. Sir, are you looking for me? Wan Xin is here, come, sit down and talk. Seeing that it was Chu Wangzhen, Qinhe Lu Wu immediately greeted him with enthusiasm to sit down. Chu Wangzhen was not surprised by Lu Wu's enthusiasm. After all, he didn't know the real situation between Chu Wangzhen and Chu Tianxing. Dongchang Changgong's only adopted son is indeed worthy of his befriending. After Chu Wangzhen sat down, Lu Wu said his purpose for calling Chu Wangzhen over this time. Wan Xin, Commander-in-Chief ordered that some 100 households be sent out of Beijing to tour places, and you are on the list of going out of Beijing. Oh! After hearing Lu Wu's words, Chu Wangzhen only felt his heart beating violently. After all, he has long thought of leaving Yanjing City, and only in this way can he temporarily avoid Chu Tianxing's surveillance and accumulate enough gold and force to defeat him. Otherwise, as it is now, under Chu Tianxing's nose, Chu Wangzhen can only dormant helplessly, and be his filial son and grandson with peace of mind. Once Chu Tianxing notices something unusual, Chu Wangzhen's end will be extremely miserable. You know, Chu Tianxing is not a soft-hearted person who has been able to secure the throne of Dongchang Changgong for so many years. People who died directly and indirectly at his hands every year, I am afraid that this Jinyue prison will not be able to let them go. Therefore, in front of Chu Tianxing, Chu Wangzhen has always been cautious in his words and deeds, not daring to show his flaws. This is also the reason why Chu Wangzhen's strength is so low now. Otherwise, with his vision of future generations and the fact that he is backed by such a violent organization as Dongchang, it would not be easy for him to make money. But in order not to attract too much attention from Chu Tianxing, Chu Wangzhen directly gave up all kinds of ways to make money. Therefore, he has already moved the idea of leaving Yanjing City, but he has not found a suitable opportunity. But he didn't want to. Now that things turned around, Zhu Jiasui directly asked him to leave the capital for a parade. Although there was a lot of excitement in his heart, Chu Wangzhen only showed a somewhat surprised and puzzled expression on the surface. After all, who knows if there is anyone who is secretly monitoring him and reporting his daily performance to Chu Tianxing completely. Even Lu Wu, 1,000 households of Jinyue in front of him, was among Chu Wangzhen's vigilant ranks. Ha! Seeing the expression on Chu Wangzhen's face, Lu Wu was not surprised either. Because since Chu Wangzhen came to Jinyue as a 100 householder, he has never been entrusted with general important tasks, and now he suddenly received the task assigned by Zhu Jiasui himself. It is normal to be surprised. This is a secret letter from Shang Feng to you who are out of Beijing for a tour. Go back and see for yourself and you will know the reason. After speaking, he took out a letter from the table in front of him and handed it to Chu Wangzhen. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen quickly took it, and put it in his arms without looking at it in a hurry. Then, after talking with Lu Wu for a few words, Chu Wangzhen took the initiative to say goodbye. After all, Lu Wu, as 1,000 households of Jinyue, has a lot of work every day. Now that he is able to spend a few words with Chu Wangzhen, it is already for the sake of Chu Tianxing. After Lu Wuchul left, Chu Wangzhen went straight back to his office in Nanzan Fuzi. As 100 households, Chu Wangzhen also has his own office in Fuzi, Nanzan. The place is not big, there is only 1 yard. When Chu Wangzhen arrived, his cronies had already gathered here and waited for him. After all, they already knew that Lu Wu called Chu Wangzhen to meet up early in the morning. "Sir, are you all right?" Seeing Chu Wangzhen's appearance, Gu Chun and others immediately surrounded him and asked curiously. However, although they are curious, they are not in a hurry. Although I don't know who is behind Chu Wangzhen, none of them are fools. From Chu Wangzhen's daily behavior and Shangwen's attitude towards Chu Wangzhen, it can be seen that the background is not small. Otherwise, ordinary people would dare to live in such a bad way in Nanzan Fuzi like Chu Wangzhen. And according to the news they heard, not only Chu Wangzhen, but 100 households received orders from Shang Feng today. Not only their Nanzan Fuzi, but even the Beijing Fuzi also had this situation. This time, it is obvious that the higher UPS are going to make a big move. It's okay, we're all gone, we'll talk about everything later. Seeing Gu Chun and others approaching, Chu Wangzhen didn't say the specific situation, but just waved his hand casually, and let them retreat. After all, he is also at a loss now, and urgently needs to see what is written in that secret letter. When Gu Chun and the others saw what Chu Wangzhen said, they could only forcefully suppress their curiosity and dispersed one by one. Chu Wangzhen didn't want to say it, and they couldn't force him not to, and if something serious happened, it was impossible for Chu Wangzhen not to tell them. After all, they are all Chu Wangzhen's confidants. After ignoring everyone's entanglement, Chu Wangzhen immediately walked into his office room, closed the door, took out the letter, and began to check the contents inside. After reading the contents of the letter, a hint of understanding appeared in Chu Wangzhen's eyes. This time Zhu Jiasui ordered Chu Wangzhen and the others to go out to Beijing for a tour, and it really had a special mission. But what Chu Wangzhen didn't expect was that the reason why he sent Chu Wangzhen and his group of hundreds of households out was to make money. That's right, the purpose of Chu Wangzhen and the others going out of Beijing this time and going down to the local area is to make money, to get as much money as possible. Zhu Jiasui sent so many hundreds of households out to make money in an above-board manner this time, and the movement cannot be small. This is enough to show that Zhu Di agreed or tacitly agreed to this matter, otherwise he would not dare to do so. That is to say, it is Zhu Di who is really going to make the money. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt arose in Chu Wangzhen's heart again. After all, Zhu Di, as the emperor, owns the whole world, and a mere amount of money cannot make him give up the majesty of the emperor. But now, he even acquiesced in Zhu Jiasui's sending Jin Yiwei out to collect money across the country in this way. This is enough to show that Zhu Di is really short of money now, and there has been an urgent need to spend a lot of money recently. A lot of money will be spent in the near future. After slowly chanting a few words, Chu Wangzhen's eyes gradually became clear. Chu Wangzhen actually didn't know much about Zhu Di, even though Zhu Di was Chu Wangzhen's uncle at this time, it was still the case. However, under the influence of the advanced informatization, Chu Wangzhen also has some opinions about Zhu Di, the famous emperor of the future. Thanks for your support, please follow up, please subscribe. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Cause and Effect. Chapter 5 Cause and Effect. Zhu Di, as a person who forcibly robbed his own nephew of the throne by virtue of the Battle of Jingnan, he was of course extremely strong during his reign. However, after all, his throne was not based on the right path, so in order to consolidate his rights, he also tried his best. The two most important measures, one is to move the capital, which moved the capital of Ming dynasty from Jinling to the present Yanjing. This move directly transferred the political center of Ming dynasty from Jinling to Yanjing. Because this Yanjing was originally his back cover when he was a prince, it was his foundation, and Zhu Di had a great influence here. Unlike Jinling, although he is outstanding, he is not at ease. After all, in Jinling, Zhu Yuanzhang has too much influence, and he is not Zhu Yuanzhang's chosen successor. Strictly speaking, for Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di is just a rebel, the person who usurped his grandson's throne. In order to deepen his control over the country, Zhu Di decided to build a new capital in his base camp. The second is to repair the Yongle Dadian, which is known as the most wonderful book in ancient and modern times. The purpose of Zhu Di's doing this is actually to win the hearts of those civil servants. In this way, he can make the name of the person who repaired the book stay in the history, and he summoned a large number of famous scholars to help him do things. And once those highly respected literati failed to resist such temptations, then Zhu Di could use the influence of these people to summon their disciples for his own use. Facts have proved that these two measures by Zhu Di are indeed extremely effective. Daming has indeed stabilized quickly, and the rule of his lineage of Zhu Di has gradually become the true orthodoxy of Daming. However, all of these were just appearances, and Chu Wangzhen from later generations knew that the decisive factor for Zhu Di to secure the throne was not the above two measures, but Zhu Di's firm grip on Daming's military power. As long as Daming's army is still under Zhu Di's control, his throne will be secure. This is why Zhu Di dared to go out to fight with confidence and handed over the rear to Zhu Zhaokai. Of course, there are reasons why he believes that his eldest son will not rebel, but more, it is true that Zhu Zhaokai's influence on the army is extremely weak, and he is not as good as the Han King Zhu Zhaoxu who has been fighting with Zhu Di. It was also after seeing this that Zhu Zhaoxu had some thoughts about the throne. After all, as long as Zhu Di is gone, the most influential person in the Ming army will be him who has been in the army since he was a child. Regarding this point, Chu Wangzhen believes that Zhu Zhaokai can also see it, but this is a not. After all, once Zhu Zhaokai, who has already taken control of the court, is in contact with the army, he may be able to directly empty Zhu Di, which Zhu Di will never allow. Knowing this, Zhu Zhaokai knew that it was impossible for him to have access to Daming's military power before Zhu Di's death, but it was also impossible for him to watch the King of Han continue to deepen his influence over the army. So he directly sent his only son, the good grandson Zhu Zanji, to Zhu Di's side, and let Zhu Zanji, who would not let Zhu Di be afraid, to fight for military power with his second uncle. If Chu Wangzhen guessed correctly this time, the matter of Jin Yiwei going out to collect money this time may be related to the Ming army. After all, Zhu Di is no longer young now, and his control over the army has gradually begun to loosen. Therefore, the battle for the army between Zhu Zanji and the King of Han became more and more intense. And the most efficient way to expand one's influence in the army is to win one victory after another on the battlefield. It's just that although Daming's national strength is not weak, and the people can be regarded as living and working in peace and contentment, the cash in the treasury really doesn't seem to be much. After all, in order to transfer the political center of Ming dynasty, Zhu Di directly filled a large lake and built the current Yanjing city on a piece of wasteland. The expenses involved can be imagined. If it weren't for the fact that Daming still had a bit of background at that time, he would have been in ruins immediately. After that, after many years of recuperation by Zhu Di and his son, the national power of the Ming dynasty recovered a little bit, and Yongle Didian came again. This was another event that spread across the country, making Daming's treasury bottom out again. Therefore, it is really difficult for Daming to launch a war at this time. After all, as the saying goes, before the three armies move, food and grass go first. Once the army moved, it would cost a lot just to eat horse-chews every day, not to mention that once a war started, the army's salary would have to be raised. Once the military salary can't keep up, causing complaints in the hearts of the soldiers in the army, it will be the foundation of Daming that will be shaken. In this way, if you want to start a war, you can only make money first. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately got up, walked out of Nanzan Fuzi, and walked towards Dongchang. As Zhu Di's close minister, Chu Tianxing must have understood the twists and turns, and in order not to arouse Chu Tianxing's suspicion, Chu Wangzhen also wanted to report to Chu Tianxing about his going out of Beijing. When he came outside the palace, Chu Wangzhen asked the gatekeeper to deliver a message to Chu Tianxing and left. After all, as a man, of course he couldn't enter the palace at will, and even Chu Tianxing couldn't do anything about it. In the past, if he wanted to see Chu Tianxing, he just had to ask the guard to send a message like this. When Chu Tianxing was free, he would take the initiative to come out of the palace to see Chu Wangzhen. It's just that Chu Wangzhen didn't do this kind of thing a few times. After all, he didn't want to see Chu Tianxing's face either. After passing the news to Chu Tianxing, Chu Wangzhen went straight back to Nanzan Fuzi to continue paddling. When he returned home after get-off work, he heard a report from his subordinates that Chu Tianxing was already waiting for him at home. After hearing what the servant said, Chu Wan didn't care about changing clothes, so he went to see Chu Tian directly. "My child pays homage to foster father." When Chu Wangzhen saw Chu Tianxing, he was sitting on the main seat in the lobby drinking tea. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen hurried forward to salute. "Okay." Seeing Chu Wangzhen's performance, Chu Tianxing nodded in satisfaction and asked him to sit down. You're looking for me, but you want to ask about the trip out of Beijing. After Chu Wangzhen sat down, without waiting for him to ask any questions, Chu Tianxing took the initiative to bring up the matter of leaving Beijing. Yes, I don't know how the foster father knows the secret. Hearing Chu Tianxing's words, Chu Wangzhen immediately pretended to be a little puzzled, as if he didn't know the inside story at all. Hehe, there are indeed many secrets in it. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, a smile appeared on Chu Tianxing's pale face. Then he told Chu Wangzhen the secrets of this operation one by one. After listening to Chu Tianxing's narration, Chu Wangzhen was completely stunned. The direction he had guessed before was roughly correct, but not comprehensive. Please follow up, very important. End of this chapter. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Before that, Chu Wangzhen guessed that this money-raising move might be initiated by Han Wang. After all, once the war breaks out, the biggest gainer may be the Han King Zhu Jiaxu, who has a lot of influence in the army. In addition, this event was organized by Jin Yiwei under Zhao Wang Zhu Jiasui, so Chu Wangzhen had this guess. But after Chu Tianxing finished speaking, Chu Wangzhen realized that this money-raising activity was not only promoted by the King of Han, but also agreed by Prince Zhu Jiaokai, and even Zhu Di was acquiescing to it. The King of Han and the others promoted the war in order to expand their control over the army, and the prince's side also thought so. After all, as a latecomer, Zhu Zanji's influence in the army is far behind that of King Han. If he can't find a way to overtake in a corner, as time goes by, the possibility of him winning the Han Wang in the military will become smaller and smaller. Therefore, this war is not only the King of Han's attention, but also the Crown Prince's side. And Zhu Di, the reason why he agreed to start a war this time when Daming was so short of money was because he was getting older. As a horse emperor who lived his life as a soldier, Zhu Di certainly would not allow himself to die on the bed in the deep palace. The battlefield is the place he chose for himself to end. That's why he acquiesced in this national parade to collect money, knowing that his children and grandchildren were fighting for power on the battlefield. At this time, the highest level of the entire Ming dynasty is promoting this parade, so no one can stop it. Okay, you don't have to worry too much. I won the affluent Jiangnan area for you during this tour. When you arrive, you just need to find a chance to copy a few wealthy businessmen at will, and you can basically complete the task. Anyway, it is your Jin Yiwei who copied the house. The best thing. Seeing the thoughtful look on Chu Wangzhen's face, Chu Tianxing said directly with a smile. Thank you, foster father. After hearing Chu Tianxing's words, Chu Wangzhen immediately sorted out his mood, and bowed respectfully to Chu Tianxing again with an expression of gratitude on his face. Okay, it's getting late now, and I'm going back too. Don't worry, foster father will help you. Tomorrow, foster father will send a master to protect your safety. Boy thanked foster father. Although Chu Wangzhen knew that Chu Tianxing sent people here not only to protect himself, but also to monitor him, but he could only pretend to be very moved. Well, don't send it off, I'm leaving first, and you should go to bed early. Seeing Chu Wangzhen behave like this, Chu Tianxing nodded in satisfaction. These years, Chu Wangzhen's disguise was really good, and it did not arouse Chu Tianxing's suspicion at all. After all, he would never have thought that Chu Wangzhen was a reborn person, born with memories of his previous life. Therefore, in Chu Tianxing's eyes, Chu Wangzhen has always respected himself very much and regarded himself as a righteous father. Chu Tianxing felt relieved when he thought that the son of his enemy was recognizing the thief as his father. However, although he was very satisfied with Chu Wangzhen, Chu Tianxing never forgot his original intention. He wanted to inflict all the pain he had endured on Chu Wangzhen. After all, does the father pay off the son? It's just that he still has some thoughts about the legendary Water and Fire Dragon Ball. Now that Emperor Jiang Wen's other child has not shown up, he will not take action against Chu Wangzhen for the time being. Yes, Chu Tianxing never knew that the Fire Dragon Ball in the Water and Fire Dragon Ball he was thinking about was in Chu Wangzhen's body. After all, he would never have thought that Zhu Yunkai would directly inject Water and Fire Dragon Balls into the bodies of his two sons after seeing Zhu Di's army break into the palace. After Chu Tianxing broke into the palace and searched for it but couldn't find it, he only thought that the Water and Fire Dragon Ball was taken away by the guard who fled with another child. Of course, Chu Wangzhen would not take the initiative to tell Chu Tianxing the secret of the Fire Dragon Ball on him. Speaking of which, the reason why he was able to keep this secret really depended on the mystery of the Fire Dragon Ball itself. After all, when he was young, Chu Tianxing checked Chu Wangzhen's body more than once, but he never found the Fire Dragon Ball hidden in Chu Wangzhen's body. At this time, Chu Wangzhen watched Chu Tianxing's figure gradually disappear into the distance, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Then, as if he remembered something again, he quickly smiled again. Afterwards, after summoning the maid to wash, Chu Tianxing went directly to rest. Now that he was about to escape from the cage of Yanjing City, he also gave himself a vacation, not going to sleep until late at night when he practiced like before. Early the next morning, when Chu Wangzhen came to Nanzan Fuzi, he saw the crowds in it. Apparently, those who received the mission were putting together their people, ready to go. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen hurried back to his small courtyard and summoned his staff. "My lord, the brothers are ready to go at any time." "Okay." Chu Wangzhen, who was sitting on a chair in a trance, looked at Gu Chun in front of him, and nodded. "Then, let's go." After taking a deep breath, Chu Wangzhen got up straight away, adjusted her flying fish suit, and immediately led Gu Chun to the outside. "Set off." Da-da-da. After riding on the well-prepared horse, following Chu Wangzhen's order, his two general banners set off with 100 people behind him. Chu Wangzhen, as 100 households of Jinyue, has two general banners under him. One is his confidant Gu Chun, who is the first person in Jinyue to take refuge in him. The other general banner, named Wang Qing, is a middle-aged man in his 40s, a veteran of Jinyue. At this age, he is still a general banner, and the possibility of promotion in the future is very small, so he doesn't bother, and he can paddle better than Chu Wangzhen on weekdays. The relationship with Chu Wangzhen, the boss, only maintained a superficial decency. And Chu Wangzhen didn't care about this situation. After all, he didn't plan to stay in Jinyue for a long time. After all, his identity is still too sensitive, who knows when it will be exposed. So he had long ago decided that after he killed Chu Tianxing, he would immediately retire from the old age and return to his hometown, leave the officialdom, and even leave daiming. This world is so gorgeous. How could Chu Wangzhen be willing to stay in Yanjing City forever? Compared with the treacherous city of Yanjing, the free and unrestrained rivers and lakes are what Chu Wangzhen really yearns for. But all of this will have to wait until he kills Chu Tianxing, otherwise Chu Wangzhen will not be able to sleep well. It is impossible for him to let go of a wretched man who has always had thoughts about his cow. Thanks for your support, please follow up. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Lower Yangzhou. Chapter 7 Lower Yangzhou. When Chu Wangzhen led the team to the city gate, they rode out of the city gate one after another. After all, those guarding the city did not want to get involved with a privileged and violent institution like Jinyue. So there is no one who is so blind to stop them. As soon as he left the city gate, Chu Wangzhen saw a figure standing beside the road with a sword in his arms. After seeing the figures of Chu Wangzhen and others appearing, that figure directly greeted them. "Gu Chun, come out with a horse." Seeing that figure, Chu Wangzhen directly ordered Gu Chun to bring out a horse. Chu Wangzhen knew the person who came up to meet him. He was Chu Tianxing's subordinate Sun Yifeng, a martial artist in the Qi realm, with a sharp sword in his hand. He was perfect. It seemed that he was sent by Chu Tianxing to monitor him. It's just that what Chu Wangzhen didn't expect was that when Chu Tianxing sent him over, he didn't even arrange a horse for him. When he came close to Chu Wangzhen, Sun Yifeng bowed directly to Chu Wangzhen, and then got on the well-proportioned horse. "Keep going." Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen didn't care about Sun Yifeng's indifferent attitude. After gesturing to Gu Chun beside him with his eyes, he continued on the road. "Go." Seeing Chu Wangzhen's eyes, Gu Chun secretly glanced at Sun Yifeng, greeted his subordinates behind him, and immediately followed. Da-da-da. With the sound of horseshoes, Chu Wangzhen finally left the cage like Yanjing City. This parade is an action that spreads across the country. I don't know how many Jinyue hundreds of households were dispatched. In the Jiangnan region alone, more than 100 households were sent here. After all, the Jiangnan region is so vast, and with the fact that this place has been in peace for a long time, it can be regarded as the wealthiest place in the entire Ming dynasty, even Yanjing City almost. After all, the bitter cold in the north is certainly not as good as the gentle water town in the south of the Yangtze River. Therefore, for this parade, the land in the south of the Yangtze River is the main location. The goal of Chu Wangzhen's trip was Yangzhou City, one of the most famous cities in the Jiangnan area. As the saying goes, fireworks go down to Yangzhou in March. To be honest, if it weren't for Chu Tianxing's support, this Yangzhou city really wouldn't be the place for Chu Wangzhen to visit. At this time, due to time constraints, if Chu Wangzhen and the others wanted to reach Yangzhou, they could only choose to ride there on horseback or take a boat by water. Compared with riding a boat, riding a horse is of course much more difficult. Even Chu Wangzhen, who has also trained in iron cloth shirts now, has strong muscles and bones, and he doesn't want to ride a horse like this. Therefore, after leaving Yanjing City, Chu Wangzhen and the others rushed towards the nearest pier. After that, he took a boat all the way down and floated on the water for more than a month before finally landing. Call. Standing on the land again, Chu Wangzhen only felt light under his feet, as if he was stepping on clouds. "Let's go, eat a good meal in the city first, wash off the dust, and then go to the guard to report." Looking at Gu Chun and the others who were also looking tired beside him, Chu Wangzhen gave the order directly. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the city. And the others quickly followed after seeing this. In the previous days, the group of them had been floating on the water, so of course the treatment couldn't be said to be very good. Finally arrived at the destination this time, of course we have to take a good rest. After taking his subordinates to the restaurant in the city to have a good rubbing meal, Chu Wangzhen and the others also changed into the brocade clothes and guards by the way. Having been on the ship before, they certainly wouldn't have been in formal attire. After changing their clothes, a group of people rushed straight to the Jinyi Guard in Yangzhou City. As a top-level big city, of course there will also be Jinyi Guards to monitor the movement of the city. Speaking of which, in terms of earning money, the local Jinyue in Yangzhou City is much more convenient than Chu Wangzhen and others who came out of Yanjing City, and their work efficiency will be higher. But the imperial court did not dare to make such an opening at all. After all, ransacking is addictive. Seeing a huge amount of money lying in front of your eyes every day, who can guarantee that these people will be able to reign in the precipice after the parade is over? People like Chu Wangzhen and the others will return to Yanjing City to report on their duties after the parade. At that time, even if they still want to continue to make money, they have to look at the situation. Because it can be said that there are officials everywhere in Yanjing City, and with the emperor in charge, basically there will be no troubles. Unlike these local guards, they can continue to be stationed in place. Once this hole is opened, there will be big troubles. So long before they left Yanjing City, Chu Wangzhen and the others who went out on a parade were notified that people from the local guards should not interfere with the parade, and it was best not to have too many contacts. But even so, since Chu Wangzhen came to his territory, he would pay a visit, explore the way, and circle the road. After all, strong dragons do not overwhelm local snakes. Regarding the specific situation in Yangzhou City, these land tigers are more clear. Finding out the intricacies of the forces in Yangzhou City can save Chu Wangzhen a lot of effort. After arriving at the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen went directly to visit the controller of the guardhouse here, Qunhe Lu Chongqing. And Lu Chongqing was not surprised by the arrival of Chu Wangzhen and his group. After all, he had already been notified by Shang Feng. Chu Wangzhen, governor of the southern town, pays my respects to Mr. Qunhe. Oh, I can't do it, I can't do it. Looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was saluting to him in front of him, Lu Chongqing quickly got up from his seat, helped Chu Wangzhen up, and took his hand to sit down on the side seat. Chu Wangzhen was not curious about Lu Chongqing's reaction. After all, although his rank is indeed far inferior to Lu Chongqing, it is well known that officials in Yanjing City are naturally half a rank higher than local officials. In addition, Chu Wangzhen came here with a secret mission this time. Once he completed it beautifully, he would definitely be rewarded when he returned to the capital. Under such circumstances, of course Lu Chongqing did not dare to fight in front of Chu Wangzhen. Not to mention that Lu Chongqing had inquired about Chu Wangzhen's situation long before Chu Wangzhen arrived. After all, if 100 households from the capital wanted to do business on his territory, he would of course have to know some backgrounds of the visitors in advance, which would determine his attitude. But when he inquired around, he only found out that Chu Wangzhen belonged to 100 households in Nanzan Fuzi, and he didn't get anything else. To be able to secure the position of 1,000 households in Yangzhou City and to be in charge of a guard, Lu Chongqing is certainly not a fool, thinking that Chu Wangzhen is really an ordinary 100 households. How could ordinary 100 households be assigned to this Yangzhou City? So after seeing Chu Wangzhen at this time, not long after, Lu Chongqing began to call Chu Wangzhen brothers and sisters, as if they hated seeing each other late. Of course, Chu Wangzhen was also happy with Lu Chongqing's actions, and immediately began to use the acting skills he had honed over the years to challenge him. Thank you for your support, please follow up, it is very important, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 7 Great Villas. Chapter 8 3 Villas. Brother Lu, I'm here with a heavy responsibility. I'm here for the first time, and I don't know much about the situation in Yangzhou City. Can I trouble Brother Lu to introduce you to me? After the two sides argued for a while, Chu Wangzhen began to ask Lu Chongqing about the situation in Yangzhou City. Of course. Of course. They are all working for the imperial court. Brother, let me introduce you to Yangzhou City. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's question, of course Lu Chongqing would not let go of this opportunity to make friends with Chu Wangzhen just by talking. In this city of Yangzhou, all forces are intertwined. Among them, the three villas that you need to pay attention to the most are the three villas. Its name is Yujian Villa, and the contemporary owner of Yujian Villa is named Yin Hao. It is said that he is a peerless master who has stepped into the Yuan realm of the 5 Qi dynasties. It's always been a secret. You must know that Yujian Villa has been standing in Yangzhou City for more than 500 years. It can be said that before Yangzhou City, Yujian Villa has already stood here. It is the real boss of Yangzhou City. It is said that when His Majesty Emperor Hung Guo established Ardaming, this Yujian Villa has contributed a lot, so for Yujian Villa, there will be rewards from the capital every year. Oh! After hearing Lu Chongqing's words, Chu Wangzhen's eyelids twitched immediately, and his eyes flickered. He didn't expect that he could hear the name of Yujian Villa here, but he didn't know if this Yujian Villa was the one he knew. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen did not interrupt Lu Chongqing, but quietly listened to his introduction. Lu Chongqing didn't care about Chu Wangzhen's slight abnormality. He just thought it was the first time he heard the name of Yujian Villa, and he was a little surprised. So he continued to introduce the Yujian Villa to Chu Wangzhen. For this Yujian Villa, apart from Yin Hao, the big villa owner, you should also pay more attention to the second villa owner Yin Zhong. Yin Zhong, the second owner of Yujian Villa, is a very scary person. Legend has it that the second master Yin never sleeps or sheds tears. His martial arts are higher than that of the big owner Yin Hao, and he is very mysterious. And now the owner of the villa basically doesn't care about things. The affairs of Yujian Villa are all taken care of by the second master Yin. After listening to Lu Changqing's narration, Chu Wangzhen was finally sure that the current Yujian Villa in Yangzhou City was the one he knew. Although he knew that this world was not simple, Chu Wangzhen never imagined that even Shuiyue Dongdian was in this world. This means that the upper limit of this world is at least in the realm of gods and demons. After all, Yin Zhong, an instance that has lived for more than 500 years, is here. Thinking of this, Chu Wan's heart couldn't help beating wildly. In the past, his only goal was to improve his strength early and kill Chu Tianxing, a perverted dead eunuch, as soon as possible, and then he could enjoy his life in the Jianghu. But now, after learning that there is such an immortality in this world, Chu Wangzhen's goal has changed. After all, compared to this goal, Chu Tianxing is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Chu Wangzhen believed that with the Krypton gold system in his body, he would definitely be able to stand on the top of the world. Brother? Brother Chu. Lu Chongqing looked at Chu Wangzhen, who was in front of him with loose eyes, and immediately shouted softly. Okay. Hearing Lu Chongqing calling himself, Chu Wangzhen immediately came back to his senses, and said apologetically, I'm sorry brother Lu, Hey, why do you need to apologize, brother Yu? When he first heard the news about Yujian Villa, he behaved worse than brother Yu. Before Chu Wangzhen finished speaking, Lu Chongqing waved his hand and said indifferently. After all, one cannot be overly surprised by such a behemoth as Yujian Villa, which even the imperial court needs to pay attention to. Even seeing that Lu Chongqing misunderstood the reason for his trance, Chu Wangzhen didn't explain it, but just went along with the flow and fooled the matter. I don't know the 3 major villas that my brother said. Besides Yujian Villa, what are the other 2? They can be compared with such forces as Yujian Villa. Seeing that Lu Chongqing took the initiative to find an excuse for himself, Chu Wangzhen immediately asked about the remaining 2 forces. Now Chu Wangzhen was curious as to which 2 forces could be as famous as Yujian Villa. Hey, although the remaining 2 forces are not easy to provoke, they have not reached the level of Yujian Villa, but Yujian Villa has always been relatively low-key, which makes those people in the world put the 3 major villas together. Just mention it. The other 2 villas are Shenjian Villa and Wujiao Villa. This Excalibur Villa was passed down from the sword god Xie Tian 100 years ago. The Xie family's divine sword skills created by him are powerful all over the world. However, with the passage of time, the prestige left by Xie Tian has gradually faded away. The current owner of Jianshan Villa is named Xie Wangsun, and he is just a martial artist in the Qi-Si realm, but he gave birth to a remarkable son. That is Xie Xiaofeng, the 3rd young master of Shenjian Villa. When Xie Xiaofeng was born, he seemed to have brought all the blessings and honors of the gods from the heavens. The glory and favor he received was amazing. At the age of 6, he was able to read Tang poems fluently, and at the age of 10, he had already defeated Hua Shaokan, a swordsman who roamed the dragon under the Huashan section. Later, as he grew older, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. At the age of 20, he had already comprehended the true meaning of the sword, entered the realm of 5 Qi dynasty, and became a master among the rivers and lakes. Because it has not won a single defeat so far, and it must win every battle, so it has regained its reputation as the Excalibur Villa. Listening to Lu Changqing's narration, Chu Wangzhen nodded and said nothing. Now that this world even has Yujian Villa, it is no big deal to have Xie Xiaofeng, another Excalibur Villa. This last faction, named Wujiao Villa, is also a powerful faction that has been passed down for more than 100 years. The contemporary owner is named Lian Qianbai, and he is also a proud son of heaven. This Lian Qianbai was already known as a child prodigy when he was 6 years old. When he was 10 years old, his swordsmanship was mastered. At the age of 11, he was able to fight against Taixuan Xinji, the master of the Yudao style who came from Dongying across the sea. Undefeated in 300 strokes, From then on, even Fuzang Sandao knew that there was a martial arts prodigy in Zongtu. Now, this Lian Chenbai is known as the genius who is most likely to catch up with Xie Xiaofeng in the Jiangnan area, but he is still young, and he is about the same age as you, brother. As he said that, Lu Chongqing also took a look at Chu Wangzhen. He, brother was joking. How can Wangzhen have such virtue and ability to be compared with such a proud son of heaven? Sensing Lu Changqing's eyes, Chu Wangzhen immediately said with a wry smile, and said self-deprecatingly. Now, Chu Wangzhen was already accustomed to the appearance of Wu Jiao Villa. My brother's words are wrong. Although these people's talents are indeed extraordinary, but my brother is not bad. They have established 100 households at this age and have a bright future. Don't underestimate yourself. Hearing Lu Changqing's comforting words, Chu Wangzhen's heart was as calm as water, and there was not a single turmoil in his heart. After all, in Chu Wangzhen's heart, he didn't think he was worse than these two. With the Krypton Gold system and Fire Dragon Ball, Chu Wangzhen doesn't think he is worse than anyone else in this world. Thanks for your support, seek to pursue reading, don't keep books. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Little Light. Chapter 9, Little Light. After introducing the three major villas to Chu Wangzhen, Lu Chongqing introduced the major forces in Yangzhou City. For example, the four gangs occupy the four major regions of the city. In fact, this was Chu Wangzhen's main target this time. After all, each of the three major villas has been passed down for 100 years and has its own heritage, which is beyond Chu Wangzhen's ability to deal with. After getting a general understanding of the situation in Yangzhou City, Chu Wangzhen got up and bid farewell to Lu Chongqing. After all, Chu Wangzhen did feel a little tired from the long journey and needed a good rest. Seeing that Chu Wangzhen's face was showing a bit of fatigue, Lu Chongqing didn't force it, and immediately ordered his subordinates to take Chu Wangzhen and others to the room that had been prepared to rest. Early the next morning, Chu Wangzhen didn't continue to see Lu Chongqing. After all, he had a mission and he didn't have much contact with Lu Chongqing. Gu Chun. Grown-ups. Go and get the detailed information of Yujian Villa. Remember, it's mainly about Yin's family. Don't let anyone go. Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's order, Gu Chun didn't ask any further questions, and immediately took the order to retrieve information from the information warehouse of the guard. Not long after, a large stack of scrolls was placed on Chu Wangzhen's desk. You go down first, go and check the backgrounds of the four major gangs in Yangzhou City carefully, and see who is standing behind them. Remember, don't let others know. Looking at the information in front of him, Chu Wangzhen was not in a hurry to check, but first ordered Gu Chun to check the so-called four big gangs. Because when Lu Chongqing talked about the four big gangs yesterday, he was a little vague, which made Chu Wangzhen suspect that the four big gangs were not simple, so he better understand them in detail first. Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's order, Gu Chun saluted and left the guard quietly with his men. As a member of Nanzan Fuzi, collecting intelligence is their forte, and Chu Wan felt relieved. After watching Gu Chun's figure completely disappear, Chu Wangzhen began to carefully review the information in front of him. The first thing that caught his eyes was Yin Zong's information. After all, Yin Hao, the owner of the Yin family, has always kept a low profile. Yin Zhong usually takes care of everything in the Yujian villa, so of course Yin Zhong's information should account for most of it. After flipping through it casually, Chu Wangzhen put aside the information about Yin Zong. After all, it was all superficial information and speculation, and it was not worthy of his attention at all. It can be said that as far as Yin Zong knew, what was recorded in the information was not as much as Chu Wangzhen himself knew. Apart from Yin Zhong, the Yin family now only has the big owner Yin Hao, the young owner Yin Tiankai, and the rumored weak and sickly Yin Tianxiu, the eldest lady of the Yin family who basically never leaves home. Casually ignoring the information on Yin Hao and Yin Tiankai, Chu Wangzhen directly picked up the information on Yin Tianxiu that Jin Yiwei had found, and began to read it carefully without missing a single word. In fact, these are the real targets of all the information Chu Wangzhen found from Mujian Villa this time. The others are just for deception. It is a pity that there is not much information about Yin Tianxiu's relevant information, even in Jin Yiwei. For one thing, Jin Yiwei didn't pay much attention to this young lady of the Yin family who had a weak sense of existence. Secondly, it is also rumored that this Miss Yin family has been weak and sick since she was a child, and she does not leave Mujian Villa all year round. In this way, even if Jin Yiwei wanted to investigate, he would not be able to find much. After all, Mujian Villa has been passed down for more than 500 years, and has already had its own set of methods. Its selection of talents is basically from the family-born group of its own villa, and it will not recruit outsiders at all. Therefore, even Jin Yiwei couldn't find a chance to insert his own people into Mujian Villa. Therefore, there is only a thin page of information about Yin Tianxiu. When Chu Wangzhen saw one of the passages on the paper, his eyes lit up immediately, and he had found the news he wanted. SHH. After casually inserting the information in his hand into other information, Chu Wangzhen got up directly, changed into his normal clothes, and also walked out of the guard. After leaving the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen walked straight towards the market in the south of the city. It didn't take long before he saw the crowded market in front of him. He casually found a tea stand and sat down. After ordering a pot of tea, Chu Wangzhen sat there, quietly waiting for his target to appear. But he didn't want to. He drank 3 pots of tea in a row, filling his stomach full of tea, but he didn't see the target appear. So Chu Wangzhen got up and prepared to leave. After all, he came here to try his luck. Since he didn't meet him this time, he can come again next time. However, just when Chu Wangzhen was about to leave, he saw a girl with draped hair and 2 braids on both sides slowly walking out around the corner in the distance. Seeing this scene, Chu Wangzhen immediately sat back and quietly watched the girl walk into a shop selling preserved fruit opposite. This girl is the target of Chu Wangzhen's trip, Xiao Guang, the personal maid of Yin Tianxiu, the eldest lady of the Yin family. The reason why Chu Wangzhen came here to sit on the sidelines was because he saw from the information about Yin Tianxiu recorded by Jin Yiwei that Yin Tianxiu often needed to drink medicine to keep himself healthy. Every time after drinking the medicine, Yin Tianxiu needs to eat a piece of candied fruit to relieve the bitter and greasy feeling caused by drinking the medicine. And now the candied fruit sold in the shop opposite Chu Wangzhen is Yin Tianxiu's favorite one, and she often sends her maid to buy it here. Originally, Chu Wangzhen was also planning to fight a long battle, and had to come here every day to guard, but he didn't expect his luck to be so good, so he ran into him on the first day. Seeing Xiao Guang leaving after buying candied fruit, Chu Wangzhen immediately put down the teacup in his hand and followed straight away. Do not move. After following Xiao Guang to a deserted alleyway, Chu Wangzhen made a decisive move, came behind Xiao Guang in a flash, held down her shoulder, and held a dagger against her neck. You, who are you? What are you going to do? Sensing the coldness on his neck, Xiao Guang immediately trembled with fright. She never thought that in Yangzhou City, someone would dare to hold her hostage, and she was from Mujian Villa. It was the first time Xiao Guangdang was in a panic when encountering such a situation. After all, although she was Yin Tianxiu's personal maid and had a high status in Yin's family, she didn't understand martial arts at all. Suddenly encountering such a situation now, Dang even felt a little overwhelmed. Take this letter to your lady and tell her that I can solve her problems. After finishing speaking with a suppressed voice, Chu Wangzhen stuffed the letter that had been prepared in advance into Xiao Guang's hand, and then disappeared into the alleyway in a flash. Xiao Guang sensed that the person behind him had disappeared, squeezed the letter in his hand, and immediately ran towards Mujian Villa in a panic. From the beginning to the end, she did not see Chu Wangzhen's face. When Xiao Guang's figure disappeared in the alleyway here, Chu Wangzhen walked out from a far corner again. Seeing Xiao Guang's disappearing back, Chu Wangzhen turned up slightly, and then walked in the opposite direction. Regarding whether Xiao Guang will hand over the letter to Yin Tianxiu, in fact Chu Wangzhen is not sure of winning, he is just gambling. However, Chu Wangzhen was also not at all sure. After all, as Yin Tianxiu's personal maid, Xiao Guang must have some understanding of Yin Tianxiu's abnormalities. Ask for further reading, ask for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Yin Tianxiu. Chapter 10 Yin Tianxiu. When Chu Wangzhen returned to the guard to prepare for the evening date, Xiao Guang on the other side also hurried all the way back to Yujian Villa. Call. When she walked into the gate of Yujian Villa, she finally stopped and let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the iron guards in silver armor standing somewhere in the villa, Xiao Guang only felt a sense of security in his heart. Patting her chest, Xiao Guang noticed that she was still tightly holding the letter that the man handed to her just now. Looking at the letter in his hand, Xiao Guangdang even wanted to hand it over to the housekeeper of Yujian Villa and ask it to be passed on to the owner. After all, when such a situation happened, of course she had to report it first. She believed that as long as the owner of the villa took action, he would be able to find out the identity of the mysterious person just now, and then she would be able to breathe a sigh of relief. But just when she was about to find the housekeeper, she suddenly remembered what the mysterious man said just now. Thinking of what he said that he can solve the problem of the young lady, Xiao Guang couldn't help pinching the letter in his hand. After struggling for a while, Xiao Guang still gritted his teeth, and walked towards Yin Tianxiu's yard with the letter. Tread! 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 Xiao Guang, you're back! Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Did someone bully you? Hearing the hurried footsteps coming from behind, Yin Tianxiu, who was trimming the bonsai in the house, didn't look back, but asked softly while continuing to work. Miss, what happened? Hearing Xiao Guang's tangled voice behind him, Yin Tianxiu finally stopped his movements, put the scissors aside, and turned around. In an instant, a delicate, snow-white face with no trace of color appeared in front of Xiao Guang's eyes. Looking at the pale face of his young lady and the thin figure who seemed to be blown to the ground by the wind, Xiao Guang finally stopped being entangled and said everything that happened just now. Oh! Listening to Xiao Guang's narration, Yin Tianxiu didn't show any emotion on his face. What about the letter? At this, hearing Yin Tianxiu's inquiry, Xiao Guang immediately handed her the letter that he had been holding in his hand. As a result, Yin Tianxiu immediately opened the letter in Xiao Guang's hand. SHH. When she saw the contents of the letter, Yin Tianxiu closed the letter again with a natural expression in just an instant. Okay, Xiao Guang, don't worry, it's just a prank, that person is my friend just now, something happened recently, it's not easy to show up, so I passed the news to me through you, you go down first, remember, you have to keep your mouth shut about this matter, and no one should tell it, understand? Looking at Xiao Guang who was beside him with a curious face, Yin Tianxiu ordered without changing his expression. But miss, you... Okay, don't you listen to me. Before Xiao Guang could express his doubts, he was directly interrupted by Yin Tianxiu. Yes, miss. Seeing this, Xiao Guang responded helplessly. Although Xiao Guang knew that what Yin Tianxiu said just now was obviously not the truth, but she was just a maid after all, how could she be in charge of her master's affairs? Therefore, even though she had a lot of thoughts in her heart, she could only forcibly suppress everything in her heart. Okay. You go down first, I'm a little tired, I want to take a rest. Yes. Yin Tianxiu watched Xiao Guang's figure disappear into the room, closed the door by the way, and then opened the letter just now again, looking at the words in it, a icy chill appeared in his eyes. If you want to solve the problem of insanity caused by the exercises, see you outside the city at the third watch tonight. Oh, by the way, remember to bring the original copies of the exercises. Boom. Looking at the words on the letter, Yin Tianxiu squeezed it with her slender and tender hands, and the fine letter paper was directly turned into powder by a terrifying force. Come on! Grown-ups! Following Chu Wangzhen's order, a Jinyi guard guarding the door came to Chu Wangzhen's side. Tell Gu Chun and the others that I'm going out tonight and I won't be back until tomorrow afternoon, so let him not worry about it and just continue collecting information. Yes. Now Gu Chun and the others are still collecting information on the 4 major gangs in the city and have not returned, so Chu Wangzhen can only leave a message to prevent himself from disappearing. Gu Chun and the others are anxious. After leaving the message, Chu Wangzhen walked out of the guardhouse again. Fortunately, Sun Yifeng, who was sent by Chu Tianxing to protect him, came to the Yangzhou City Guard's office and said to Chu Wangzhen, notify him of something, and then went into the room to rest, and rarely came out on weekdays. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome for Chu Wangzhen to get rid of him. However, it can also be seen from this that Chu Wangzhen has really pretended well in front of Chu Tianxing all these years, and he has not aroused the slightest suspicion. Otherwise, Sun Yifeng wouldn't be behaving like he is now. After leaving the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen walked directly to the outside of Yangzhou City. After all, in this day and age, the gates of the city are all closed at night, and it is really not easy to get in and out without special channels. Chu Wangzhen, as a member of Jinyi Wei, has a way to get out of the city even if the city gate is closed, but this will attract a lot of attention. In order to avoid accidents, he should go out early to prepare. Outside the city of Yangzhou, there is a place that everyone talks about, which is called Broken Soul Forest. The common people are spreading that the Broken Soul Forest is often haunted by ghosts, and there will be ghosts crying and screaming every night, and many people never come out after stepping into the Broken Soul Forest. The wind is very strong tonight, blowing the bamboo branches and leaves of Broken Soul Forest swaying. The swaying bamboo branches and bamboo leaves, as well as the cold wind that hits from time to time, made the Broken Soul Forest even more weird. Seeing that the agreed time was approaching, Chu Wangzhen started to walk towards Broken Soul Forest. Bamboo branches and leaves swayed, making whining noises. Suddenly, a ghost figure flashed behind Chu Wangzhen, and it disappeared in a flash. Hee, Miss Yin, since you're here, why don't you show up and see me? Sensing the movement behind him, Chu Wangzhen immediately chuckled and said loudly, "SHH." Unexpectedly, just as Chu Wangzhen finished speaking, the black figure appeared behind him again. At the same time, he stretched out a beautiful palm and patted Chu Wangzhen's back. Sensing the movement from behind, Chu Wangzhen, who had been prepared for a long time, turned around immediately, and also slapped his palm to meet him. In an instant, Chu Wangzhen's palm changed from its original flesh color to that of black iron. Boom! As 2 palms of different colors and sizes collided together, there was only a loud noise, and Chu Wangzhen was directly forced back by a powerful force, and he retreated more than 10 steps in a row before regaining his stability stature. But the figure facing him seemed to have no effect, it was only temporarily forced to retreat a certain distance, and then fell lightly to the ground. Iron cloth shirt, great success in refining leather. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Chu Wangzhen, a slightly surprised voice sounded in the bamboo forest. Thank you for your support, please follow up and ask for a monthly ticket. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Dragon Divine Art. Chapter 11 Dragon Divine Art. Hee, compared to Miss Yin, you, a master who has perfect meridians, it's not worth mentioning. Hearing Yin Tianxiu's surprised voice on the opposite side, Chu Wangzhen patted the messy clothes on his body lightly, and replied with a wry smile. Although she had guessed about Yin Tianxiu's strength for a long time, Chu Wangzhen never expected that she had already completed her meridians, and she was afraid that she might enter the Sea of Qi realm at any time. Moreover, Chu Wangzhen felt that Yin Tianxiu's inner strength was much deeper than that of the general Tongmei consummation. If it weren't for his overall strength, he might really fall down this time. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen's eyes couldn't help showing a look of longing, but it was fleeting. I didn't expect that you would have such profound foreign skills at this age. Yin Tianxiu looked at Chu Wangzhen's slender and well-proportioned figure, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Chu Wangzhen also heard the surprise in Yin Tianxiu's words, and did not explain anything about it. After all, it's really strange that he can cultivate iron clothes to this point. In this world, although foreign martial arts is also an indispensable part of the martial arts system, few people choose to major in foreign martial arts from the very beginning. After all, compared to cultivating internal strength, the way of exercising the muscles and bones is not only more difficult to improve, but also consumes more resources. Therefore, apart from those who are exceptionally gifted in the cultivation of external skills, there are not many people who will intensively study external skills in the early stage of martial arts. And Yin Tianxiu looked at Chu Wangzhen's slender figure. Obviously he was not the kind of person with outstanding external skills. She didn't know that the reason why Chu Wangzhen had the current level of external skills was the effect of the Fire Dragon Ball in his body. The Fire Dragon Ball has been in Chu Wangzhen's body for years. It can not only help Chu Wangzhen refine his inner strength and make his inner strength more pure, but also warm and nourish Chu Wangzhen's body in a subtle way. Although Chu Wangzhen hadn't found a way to really use the Fire Dragon Ball, these two effects were enough to drive all martial arts people crazy. You must know that in this world, the cultivation of external skills is also a road to the sky, which also starts with the state of body cultivation, and then goes to the state of skin refining, scripture training, bone refining, blood refining, and viscera refining. Now that Chu Wangzhen had achieved great success in skin refining, ordinary internal martial arts practitioners who had mastered the 12 disciplines were no match for him. In addition, he himself has also opened up the 12 classics, so even if he is facing Yin Tianxiu, who is perfect at the moment, even if he loses, it is still no problem to escape. Yin Tianxiu also understood this, so he stopped attacking Chu Wangzhen. Where did you know that my physical condition was caused by exercises? At this time, Yin Tianxiu stopped thinking about capturing Chu Wangzhen, looked at the handsome man in front of him, and asked with a frown. This is something she can't figure out. After all, no one in the world knows about her physical condition except the dragon mother-in-law who has been by her side all the time. Moreover, Yin Tianxiu was also sure that it was impossible for Long Po to betray her. Therefore, now that someone like Chu Wangzhen suddenly appeared and knew her specific situation, she couldn't figure it out. Hehe, before talking about this question, please ask Ms. Yin to answer the next question, so that we need to continue talking. Hearing Yin Tianxiu's question, Chu Wangzhen didn't answer the question directly. After all, he couldn't say that he saw it on TV, right? What is the problem? Seeing Chu Wangzhen start to change the subject, Yin Tianxiu frowned slightly, but she also knew that the initiative of the matter was no longer in her hands, and the person opposite didn't want to answer, so she couldn't force him to speak out. And now she is really tortured by her own problems. She has tried many treatment methods, but not only has no effect, but the situation is getting worse. That's why she came out to see Chu Wangzhen so easily. May I ask Miss Yin, is the exercise you are practicing now called Dragon God Art? At the same time, Chu Wangzhen started to just stare at Yin Tianxiu's eyes, trying to see if there were any subtle changes in them. When he discovered that after the words Dragon God Art came out, Yin Tianxiu's beautiful eyes did tremble for a moment. Although the change was fleeting, Chu Wangzhen had already got what he wanted. Thinking of this, even with Chu Wangzhen's heart tempered in front of Chu Tianxing for many years, he couldn't help breathing a little bit short of breath. As early as after learning about the existence of Yujian Villa from Lu Chongqing, Chu Wangzhen began to fall in love with the brilliant Dragon God Art. After all, Chu Wangzhen had only two goals when he left Beijing this time. One was to accumulate a sum of gold enough for him to hang up his daily practice, and the other was to find a book of exercises that were powerful enough. And this Dragon Divine Art, which can transform into a dragon with one's body, is obviously the top-level exercise in the world. In this world, the levels of exercises are very simple and crude. There are only two types. One is celestial and human skills, and the other is other. The realm of heaven and man is the realm after the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm refined internally and the Viscera refined realm refined externally, and it is also a realm that basically only exists in legends. Chu Wangzhen didn't know much about the realm of heaven and man. After all, such existences had basically disappeared in the world. But for the realm of heaven and man, the consensus of the people of the world is that, with their own strength, they can surpass the imperial dynasty. The celestial skills are the key for a warrior to enter the celestial realm. Without celestial skills, no matter how talented a warrior is, no matter how hard he tries, it is basically impossible to break through the boundary between immortal and mortal. And Dragon God Kung Fu is obviously a Kung Fu method that is at least at the level of celestial and human Kung Fu, and may even be above this level. Now that we can meet each other, Chu Wangzhen will certainly not allow himself to let it go. Who are you? Hearing Chu Wangzhen uttered the exercises she practiced in one gulp, Yin Tianxiu's heart beat wildly and she shouted sharply. After all, her cultivation technique was stolen from her second uncle. Once the news leaked out, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, Chu Wangzhen watched the coldness in Yin Tianxiu's eyes getting stronger and stronger, and he was about to do it again, so he quickly comforted him. Miss Yin, don't be nervous. I don't have the slightest malice towards you. I just want to make a deal with you. You want the Dragon God technique? Looking at the sincere expression on Chu Wangzhen's face, Yin Tianxiu immediately understood Chu Wangzhen's purpose. It can't be said that, as early as when she saw the note that Chu Wangzhen sent her through Xiaoguang, telling her to bring the original exercises, she had already guessed, but now she is only completely sure. Thank you for your support, keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Dragon Clan. Chu Wangzhen was not completely sure whether Yin Tianxiu's exercise was Dragon God art. After all, in the original plot, there was no specific explanation of the exercises Yin Tianxiu practiced, only that the exercises she practiced were learned secretly from Yin Zong's dungeon. However, based on the consequences of Yin Tianxiu's practice, Chu Wangzhen deduced that it is very likely that she practiced the Dragon God art. Because it could be treasured by Yin Zhong in the dungeon, and it was easy to go crazy after practicing it, Chu Wang couldn't think of other possibilities besides Dragon God art. How can you be sure that I will be willing to hand over the Dragon God art to you? At this time, after finally confirming Chu Wangzhen's purpose, Yin Tianxiu relaxed a little. Because she was sure at this time that the mysterious person in front of her was definitely not her second uncle. Thinking of this, she remembered what was said in the letter during the day, that the person in front of her could solve the problems caused by this exercise, and she immediately asked back with a thought. Call. Seeing that Yin Tianxiu finally gave up the idea of fighting, Chu Wangzhen was also slightly relieved. His strength was inferior to others, and he was just so aggrieved. Thinking like this, the idea of getting the Dragon God art in his heart became stronger immediately. Since Miss Yin has practiced this Dragon God art, how much do you know about the origin of this art? Oh? Listen to what you mean, do you understand this technique? After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu couldn't help being a little interested. After all, Yin Zhong stole her technique from the dungeon while Yin Zhong was not paying attention, and she herself knew nothing about the origin of this technique. Now, after hearing what Chu Wangzhen said suddenly, she became interested and wanted to know more about it. After all, knowing the origin of this exercise would also deepen her understanding of Yin Zongde. This point is very important to Yin Tianxiu, who has always regarded Yin Zhong as an imaginary enemy. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Chu Wangzhen began to tell the relevant information about Dragon God art that he knew. This Dragon God art is said to have been specially created by the Dragon God for his descendants, and it has been passed down among his blood descendants. It is the family art of the Dragon clan, the descendants of the dragon god, and it is also the top-level art in the world. One of the laws. At this time, Chu Wangzhen didn't notice that when Yin Tianxiu heard him say the words Long Clan, there was a slight movement in Yin Tianxiu's eyes. Chu Wangzhen, who did not see this change, was still telling Yin Tianxiu what he knew. Miss Yin, the reason why you became obsessed because of practicing this dragon god art is because you don't meet the conditions for practicing dragon god art at all. Oh? What do you mean by that? Hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu's complexion changed slightly. Hehe, I just said that this technique was specially created by the dragon god for his descendants. Therefore, people who do not have the blood of the dragon god in their bodies cannot practice at all. Magic. As he said that, Chu Wangzhen glanced at Yin Tianxiu's ugly face and said, Miss Yin's cultivation is not too deep now, so she hasn't been completely controlled by the devil. Otherwise. Chu Wangzhen didn't continue to say the next words, but the meaning was obvious. After hearing the meaning of Chu Wan's words, Yin Tianxiu's expression became even uglier. Originally, Yin Tianxiu also suspected that her own tendency to go mad was due to her exercises, but she only suspected that it was a trap specially set by Yin Zhong in her exercises, which caused her body to appear in such a state. But now, after hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, she realized that all of this had nothing to do with Yin Zhong, it was entirely because of her own death and secretly practicing the dragon god art, which immediately made her feel a little mixed. Chu Wangzhen looked at Yin Tianxiu's ever-changing expression, knowing that she was not at peace, so he didn't bother her. Call. After a full quarter of an hour, Yin Tianxiu came back to his senses, and looked at Chu Wangzhen in the distance again. Could it be that you are from the Long family? I don't know who Long Zi is from you. Hey? Why does Miss Yin know this name? Hearing the name Long suddenly come out of Yin Tianxiu's mouth, Chu Wangzhen was immediately surprised. She didn't know where she heard it from. After all, Long Zi was beaten to death by Yin Zhong many years ago. According to the plot that Chu Wangzhen had read in his memory, shouldn't this Yin Tianxiu have anything to do with this name? Long Zi is the previous patriarch of the Long family, the protagonist of Water Moon Cave, and Long Bo's biological father. I am not a member of the Long family. After thinking for a while, Chu Wangzhen still spoke the truth. SHH. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu's complexion changed immediately. After all, Chu Wangzhen also said just now that this dragon god art can only be practiced by descendants of the Long family blood, but now he is not from the Long family. Could it be that everything he said just now is false? Hehe, Miss Yin, don't be nervous. I didn't lie to Miss Yin. This dragon god art can only be cultivated by the Long family. The blood of the dragon god, although I am not from the dragon clan, I still have some confidence in cultivating this technique. Seeing that the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense again, Chu Wangzhen immediately felt tired and tried to comfort him. In fact, Chu Wangzhen could have pretended to be a member of the Long clan in front of Yin Tianxiu just now. After all, Long Bo, the only descendant of the Long clan, is still staying in the Shuiyu cave, and it is impossible for anyone to come back and expose him. Originally, Chu Wangzhen really planned this way, but the name Longs that suddenly came out of Yin Tianxiu's mouth just now made Chu Wangzhen change his mind. In addition, Long Yan, Long Bo's nanny, stayed by Yin Tianxiu's side all the time. In order not to cause trouble, Chu Wangzhen told the truth. At this time, after hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu's face softened a little. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, she only thought that what Chu Wangzhen meant was that he also had the blood of the dragon god in his body, but he was not from the Long family. According to Yin Tianxiu, this may mean that Chu Wangzhen was born out of a woman from the Long family, so he is not a member of the Long family, but he still has the blood of the dragon god flowing in his body. In this way, it can also explain why Chu Wangzhen understands the dragon god art so clearly, but he has not mastered its cultivation method. After all, it is impossible for the Long clan to allow a married daughter to pass on the clan's inherited skills. But she didn't know that the Long family had been killed by Yin Zhong at this time, leaving only Long Bo alone, and she didn't even know that what Chu Wangzhen relied on was not because he had the blood of the dragon god in his body, but because of the blood of the dragon god. The fire dragon ball in his body. Although Chu Wangzhen was not sure at this time whether the fire dragon ball could help him complete the dragon god art, he was willing to take a gamble. After all, with the dead eunuch Chu Tianxing around, Chu Wang couldn't help but not take risks. Thank you for your support, keep reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Trading. Chapter 13 Trading. I don't know, how do you solve my problem? Yin Tianxiu, who thought she had guessed Chu Wangzhen's origin, looked at the person in front of her and began to care about her own safety. Although she is not sure how true or false what Chu Wangzhen just said, at least she has not found any flaws. Miss Yin was joking. Since the problem on your body is caused by exercises, if you want to solve it, you still need to start with the Dragon God art. Of course, there is nothing I can do now. Hearing Yin Tianxiu's question, Chu Wangzhen didn't directly say anything out of the ordinary. After all, once this kind of thing was exposed, it would be an extravagant hope for him to obtain the Dragon God art from Yin Tianxiu. After all, Yin Tianxiu is not a fool. Considering that she is still very smart, it is impossible for her to believe whatever Chu Wangzhen says. And the facts were indeed as Chu Wangzhen thought. When Yin Tianxiu heard that he didn't directly take care of everything, she couldn't help but secretly nodded in her heart. Although she already had a little trust in Chu Wangzhen in her heart, it was not much. And her body, Yujian Villa, and herself have tried countless methods, both openly and secretly, but all of them have no effect at all. If Chu Wangzhen dared to speak wild words, Yin Tianxiu would not believe it. But at the same time, after hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, what Yin Tianxiu thought was not to continue the deal with Chu Wangzhen, but to start tracking down the whereabouts of the Long clan after going back. After all, as Chu Wangzhen said, he has not practiced the Dragon God art, so who knows if he can really practice it. Even if, as Chu Wangzhen said, he could really succeed in cultivation, Yin Tianxiu didn't know if his body could last until then. It's better to try to see if you can find the Long family. After all, this Dragon God art is their family's inherited skill, and there is a high probability that there will be a way to solve her situation. At this time, Chu Wangzhen looked at Yin Tianxiu's unmoved expression, and probably guessed some of her thoughts. After all, to be so calm after hearing yourself say something that you can't solve for the time being, obviously you have other ideas in your mind. Hehe. Miss Yin is not thinking of looking for help from the Long family, is she? What, can't you? Hearing Chu Wangzhen express his plan, Yin Tianxiu, who was about to cross the river and demolish the bridge, asked back calmly. It's not impossible. The Dragon clan has passed down the Dragon God art from generation to generation. There is really a way to solve your situation. Therefore, if Miss Yin can really find this member of the Long clan, it will solve your madness. The situation should be out of the question. What do you mean by that? Yin Tianxiu looked at Chu Wangzhen's composure, as if he was not worried about breaking the bridge when he crossed the river, and immediately frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. Miss Yin, don't think about it carefully. If the Long family is really all right, then how could their inherited skills be in the hands of second master Yin? Chu Wangzhen looked at the woman who was not good at martial arts, and her light words directly shattered her hopes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu's complexion suddenly became ugly. And what Chu Wangzhen said next directly broke her luck. As early as more than 20 years ago, the Long family was wiped out by your good second uncle, and only one young son was left missing. If Miss Yin is sure to find the only blood of the Long family, I am willing to give up immediately. This deal. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu's complexion became cloudy and uncertain. After all, if the truth is what Chu Wangzhen said, then she would rather spend time and energy looking for that member of the Long family than directly deal with Chu Wangzhen in front of her. Looking at Yin Tianxiu, who was already deep in thought, Chu Wangzhen did not continue speaking. In fact, what he just said is true and false, mixed with each other, and this is the only way to scare Yin Tianxiu. After all, Chu Wangzhen knew that Yin Tianxiu would naturally meet Long Bo in the future, but Yin Tianxiu didn't know all of this, which gave Chu Wangzhen room to manipulate. Now, Yin Tianxiu, who has been cornered, has only two choices. One is to refuse the deal with Chu Wangzhen, and continue to find a way to see if he can heal himself. The second is to agree to the deal with Chu Wangzhen, hand over the Dragon God art to him, and wait until he is successful in cultivation before trying to heal her. How can I trust you, not to cross the river and tear down the bridge after getting the Dragon God technique? After a while, Yin Tianxiu, who finally made up his mind, looked at Chu Wangzhen, who was opposite, and said calmly. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Chu Wangzhen's eyes flashed with joy. After all, being able to say such a thing meant that Yin Tianxiu had decided to give the Dragon God art to Chu Wangzhen. Now, just waiting for Chu Wangzhen to hand over his nomination certificate, then he will have obtained the Dragon God art that he has been thinking about so much. Miss Yin, please rest assured that since I have promised to do something, I will naturally not go back on my word. After speaking, seeing Yin Tianxiu's non-committal expression in front of him, Chu Wangzhen immediately handed over his nomination certificate. I was rude before. Let me introduce you formally. My name is Chu Wangzhen. I am currently 100 households in Fuzi, Nanzan, the headquarters of Jinyue in Yanjing City. This time I am here on business in Yangzhou. If I regret it in the future, Miss Yin can naturally come to me in a fair and honest manner. Trouble. After all, with the strength of Yujian Villa, I am a small Jinyue family, of course I dare not provoke him. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu immediately gave her a strange look. She didn't expect that the person in front of her, who looked so young, turned out to be a member of Jinyue, and was still working in the capital. At 3 o'clock tomorrow night, we will meet here again. Seeing Chu Wangzhen directly revealing her true identity, Yin Tianxiu's inclination towards this transaction is also growing. However, of course she would not start contacting Chu Wangzhen now. After all, she has not confirmed the authenticity of Chu Wangzhen's identity yet. And when she came out this time, she did not bring the original copy of the Dragon God art with her. After all, after learning such an important secret book, she put it back in the dungeon of Yin's family to prevent Yin Zhong from discovering it. Abnormal. Of course, I look forward to meeting Miss Yin again. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Chu Wangzhen didn't feel flustered either. After all, what he just said was basically true. Even the fake part is not something that Yin Tianxiu can prove. Anyway, this part is also guessed by Chu Wangzhen himself based on the plot, and it is not completely fake. Thanks for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Long Po. Chapter 14 Long Po. After parting from Yin Tianxiu in the Broken Soul Forest, because it was getting late and the city gate of Yangzhou had already been closed, Chu Wangzhen rested outside the city overnight and entered the city after dawn. After he returned to the Jinyi guardhouse, he found that Gu Chun hadn't come back last night either, and Chu Wangzhen didn't care about it. After all, Gu Chun went out to inquire about the news, and the night is the peak period of activities of those people of various religions and ranks, so one night would not be a normal thing. After returning to the guard, Chu Wangzhen washed up a bit and went to rest. He was out of the city last night, but he didn't have much rest all night, and he was going to be a night owl again tonight, so he had to recharge his batteries. As for Yin Tianxiu, after parting with Chu Wangzhen, he rushed back to Yujian Villa overnight. After all, unlike Chu Wangzhen, she has nothing to worry about here. Once it is discovered that she is not in the room, her previous disguise will be exposed. After entering the city through a special route, Yin Tianxiu avoided the detection of the Tiwei of Yujian Villa and returned to the room. "Miss, you are finally back." Seeing Yin Tianxiu appearing, Xiao Guang, who had always been on tenterhooks, finally heaved a sigh of relief, and then went up to meet Yin Tianxiu. Although Yin Tianxiu had gone out in the middle of the night like this before, it was different from this time. Because Xiao Guang knew that when Yin Tianxiu went out tonight, he must be going to meet the person who kidnapped him during the day. She was still quite worried about this, and now that her young lady had finally returned safely, Xiao Guang's tense emotions gradually relaxed. After all, once something happened to Yin Tianxiu because of the letter he brought back during the day, Xiao Guang would never forgive him. "Well, during the time I was out, did anyone notice that I had left there?" Yin Tianxiu turned a blind eye to the worry on Xiao Guang's face, and went to the table on his own, poured a cup of tea, drank it, and asked Xiao Guang what happened after he left. "No, everything is normal, except that Master Tiankai came over, but he left after hearing that Miss had fallen asleep." Hearing Yin Tianxiu's question, Xiao Guang quickly replied. "Well, you go back first, I'm going to rest." After hearing Xiao Guang's words, Yin Tianxiu nodded slightly, then waved his hand, signaling Xiao Guang to leave. "Yes." After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Xiao Guang saluted and left the room directly. Seeing Xiao Guang's figure completely disappear, Yin Tianxiu got up immediately, went to the bedroom, and turned slightly to a vase beside the bed. "Ka-ka-ka." With the sound of gears turning, an entrance suddenly appeared on a wall in the bedroom. Seeing this, Yin Tianxiu quickly dodged and entered the entrance. "Ka-ka-ka." Immediately afterwards, after Yin Tianxiu entered, the entrance on the wall was restored again. "Mother-in-law." After twisting and twisting for a while, Yin Tianxiu saw Long Po, who was hiding in the secret room. "Tianxiu, you are back, how did you get out of this trip?" Seeing Yin Tianxiu appear, the kind-faced Wang Po greeted her immediately, and began to ask how she went out tonight. In fact, this kind of thing happened. Long Po was supposed to go there with Yin Tianxiu. But today happened to be the memorial day for Na Longs and the others. Therefore, Wang Po left during the day to go to Long's villa to pay homage to her former master and mistress. When she came back, she had no choice but to get the letter Yin Tianxiu left in the secret room, and knew that she had found a solution to her physical condition when she went out this time. Dragon Po is also very concerned about Yin Tianxiu's physical condition. After all, Yin Tianxiu not only saved her life, but she also watched her grow up. After years of being dependent on each other, she has already regarded Yin Tianxiu as her daughter. As for the Dragon Mother, Yin Tianxiu also trusted her very much. It can even be said that the Dragon Mother is the person Yin Tianxiu trusts the most in this world. In this point, even her father Yin Hao and her brother Yin Tiankai can't compare. Therefore, after hearing Long Po's question, Yin Tianxiu immediately told Long Po what he saw and heard tonight, together with what Chu Wangzhen said. After listening to Yin Tianxiu's narration, Long Po was shocked immediately. Although she had long known that Yin Tianxiu's problems were caused by secretly learning Yin Zong's martial arts, she never thought that the skill Yin Tianxiu practiced was actually the Dragon clan's Dragon God art. As a servant of the Long family and Long Bo's nanny, Long Po's status in the Long family is actually not low. After all, for hundreds of years, in order to avoid Yin Zong's pursuit, the Long family has been hiding in Tibet, and there are not many people in themselves. In addition, Long Zi and the others were not serious, so Long Po was treated extremely high in Long Zi villa. This is also the reason why, as a servant of the Long family, she was able to have a marriage contract with Han Bassian. Because all of this was arranged by Long Zi and the others. They didn't regard Long Po as just a servant, but regarded her as a family member. This is also the reason why the Dragon mother-in-law left directly on the night of her wedding with Han Bassian, because she didn't want to implicate Han Bassian, and secondly, she wanted to avenge Longs and the others. It was also because of this that when she was seriously injured, she met Yin Tianxiu, who was going crazy. At this time, following Yin Tianxiu's narration, Long Po couldn't help being in a trance for a while. Mother-in-law, mother-in-law, what's the matter with you? At this time, Yin Tianxiu also noticed the abnormality of Long Po, and immediately looked at her strangely. Hey? Ah, it's okay. Hearing Yin Tianxiu's voice, Long Po came back to her senses immediately, and replied with a forced smile. Then, she took a look at Yin Tianxiu, thought for a while, and immediately revealed her identity. What, mother-in-law, you are actually from the Long family? After hearing what Long Po said, Yin Tianxiu turned pale with shock. She never thought that the Long family was so close to her. So, she quickly began to ask the Dragon Mother about the situation of the Long family, and wanted to see if she could find someone from the Long family to solve her problems. Hey, Tianxiu, that Mr. Chu didn't lie to you. The current Long family is indeed gone. I don't know when the only descendant of the Long family will be born again. It may not even appear in this life. In this world. Seeing the anticipation on Yin Tianxiu's face, Long Po gave a long sigh and said with a little sadness. After hearing what the Dragon Mother said, Yin Tianxiu immediately had mixed feelings. She thought that things had turned for the better, but she didn't expect such a result. It's okay, mother-in-law, at least Chu Wangzhen is still there, and there is still hope. After dawn, I need mother-in-law to help Tianxiu confirm whether the identity of Chu Wangzhen is true or not. Seeing the sad look on Long Po's face, Yin Tianxiu immediately suppressed the complexities in her heart, and went to comfort Long Po instead. Thanks for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Dragon God Art Acquired. Chapter 15 Dragon God Art Acquired. Okay. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Long Po nodded immediately. Just now, when Yin Tianxiu was describing what happened after seeing Chu Wangzhen, she also expressed her guess that Chu Wangzhen was a descendant of the daughter of the Long family who married out. Regarding Yin Tianxiu's guess, Long Po was non-committal. After all, when she was living in Long's villa, she had never heard of Long's sisters. However, she can't completely deny it. After all, the Long family has been passed down for hundreds of years, and it is normal for people to marry out. Even if Long Zi didn't have it in this generation, it's possible that his previous generation had it. And as a maid of the Long family, she has also heard about the cultivation conditions of this dragon god art. In this way, it is only necessary to confirm that Chu Wangzhen can really practice this dragon god art, then his identity can be confirmed. Otherwise, he would be like Yin Tianxiu at most, falling into the predicament of becoming obsessed and unable to extricate himself. Moreover, as for Chu Wangzhen's status as a relative of the Long family, Long Po actually had some expectations. After all, the Long family has now perished at the hands of Yin Zhong, and the only blood descendant has been sent by her to take refuge in the Shuiyu cave. As for the rules of Shuiyu Dongdian, Long Po had already understood it when she got Long's Tuigu. So now, she herself doesn't know whether Long Bo can still appear in front of her in this life. Now that a relative of the Long family suddenly appeared and wanted to inherit the unique knowledge of the Long family, it could be regarded as letting the Long family pass it on in another way. Not to mention that if Long Bo can really come out of the Shuiyu cave in the future, then Chu Wangzhen, who has practiced dragon god art, can also be a helper for Long Bo when he avenges his parents. After all, Dragon Po knew every detail of the strength of the great enemy who wiped out the Long family. As for Long Bo, of course she didn't want him to be in danger. It would be great if Chu Wangzhen was there to help. For all these reasons, Dragon Po did not reject Chu Wangzhen's inheritance of the Dragon clan's dragon god art anymore, but rather looked forward to it. Okay, I'll help you confirm the identity of Mr. Chu tomorrow. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Long Po didn't refuse, so she directly agreed. Although it's inconvenient for her to reveal her current identity, it's okay to do some things secretly. Shui thanked my mother-in-law that day. Hearing that the Dragon Mother agreed, Yin Tianxiu buried her head in the dragon mother's arms. Ha ha! Seeing Yin Tianxiu's rare appearance as a little girl, Long Po immediately stroked her hair with distressed expression. Well! Chu Wangzhen, who slept through the afternoon, stretched and walked out of the room. After casually eating a not-so-rich meal, after explaining a few words, he couldn't wait to walk out of Yangzhou City again, and walked towards the Broken Soul Forest. Whether the Dragon God art can be obtained depends on tonight. SHH. After arriving at Broken Soul Forest at the agreed time last night, Chu Wangzhen saw Yin Tianxiu in black falling from a big tree. Miss Yin, we meet again, with the same style. Seeing Yin Tianxiu appear, Chu Wangzhen immediately greeted Yin Tianxiu with enthusiasm. After all, soon he will be able to get a shocking art from Yin Tianxiu for free, so he should have a better attitude. If it wasn't for fear of scaring her, Chu Wangzhen would have kowtowed to her on the spot. Humph! Looking at Chu Wangzhen's enthusiastic face opposite, Yin Tianxiu certainly knew the reason why he was like this, so he snorted coldly and rolled his eyes. SHH. No nonsense. Seeing Chu Wangzhen show up, Yin Tianxiu took out something from his arms and threw it at Chu Wangzhen, who was opposite. During the daytime today, Long Po had gone to confirm Chu Wangzhen's identity, and found that he was indeed living in Jinyue, and he had only recently arrived in Yangzhou City. After all, when Chu Wangzhen and his group entered the city, they didn't hide anything. Therefore, after confirming Chu Wangzhen's true identity, Yin Tianxiu, who is not afraid of not being able to find anyone in the future, has some trust in him. Now, it depends on whether Chu Wangzhen can truly cultivate this dragon god art. Snapped! Seeing what Yin Tianxiu threw, Chu Wangzhen immediately caught it with excitement. As soon as he got it, Chu Wangzhen felt a little warm in his hand. Thinking that Yin Tianxiu took it out of his arms just now, he immediately realized that this thing might have been in her words for a long time. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Chu Wangzhen immediately looked at the things in his hand calmly. According to the feel and appearance, Chu Wangzhen guessed that this thing should be made of some kind of animal skin tissue, because it is similar to the animal skin that Chu Wangzhen had seen before in terms of feel and appearance. However, now Chu Wangzhen doesn't care about the material of this thing, what he needs is what is recorded in it. SHH. With anticipation, Chu Wangzhen unfolded the animal skin in his hand. The first thing that catches his eyes is a picture of a dragon flying into the sky, but it is different from the general picture of a dragon. This picture seems to have a unique charm, making it look like there is a real dragon in the picture, may fly out at any time. Ha ha ha! Chu Wangzhen stroked the picture of the flying dragon in his hand, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. The main reason why Chu Wangzhen lost his composure after seeing this picture of a dragon flying into the sky was not because he finally got this skill. It was because, with this technique, he finally had a chance to get rid of Chu Tianxing. After all, who can understand that as a modern person, he has walked on thin ice in front of Chu Tianxing since he was a child, and he is deeply afraid that he will be eunuched at any time. It's been 18 years, and Chu Wangzhen doesn't know how he spent these 18 years. Ahem, sorry, I lost my temper just now. Just when Chu Wangzhen was ecstatic and laughing loudly, he suddenly saw Yin Tianxiu, who was looking at him with disgust on his face, cleared his throat in embarrassment, and continued to watch the dragon god art in his hand in embarrassment. Cheats! Looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was pretending to be calm, as if nothing happened just now, Yin Tianxiu immediately rolled his eyes again, speechless. But immediately, a hint of amusedness appeared in her heart. After all, ever since she met Chu Wangzhen, in her impression, Chu Wangzhen has always been the image of a young man who is in control of everything. But she doesn't expect him to have such a side. However, although she had some changes in her heart towards Chu Wangzhen, she did not expose Chu Wangzhen's self-possessed thoughts. After all, she is smart enough to understand that since she decided to cooperate with Chu Wangzhen and hand over the dragon god art to him, the initiative between the two of them is no longer in her hands. Now, she can only hope that Chu Wangzhen is not the kind of wolf-hearted person who can really help her solve her troubles after practicing Dragon God art. Thank you for your support, please read and pay attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 The Idea of Dragon Flying to the Sky. Chapter 16 The Idea of Dragon Flying to the Sky. Of course, Chu Wangzhen didn't know about Yin Tianxiu's mental activities at this time, nor did he want to know. At this time, he was already immersed in the exercises in his hands and couldn't extricate himself. After roughly reading the Dragon God art in his hand, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help sighing that this exercise is indeed worthy of the name of the Dragon God. The exercise he is practicing now is called Zhengyang Ju, which is a Taoist exercise that Chu Tianxing specially found for him. Its quality is neither low nor high. The only advantage is that it is peaceful, and it is not easy to go crazy. It is a positive Taoist exercise. But compared with the current Dragon God art, there is a gap between heaven and earth. After roughly reading the entire chapter of Dragon God art, Chu Wangzhen discovered that this exercise is divided into two parts. One is the method of promoting qi and luck in Dragon God art, which is divided into 9 chapters. The first chapter is the method of promoting qi in the meridian realm, and the whole article describes how a warrior should get through the meridians of the whole body. Its qi circulation route includes not only the 12 orthodox meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians, but also all other thin meridians in the body. As long as Chu Wangzhen completes the first level of cultivation, the internal energy accumulated in his body will probably far exceed the limit of 36 years passed down in the world. The second chapter is the method of promoting qi in the qi realm. Although this layer does not record the method of breaking the limit like the first layer, it also records the method of how to refine the internal force and make it more pure. Just taking out this secret method can make warriors all over the world go crazy. The next 5 chapters correspond to the 5 stages of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm, and each chapter is also exquisite and unusual. The next 2 chapters were somewhat incomprehensible with Chu Wangzhen's current knowledge, but Chu Wangzhen guessed that what was recorded should be the method of cultivation after the heavenly human realm. This is indeed a bit too far away for him now, so after realizing that he couldn't understand it, Chu Wangzhen skipped it directly. And compared to this part that records the cultivation method of Dragon God art, the other part is the basis for dividing heaven and man in this world. This part is called Contemplation of the Divine Dragon Flying to the Sky, and its practice method is to constantly visualize the visualization of the Divine Dragon flying to the sky in the animal skin, so that one's own soul can also successfully transform into a dragon, which is a rare practice in the world. Mystery. It can be said that without this method of visualization, although Dragon Divine art is still a rare top-level magical art in the world, it will fall into the ranks of celestial arts. Because the essential difference between celestial and human exercises and other exercises is whether or not it contains the method of visualization. Only when the meditation method is combined with the Qi movement method can it be a complete heavenly and human exercise. Just like the Dragon Divine art in Chu Wangzhen's hands at this time, it is a peerless magical art that is as strong as it is yang. Once it is refined, it will have the characteristics of expelling poison, healing wounds, seizing objects, and protecting the body. Infinite power. But the most powerful thing about the Dragon God art is that it can turn a person into a dragon, flying into the sky, hiding from the ground, and omnipotent in attack and defense. However, in order to succeed in transforming a dragon, it is not enough to just practice Qi Xing, and the practitioner needs to get started with this Shenlong flying to the heavens. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen was sure that Yin Tianxiu on the opposite side must not have succeeded in cultivating this conception. Because not only can she not transform into a dragon, but if she wants to practice this idea, she needs the assistance of the real dragon god's true energy. And the true energy in Yin Tianxiu's body is obviously not up to the standard. If she gets started with this conception, with the demonic nature contained in her true energy, she may directly fall into madness. After all, she is not Yin Zhong, she was born with the eyes of the sky opened, and she has the divinity born from the blood of the Tong family in her body to suppress the demonic nature produced by practicing dragon god art, so she accidentally cultivated into a half-god and half-demon body. Although Yin Tianxiu is also a descendant of Yin Zhong's blood, after nearly 500 years of intermarriage in the Yin clan, the blood of the Tong clan in his body has already been thinned to almost nothing. After all, it is the Tong clan who have been living in Shuiyu Cave, who have always practiced intermarriage within the clan, and their talents are also declining. In this generation, there are not many people in the Tong family who have the talent for practicing magic, let alone open the eyes of the sky. Call. After a long time, Chu Wangzhen, who was immersed in the secret book in his hand, finally came back to his senses, and looked at Yin Tianxiu, who was still standing quietly in the distance. I also asked Miss Yin to help take care of it for a while. Wangzhen is going to try to see if he can cultivate this dragon god art now. Okay. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu was shocked for a moment. After all, when she was practicing, she was most afraid of being disturbed by others. She didn't understand why Chu Wangzhen believed her so much. However, with her ingenuity, she immediately understood that this was another certificate from Chu Wangzhen. After all, only when she truly cultivated the dragon god technique in front of her, would she be completely at ease. After thinking about this, Yin Tianxiu looked at Chu Wangzhen with a slightly softened look. In fact, it was exactly as Yin Tianxiu thought. Chu Wangzhen really wanted to give her a reassurance first. After all, with the fire dragon ball, Chu Wangzhen felt that his chances of success were not low. However, there is another reason why Chu Wangzhen did this, and that is that this place is indeed more suitable for him to transfer. After all, Jin Yiwei has a lot of people talking, who knows if the news of his conversion to practice will be exposed. The others are fine, but if Sun Yifeng finds out and it gets to Chu Tianxing's ears, it will not be very good up. Before he was absolutely sure, Chu Wangzhen didn't want to expose himself in advance. Don't worry, I won't let anyone come over to disturb you. SHH. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's reply, Chu Wangzhen immediately sat down on the ground, spread the animal skin in front of him, and prepared to start training. After adjusting his breath for a while and sorting out his state to the peak, Chu Wangzhen began to promote the internal force in the gas according to the content in the first chapter of Dragon God Art Qi Movement Method. Boom! After Chu Wangzhen practiced the Qi circulation method in the first article for a week, the internal force in his body went out of control, and he began to continuously advance according to the operation route just now. At this time, Chu Wangzhen's internal force was running at 10 times faster than when he was actively cultivating. Suddenly, a tingling sensation began to spread from the meridians in his body. Humph! The terrible situation in his body immediately made Chu Wangzhen frown, and subconsciously let out a muffled sound. Looking at Chu Wangzhen with a distorted expression, Yin Tianxiu frowned involuntarily, not understanding why he behaved like this. After all, although she often had thoughts of killing in her heart because of practicing the dragon god art, she never had the situation like Chu Wangzhen's now. Thanks for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was sweating profusely and frowning, although Yin Tianxiu felt strange, she didn't bother him easily. After all, Chu Wangzhen is obviously in a state of deep cultivation now. No matter what the situation is, she cannot easily wake him up. Otherwise, nothing will change. Moreover, the dragon god art she practiced by herself is obviously not authentic. What if Chu Wangzhen's current state is the normal situation when she is practicing dragon god art? But she didn't know that Chu Wangzhen was indeed on the verge of life and death at this time. After running the internal force in his body according to a specific route for a week, his internal force completely lost control. Moreover, with the continuous operation of internal force, Chu Wangzhen only felt that the internal force in his body was running faster and faster, and his meridians seemed to be torn apart soon, causing great pain. Not only that, as the internal force continued to move according to this special trajectory, he only felt that the internal force in his body began to emit a special attraction, as if he wanted to draw something from his body. After sensing this, Chu Wangzhen immediately understood that the reason for his current situation was that in order to cultivate the real dragon god art, he needed to combine his inner strength with the dragon energy contained in the blood of the dragon god to form a unique "The dragon god is really angry." At this time, Chu Wangzhen didn't have the blood of the dragon god in his heart, and he couldn't conceive the dragon energy, which caused his internal force to start to get out of control. Buzz! At this moment, Chu Wangzhen really felt that as the suction contained in his own internal force became stronger and stronger, something in his body seemed to be pulled out of his body by him. All of a sudden, a slight feeling of weakness continuously spread from inside the body. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a slight murderous thought began to rise from the bottom of Chu Wan's heart. After sensing this, Chu Wangzhen understood that it was the demonic nature that was beginning to grow in his body. Could it be that I guessed wrong? This fire dragon ball is just a name, but it has nothing to do with the legendary dragon at all. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. SHH. But I didn't want to. At this moment, the mutation appeared again. I saw that the fire dragon ball that had stayed in his body for 18 years, seemed to sense his thoughts, and immediately emitted a powerful devouring force. In just a few breaths of effort, all the internal energy in Chu Wangzhen's body had been swallowed up by the fire dragon ball. With the disappearance of the internal force in the body, although the crisis of the bursting of the meridians has been resolved, but at the same time, a feeling of extreme emptiness began to emerge from Chu Wangzhen's body. Hold head high. But he didn't expect that in the next second, countless fiery red chi flowed out from the fire dragon ball again, and in just an instant, Chu Wangzhen's 12 straight channels that had been opened up were already filled. Not only that, after the fiery red chi filled the meridians that Chu Wangzhen had opened up, they didn't stop, and there was still a steady stream of genkai spit out from the fire dragon ball, converging with the genkai in its meridians. Crack! With a soft sound, the Yangqiao meridian among the 8 odd meridians has been opened, and countless fiery red true chi immediately occupied the Yangqiao meridian. After that, the genkai spewed out from the fire dragon ball broke through the 3 strange channels of Yangqiao, Yangwei, and Yunwei. Hold head high. With the great changes in Chu Wangzhen's body, abnormal images also appeared outside his body. I only heard a majestic and immature dragon chant resounding in Chu Wangzhen's body, and then I saw streams of fiery red true energy begin to emerge from Chu Wangzhen's body, and then gathered around him to form a fire dragon, circling around watching him keep flying up and down. True chi transforming into form? Is this the real dragon god art? It looks like he has really completed it. Looking at the fire dragon flying up and down around Chu Wangzhen, Yin Tianxiu murmured to himself with complicated eyes. With her eyesight, of course, she could tell at a glance that Chu Wangzhen was still in the state of Tongmei at this time, but her body unexpectedly showed a characteristic that can only appear in the Sea of Qi state genkai transforming into form. At this time, Yin Tianxiu's heart was full of joy, envy, and even a trace of jealousy. After all, this kind of supreme opportunity was right in front of her eyes, and it even belonged to her, but she could only let it go to others. How desolate it was! Even with Yin Tianxiu's self-cultivation, his mentality was a little out of balance. However, when she thought that her physical problems could be resolved, she felt a little comfort in her heart. But at this time, Chu Wangzhen didn't have time to care about what Yin Tianxiu was thinking. At this moment, he was suppressing the true energy in his body with all his strength, trying to stop them from breaking through. After all, although it is very refreshing to open up the meridians continuously, but if the improvement is too large at once, he is worried that it will affect his foundation. Because his goal is the pinnacle of martial arts in this world, of course he won't short-sightedly focus on this small improvement right now. Although it might be fun to take off directly now, he is afraid that in the future he will need to spend more time and energy on polishing and consolidating the foundation, so the gain outweighs the loss. With Chu Wangzhen's continuous efforts, the fiery red qi in his body finally stopped escaping from the fire dragon ball. Call. It took a while to polish the 4 strange veins that had just been opened, and after stabilizing the soaring genkai in his body, Chu Wangzhen finally let out a breath, and opened his eyes that had been tightly closed. How does it feel? Seeing that Chu Wangzhen had opened his eyes but still had no intention of speaking, Yin Tianxiu couldn't help but began to ask. Tisk tisk, how should I put it, one word sums it up: cool. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, Chu Wangzhen smacked his lips twice, felt the fiery red true energy still flowing in his body, and raised his brows. Humph! Seeing Chu Wangzhen's smug face, Yin Tianxiu didn't know why, a surge of anger immediately rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Cough cough. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen coughed in embarrassment immediately, stood up quickly, straightened his clothes and said, Wan Xin was able to cultivate this dragon god art, thanks to Ms. Yin. From now on, Ms. Yin will ask for something. Please open your mouth as much as you want, and Wangzhen will definitely do his best to help. Seeing the sincerity on Chu Wangzhen's face, Yin Tianxiu's tense complexion eased a little. Well, I don't know if it's convenient, but I want to investigate the situation in Miss Yin's body now, so as to see if the demonic nature in Miss Yin's body can be erased. After all, if it is resolved early, Miss Yin can also suffer less. Looking at Yin Tianxiu, who was still silent in front of him, Chu Wangzhen, who felt that the atmosphere was a little dry, immediately offered to solve the problem for him. After all, this was what the two of them had agreed on before, and now that Chu Wangzhen had completed the Dragon God technique, of course he would not regret it. Thanks for your support, seek to follow up, seek attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Magical Nature. Chapter 18 Magical Nature. Cough, I'm sorry. Chu Wangzhen looked at Yin Tianxiu, who was silent in front of him, and knew that she had acquiesced, so he coughed dryly and walked in front of him. Sensing Chu Wangzhen approaching, Yin Tianxiu knew that he was about to check his physical condition, so he stretched out his hand directly. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen also stretched out his hand and put it on her wrist, and then drove a wisp of fire dragon true energy into Yin Tianxiu's body. SHH. As soon as this ray of fire dragon true energy entered Yin Tianxiu's body, it seemed to add fuel to the fire in an instant, causing all the internal energy in Yin Tianxiu's body to go berserk and besiege them together. Humph! In just an instant, Yin Tianxiu groaned in pain. Obviously, the violent internal force in his body caused him great pain. At the same time, Chu Wangzhen also sensed the situation in Yin Tianxiu's body, so he quickly increased the input and injected more fire dragon true energy into Yin Tianxiu's body. As the amount of fire dragon genkai in his body continued to increase, Yin Tianxiu only felt a tearing pain coming from his whole body, causing his brows to be tightly frowned. Seeing Yin Tianxiu's increasingly pale face and sweating profusely in pain, Chu Wan knew that he couldn't go on like this. If it goes on like this, not to mention curing it, Yin Tianxiu's internal force will violently die directly. SHH. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen withdrew the fire dragon true qi that was about to be injected into Yin Tianxiu's body. However, when Chu Wangzhen took back the released genkai into his body, he suddenly felt that after this genkai entered his body, it actually caused a sense of obscurity in the movement of genkai in his body. After discovering this, Chu Wangzhen was astonished immediately, and quickly began to carefully check his true energy. After a long time, under Chu Wangzhen's careful inspection, he discovered that at some point, his fire dragon's true energy was mixed with a ray of blood-red energy. It's just that this strange energy is so subtle that it took Chu Wangzhen so long to find it. This is. After carefully separating this ray of blood-red energy from his true energy, Chu Wangzhen immediately began to perceive the characteristics of this ray of energy. Suddenly, a slight irritability began to flood Chu Wangzhen. Sensing this change in his own emotions, Chu Wangzhen understood that this blood-red energy was probably the demon nature in Yin Tianxiu's body due to the forced cultivation of Dragon God art. Because before, Chu Wangzhen had the same feeling when he first tried to practice Dragon God art. It was only because of Fire Dragon Ball that he got out of this predicament later. After figuring out the situation, Chu Wangzhen immediately began to stimulate the Fire Dragon's true energy in his body, trying to erase this ray of magic. But what Chu Wangzhen didn't expect was that the Fire Dragon's true energy in his body couldn't melt this ray of magic. Fortunately, this ray of magic couldn't help Chu Wangzhen's Fire Dragon's true energy. Excreted. However, just when Chu Wangzhen was about to make a move, he saw that the Fire Dragon Ball in his danshan emitted another suction force, directly swallowing up that ray of magic. After sensing this, Chu Wangzhen quickly began to inspect the Fire Dragon Ball in his body, wanting to see if there was any abnormality in it. After all, that ray of magic is not a good thing at a glance. Who knows whether there will be any impact if the Fire Dragon Ball swallows it. Fortunately, after Chu Wangzhen's careful inspection, he found that the Fire Dragon Ball was still quietly suspended in his danshan, and there was no abnormality, so Chu Wangzhen was relieved. Call. After opening his eyes, Chu Wangzhen saw Yin Tianxiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, still calming down the internal force in his body. After all, the riot just now took place in her body, so of course it took far more energy than Chu Wangzhen. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Yin Tianxiu's irritability to completely disappear, and when he opened his eyes, it was obvious that the trouble had been resolved. How? After opening his eyes, Yin Tianxiu immediately looked at Chu Wangzhen and asked directly. Hearing her question, Chu Wan knew in her heart that she was asking herself whether her problem could be solved. Some trouble. After pondering for a while, Chu Wangzhen looked into her eyes and said. And the factual result was indeed as Chu Wangzhen said, it was a bit troublesome, but it was not impossible. At least for Chu Wangzhen, there are two options. First, wait for him to complete the Dragon God art. After all, he hasn't started to practice the Dragon God flying to the heavens viewpoint. And that demonic nature is obviously aimed at the negative impact on the spirit. Chu Wangzhen felt that after he got started with Dragon God Fission viewpoint, he would probably be able to slowly wipe away the demonic nature in Yin Tianxiu's body in a steady stream. The second solution requires Chu Wangzhen to absorb the demonic nature in Yin Tianxiu's body into his own body like just now, and then rely on the Fire Dragon Ball to solve it. However, Chu Wangzhen didn't want to do this. After all, although the Fire Dragon Ball did not show any abnormality after devouring that ray of magic just now, who knows whether it is because the Fire Dragon Ball itself is immune to the influence of magic, or because the amount of magic energy just now is too small. So there is no abnormality. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen felt that it would be better to wait until he got started with the thoughts of the divine dragon flying to the sky. Of course, Yin Tianxiu was completely unaware of Chu Wangzhen's thoughts. However, she also heard the meaning in Chu Wan's heart. Some troubles meant that they could be resolved. Thinking of this, even with Yin Tianxiu's temperament, he was a little excited immediately. After all, since practicing the Dragon God art, she has been tormented by this demonic nature, and now, every time she performs the exercise, the murderous thoughts in her heart become stronger and stronger. Yin Tianxiu felt that if this went on like this, sooner or later she would be swallowed up by the slaughter. Now hearing Chu Wangzhen say that this problem that has been bothering her can be solved, she is of course excited. Hey, don't be too happy too early. If you want to solve your problem now, I still need to refine the concept in the Dragon God art. If so, you still have to wait for a while. Looking at Yin Tianxiu, who seemed to be relaxed in front of him, Chu Wangzhen didn't hide anything, and immediately told the truth. I see. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu was only slightly taken aback, then nodded lightly to express his understanding. Although in this way, she still needs to wait for a while, but she has endured it for so many years, and of course she doesn't mind waiting for a while, as long as the final result is good. Thanks for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Secret. Chapter 19 Secret. Looking at the heroic Yin Tianxiu in front of him, Chu Wangzhen thought for a while before speaking again. Miss Yin, although I am sure to get rid of the demonic nature in your body now, it is only a temporary solution after all. As long as you continue to practice the dragon god art in the future, then this demonic nature will continue to flow from your body. Born out of it, so. I see. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, the expression on Yin Tianxiu's face did not change at all. Obviously, he had considered this issue long ago. In fact, Yin Tianxiu tried to modify the exercises as early as after discovering that there was a problem with her body. It's just that she found that although the magic in her body didn't continue to increase after practicing the exercises, it didn't decrease either, and it still existed in her body. Coupled with Yin Zhong's pressure, she regained dragon god art like drinking poison to quench her thirst. After all, although practicing the dragon god art will indeed increase the demonic nature in her body, it is a celestial art after all, and its power is certainly not comparable to other exercises. Anyway, the demonic nature in her body is forever, she might as well go all the way to the dark. But now, the appearance of Chu Wangzhen gave her another choice. As long as Chu Wangzhen completely removes the demon nature in his body, Yin Tianxiu can switch to other exercises. She has already chosen the exercise that she is about to switch to, and that is the Yin's heart method that they have passed down from Mujian Villa for generations. Although the name of this skill is mediocre, its quality is not low, even compared with those famous magic skills in the world, it is not far behind. Although this technique is not as good as the Dragon God technique she is practicing now, the fact that Mujian Villa has been able to rely on it for more than 500 years is a testament to its power. If it wasn't for the ancestral precepts of Mujian Villa that this technique was passed on to men but not to women, Yin Tianxiu might not be able to practice this dragon god art. Although Mujian Villa has ancestral precepts, it is impossible for Yin Tianxiu to pass on this skill in an open and honest manner, but who made her have a brother who loves her? Yin Tianxiu is confident that she can obtain this Yin's mind method from Yin Tiankai. Of course, Chu Wangzhen didn't know Yin Tianxiu's plan. At this time, seeing that Yin Tianxiu didn't respond to what he said, he knew that she had her own thoughts, so he didn't ask. Afterwards, after greeting Yin Tianxiu and agreeing on a future contact method, Chu Wangzhen left with the secret book of Dragon God art in his hand. Now, Chu Wangzhen hadn't refined the thoughts of Dragon God flying to the sky, so he had to take this secret book with him. After all, in order to practice meditation, one needs to constantly visualize the Dragon God flying to the sky in the cheat book. SHH. After seeing Chu Wangzhen's figure disappear completely, he heard a figure suddenly float down from a distant tree and land beside Yin Tianxiu. Mother-in-law. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared beside her, Yin Tianxiu was not surprised at all, because this person was the dragon mother-in-law whom she invited to prevent accidents. Tianxiu. Seeing the relieved expression on Yin Tianxiu's face, Long Po immediately hugged her in distress and patted her on the back with ease. After all, Yin Tianxiu has been tortured by the devil in her body all these years, and she has seen it all. Now that she saw hope, she was also happy for Yin Tianxiu. At the same time, Chu Wangzhen, who had walked out of the Broken Soul Forest, of course did not know that there was another person hiding in the dark in the forest just now. At this time, he was walking in the direction of Yangzhou City while falling into deep thought. But what she was thinking about was still about Yin Tianxiu's situation. In fact, although what he said to Yin Tianxiu just now was not false, he didn't tell everything. Just now, when he penetrated into Yin Tianxiu's body with his fire dragon true energy, although he quickly withdrew his true energy, he made another discovery. That is, he found that Yin Tianxiu's body was far weaker than he imagined. In Chu Wangzhen's view, this kind of deficiency didn't look like the kind of deficiency caused by illness or malnutrition, but more like a deficiency that emanated from the inside out. To put it bluntly, Chu Wangzhen discovered that Yin Tianxiu's vitality may be far less than that of an ordinary person who has never practiced. You know, Yin Tianxiu is a martial artist who has completed his meridians and may enter the Sea of Qi realm at any time. But the vitality in his body is so weak, this situation is really abnormal. Obviously, the reason why Yin Tianxiu is in such a situation is still due to the demon nature in his body, or because he has practiced the Dragon God art. At this time, Chu Wangzhen suddenly thought that when he was practicing Dragon God art, he also felt that something was sucked out of his body. At that moment, there was indeed a sense of weakness welling up in his heart, and now it seemed that what was sucked out of his body was his own vitality. Phew! I didn't expect that this Dragon God art practiced by a person without the blood of the Dragon God would have such drawbacks. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help secretly rejoicing that he had the help of the Fire Dragon Ball to complete the Dragon God technique. Otherwise, if you practice a Kung Fu, you will not only become possessed and killed, but also your lifespan will be shortened the more you practice it. Who can bear it? With such a skill, it is all right to call it a magic skill. At this time, Chu Wangzhen suddenly thought that in the original book, after Yin Tianxiu fell off the Hell Rock, he was actually poisoned by the fire poison in it. One must know that the Dragon God art itself has the property of expelling poison, but Yin Tianxiu who has practiced Dragon God art will be poisoned, and there is no cure at all. This is obviously not just a problem of poison. Later, Yin Zhong and Long Bo, two people who also practiced Dragon God art, were burned directly by the fire of Hell Rock for several years without incident. Looking at it now, Chu Wangzhen reckoned that the reason why Yin Tianxiu had such a result might be because he didn't have much life force remaining in his body at that time. Thinking of Yin Tianxiu's picturesque face, Chu Wang couldn't help feeling sorry for her. According to his estimates, even if this Yin Tianxiu switches to other exercises and gets rid of the influence of Dragon God art, he will basically not die. The greatest possibility is that after a dozen or 20 years, he will pass away because of the end of his life. However, although Chu Wangzhen felt sorry for this, after all, it is indeed a pity for a generation of beauties to pass away at a young age, but he was not prepared to take any measures, and he was not even prepared to tell her his discovery. Because even if he said so, what does he have any solution, saying it would only increase Yin Tianxiu's annoyance. After all, how precious is the thing that can prolong life in this world, which is so easy to find. In fact, if Chu Wangzhen is willing to give Yin Tianxiu his Fire Dragon Ball, it may solve her physical condition. After all, the Water Fire Dragon Ball is rumored to have the effect of making people live forever. But how could someone give up such an opportunity? At least Chu Wangzhen asked himself that he couldn't do this. Thank you for your support, please read and pay attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Big Gangs. Chapter 20. After waiting outside the city again until dawn, Chu Wangzhen returned to the guard with ease. Because of the opening of 4 strange veins in a row last night, even though Chu Wangzhen hadn't slept all night, she didn't feel tired at all. Therefore, after returning to the guard, Chu Wangzhen immediately asked someone to see if Gu Chun and the others had returned. After all, now that Dragon God art is in hand, the most important thing right now is to make money. Whether it is to complete the tasks issued by the court or Chu Wangzhen's own cultivation needs, he needs to get enough money as soon as possible. After returning to the room, not long after, a knock on the door came to Chu Wangzhen's ears. Come in. Grown-ups. Looking at Gu Chun, who was a little listless and had a strong smell of makeup on his body, Chu Wan thought he understood where he spent last night. However, Chu Wangzhen didn't have any opinion on this. After all, brothels were indeed the best place to inquire about news. Get up, how is the task assigned to you going? About the news about the 4 major gangs in Yangzhou City, how is the inquiry? Have you figured out what forces are behind them? After picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Chu Wangzhen asked lightly. Through the unremitting efforts of my subordinates, I finally found out the true and false facts of the 4 major gangs in the city, and I am going to report to you, my lord." After finishing speaking, he took a sneak peek at Chu Wangzhen, and seeing that he was silent, Gu Chundang even told the news he had heard in the past 2 days. The first of the 4 major gangs is the Qinglang gang in the east of the city. Although on the surface, Wu Poshan, the leader of the Qinglang gang, relied on the strength of the Qi Si realm to conquer this huge force, but after investigation by his subordinates, it was later discovered that the Blue Wolf gang is inextricably linked to the Excalibur Villa, and it is estimated that the Blue Wolf gang is the pocketbook of the Excalibur Villa. Secondly, Baikatang occupies the most prosperous southern part of Yangzhou City. The hall master, Chong Yao, is only in the state of consummation of the meridians. He is the weakest of the leaders of the 4 major guilds, but the person behind Baikatang it's not hidden either. The entire Yangzhou City basically knows that it is Yin Tiankai, the young owner of Yujian Villa. Oh? Yin Tiankai? They have a big business in the Yujian Mountain Villa, and they can actually take a fancy to such a small gang. Hearing that Gu Chun said that the person behind Baikatang was actually Yin Tiankai, Chu Wangzhen became interested immediately. After all, the 4 major gangs in Yangzhou City may be giants in the eyes of ordinary people, but they are like ants to sitting tigers like Yujian Villa. Chu Wangzhen didn't understand how Yin Tiankai would have anything to do with this Baikatang if he didn't act as the young master of Yujian Villa. Yes, when the subordinates first heard the news, they were also quite surprised, but it is said that the reason why Master Yin Xiao supported the Baikatang was to let them go to the rivers and lakes to collect all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs. Hearing Chu Wangzhen's question, Gu Chun was not surprised either. After all, between Yujian Villa and Baikatang, one is in the sky and the other is in a deep ditch. It is indeed strange that they can be related. I see. After hearing what Gu Chun said later, Chu Wangzhen suddenly realized. It seems that Yin Tiankai supported this Baiko Hall for Yin Tianxiu. Collecting those rare flowers and plants is probably for Yin Tianxiu's daily use to relieve boredom. After all, in Yin Tiankai's eyes, his sister is bored in the room every day, and there is nothing else to do except play with flowers and plants. Chu Wangzhen reckoned that Yin Tiankai was not that interested in this Baikatang. The fact that he was able to occupy the south of the city and rank among the 4 major gangs in Yangzhou City was probably because other forces were afraid of Yujian Villa, so they didn't do anything to Baikatang. After thinking it over, Chu Wangzhen immediately signaled Gu Chun to continue introducing the other 2 gangs. The third guild is the White Clothes Guild occupying the west of the city. The president, Lian Ruoxiu, is a martial artist in the Qi Si realm. From his surname, adults can probably guess a thing or two. The power behind the White Clothes Guild is Wu Zhao Villa. After hearing Gu Chun's words, Chu Wangzhen just took a sip of tea quietly and was not surprised. After all, it is impossible for the 4 major gangs to be able to occupy such a fertile place as Yangzhou City without the support of other forces behind them. However, if other forces want to enter Yangzhou City, it is basically impossible to bypass the 3 major villas. What interested Chu Wangzhen now was the fact that the forces that finally occupied the north of the city did not know who was behind it. The last of the 4 major gangs is called the 4 Seas Gang. Its leader, Huang Sijia, has a Qi Si realm cultivation. This 4 Seas Gang is also the richest one among the 4 major gangs, because it has led almost -% of the merchants in the north of the city to do business together. Business, and even the other 3 areas have been involved. Not only that, but the other 3 major gangs didn't take any drastic actions against the behavior of the 4 Seas Gang. At most, they just asked the 4 Seas Gang to pay a sum of money. Interesting. Hearing Gu Chun mention the 4 Seas Gang, Chu Wan's heart immediately moved. Gu Chun also knew a thing or two about the purpose of this parade, and now that he put the 4 Seas Gang at the end, he obviously thought that this target was the easiest to attack. Have you heard about who is behind the 4 Seas Gang? Nan Wangfu, according to the information obtained by the subordinates, the sister of Huang Sijia, the leader of the 4 Seas Gang, seems to be the concubine of Nan Wang's son. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's question, Gu Chun didn't hesitate, and immediately told what he knew. Hearing Gu Chun say the name of Nan Wangfu, Chu Wangzhen's eyes froze immediately. Of course, Chu Wangzhen knew about the famous Nan Wang mansion. The first southern king was named Zhu Chen, the number 14 son of Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Chen was smart, studious, well-behaved, and obedient since he was a child, and was deeply loved by Zhu Yuanzhang. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang later named him the Southern King and asked him to build a mansion in the south of the Yangtze River and establish the Southern King's mansion. You must know that when Zhu Yuanzhang was alive, the capital of the Ming dynasty was Jinling, which is equivalent to wearing the king of the south by his side. What a favor this is! After years of development, the Nanwang mansion has already become a colossus in the Jiangnan area. At the beginning when Zhu De moved his capital to Yanjing, there was a reason why he was afraid of the Nanwang. The current King Nan is the eldest son of Zhu Chen, who will inherit the throne of King Nan after his death. Speaking of which, this Nanwang can be regarded as Chu Wangzhen's uncle. But obviously, it was impossible for Chu Wangzhen to recognize him at the door. After recalling the origin of the southern palace, Chu Wangzhen understood what Gu Chun meant. The Four Seas gang was obviously a purse made by the Prince of Nanwang. Even if Chu Wangzhen copied it, it was impossible for the Nanwangfu to take action against Chu Wangzhen and the others for a mere purse that would not be seen. After all, it is impossible for the Nanwang mansion to not know the purpose of their trip to Beijing this time. Now that they are attacking Chu Wangzhen, they are slapping the emperor in the face. This is not like the other three major gangs. Behind them are the three villas, except that Yujian Villa may know something. Shenjian Villa and Wujiao Villa do not have such a strong relationship in the court. Once Chu Wangzhen made a move against their forces, who knew what methods they would use to deal with Chu Wangzhen? After all, the sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes don't care who you are from Jinyue or the imperial court. Persimmons should be picked softly. The more you know, the more you will take care of. Gu Chun, focus on investigating the Four Seas gang, and I will give you a day to find enough evidence to kill it. After making up his mind, Chu Wangzhen immediately ordered. Thank you for your support, please follow up, please pay attention, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Four Sea Gang, Extinct. Chapter 21 The Universal Gang, Destroy. Yes. When Gu Chun heard that Chu Wangzhen said that he would only have one day to find evidence that would kill the Universal Gang, not only was he not in a hurry, but he smiled directly. After all, in a day, the ghost knew that he would not be able to find any substantive evidence. But Chu Wangzhen still ordered it like this. Obviously, what he meant was not to really ask him to find evidence, but to create evidence. Anyway, planting and framing, this is what Jin Yiwei is good at. After all, Jin Yiwei's work is not like the 6 doors, where the evidence is true or false, it doesn't matter at all. What's more, what they are targeting this time is still people in the Jianghu. For these groups that are not under the control of the imperial court, the imperial court has always been a headache. Therefore, even if the imperial court finds out about Chu Wangzhen's falsification of evidence in the future, they will at most give a verbal warning. After all, what Chu Wangzhen and the others did this time was all for raising military expenses for Daming. Seeing Gu Chun who was getting ready to go out, Chu Wangzhen put down the teacup in his hand and went back to his room to practice in seclusion. After all, his dragon god art has not been refined yet, so of course he can't slack off in the slightest. In this way, the time soon came to midnight. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Chu Wangzhen led his men and quietly surrounded the headquarters of the Four Seas gang in the north of the city. It may be that the members of the Four Seas gang never thought that there would still be people who would dare to attack him in Yangzhou City, so Chu Wangzhen and his group easily approached him. Check equipment. As early as the daytime, Chu Wangzhen took enough equipment from the equipment warehouse of the Jinyi guards, and armed his men to the teeth. And in order to hide his identity, Chu Wangzhen specifically explained that he could not wear clothes with logos when he acted tonight, and all night clothes were on his body. Attack, leave no one alive. Seeing that his subordinates were fully prepared, Chu Wangzhen immediately gave the order to start the attack. Hey! Hey! Just hearing two sharp piercing sounds, the two guards guarding the gate of the main rudder of the Four Seas gang were directly shot dead by arrows. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Gu Chun, all Jin Yiwei rushed into the Four Seas gang like a black torrent, killing anyone they saw. After all, this operation was meant to set the blame on. Of course, it would be best to kill people and silence them. As long as there are no survivors, Chu Wangzhen has the final say on the facts. As for Chu Wangzhen, as the leader, of course he didn't have to go on the field in person to charge the battle. After all, don't a gentleman stand under a dangerous wall? Moreover, Chu Wangzhen didn't want to expose her true strength. After all, before Chu Tianxing was resolved, Chu Wangzhen felt that it was better to be more cautious. Therefore, he took Sun Yifeng to stand in the distance, watching his subordinates charge away. Who the hell? After eating the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard, he dared to attack my Four Seas gang. Don't you know how to write the word dead? Kill me. Kill. Although Gu Chun and the others are veterans of assassination. But with so many people in the headquarters of the Four Seas gang, it is of course impossible to completely hide them. Therefore, after a while, a loud noise resounded everywhere. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of weapons colliding. It's just that, facing Gu Chun and the others, the elite guards in Jinyi, the members of the Four Seas gang are certainly not enough. Coupled with the equipment that Chu Wangzhen sent out in advance, which was almost armed to the teeth, the situation in front of him was almost one-sided. However, the Four Seas gang is not without the ability to resist at all. Chu Wangzhen looked at a big bearded man in the crowd who was holding a big knife and was beating a dozen or so embarrassing guards in brocade clothes, and immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. You know, Jin Yiwei is not like those people in the world, who pay attention to heroism and are good at fighting alone. As a special organization selected from the army at the beginning, all Jin Yiwei have undergone special military training. At the moment, more than a dozen Jin Yiweis can't take down the big man. It seems that he is Huang Sijia, the leader of the Four Seas gang, a martial artist of Qi Si realm. Thinking of this, Chu Wan immediately turned his attention to Sun Yifeng, who was holding a sword in both hands. The reason why he kept him was not to let him charge with those Jin Yiwei, just for now. Chong. Sensing Chu Wangzhen's gaze, Sun Yifeng didn't say anything, just pulled out the long sword from his arms and rushed towards the bearded man. When Huang Sijia, who was splashing water with a big knife in the crowd, suddenly felt a chill hit his heart. Years of combat experience made him subconsciously use a night fighting eight-fang Tibetan sword style, forcing all the guards around him to retreat, and slashing behind him with a single knife. This knife just collided with the long sword that Sun Yifeng stabbed straight at. Scumbags, who are you guys? Seeing Sun Yifeng holding a sharp sword in front of him with an expressionless face, Huang Sijia was sweating profusely on his back, feeling a burst of fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have been almost chilled by the person in front of him. Immediately after the fear, a wave of anger and despair hit my heart. After all, no one dared to provoke him easily since he was fawned on by the Four Seas gang to Nanwang Mansion, but now, someone suddenly came to kill him, and it seemed that he was still planning to kill him. How dare they do this? Don't know if there is someone above him. But obviously, Sun Yifeng didn't plan to talk too much with him. Seeing that his blow was fruitless, he immediately stabbed out with his sword again. Stuffed in his mouth, he could only encourage him to parry. Seeing that his subordinates were about to be slaughtered by this group of people who suddenly appeared, Huang Sijia became more and more anxious. Because he knew that as long as his men were dead, he would not be able to run away either. It's a pity that the current him can only watch helplessly, unable to take care of himself. And the fact is exactly as Huang Sijia thought. Not long after, all his subordinates were strangled one by one with the tacit cooperation of Jin Yiwei. Then, all Jin Yiwei surrounded the battlefield between him and Sun Yifeng, but luckily they didn't attack, they just cut off the possibility of him escaping. Chang. Seeing that his vitality was gone, Huang Sijia's moves began to become chaotic unconsciously. Regarding this point, not only Sun Yifeng, who was fighting with him, found out, but even Chu Wangzhen, who was watching from a distance, noticed it. After discovering this, Chu Wangzhen immediately lost the interest to continue watching, and now the ending has been decided. Gu Chun, you go up and help, and solve it as soon as possible. Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's order, Gu Chun immediately drew out the knife that had just been sheathed, and went forward to sweep the formation for Sun Yifeng. Although Gu Chun is only in the Tongmei realm and is not qualified to participate in the fight of the Qi Si realm, it is still no problem to play support on the side. After all, Huang Sijia was already in danger under Sun Yifeng's sword, and Gu Chun became the last straw. As the Dongchang thug, Sun Yifeng certainly didn't have the consciousness of fighting alone. When Gu Chun attracted the attention of the enemy, he immediately seized the opportunity, sealed his throat with his sword, and beheaded Huang Sijia. So far, the 4 C's gang of the 4 major gangs in Yangzhou City has completely disappeared. Thanks for your support, seek to follow up, seek attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Getting Rich, the panel opens. Chapter 22 Getting Rich, the panel opens. SHH. After killing Huang Sijia with one sword, Sun Yifeng immediately withdrew his sword and stepped aside. Okay, let's get started. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen immediately waved his hand, indicating that others can do it. As for himself, he walked to the chair in the lobby and sat down, quietly waiting to see the results of this operation. After receiving Chu Wangzhen's order, the others immediately began to draw 3 feet towards the chief rudder of the 4 C's gang. After a while, everyone began to return with a rewarding experience. They were not carrying all kinds of tin boxes, or carrying all kinds of strange things. Under the leadership of Gu Chun's records, they were extremely busy. Chu Wangzhen leaned on the seat, looking at the harvest in front of him happily. As the leader of this operation, he should have his share of these things. Boxes of gold, jewelry, valuable antique calligraphy and paintings, all kinds of elixir, natural materials and earthly treasures were all looted and placed in front of Chu Wangzhen. Beside him, Gu Chun held a book in his hand, and recorded all the things carried out one by one. About half an hour later. My lord, please take a look, all the things copied from the 4 C's gang are here. While Gu Chun was speaking, he respectfully handed the brochure in front of Chu Wangzhen. Chu Wangzhen nodded when he heard the words, and began to look through them one by one after taking it. I don't know, I'm scared. It turned out that 18 taels of gold and 32 taels of silver were copied from the main rudder of the 4 C's gang. In other words, this time the house was ransacked, and a total of 220 million taels of silver was stolen. My lord, in addition to this, there are some real estate land titles. I haven't estimated them yet, but I guess they can be tens of thousands of taels. Looking at the list in his hand, Chu Wan's eyes flickered. Now all he was thinking about was how much he could slip into his pocket, and if he could, of course he wanted to swallow it all. After all, his gold finger was already a big money eater, and he had hardly made any money under Chu Tianxing's nose all these years. Therefore, this golden finger is basically useless to Chu Wangzhen who has no money. But it would be another matter if there was enough gold, so Chu Wangzhen looked at the list in his hand, full of thoughts. But he also knows that it is okay to take some things, but if he is greedy and takes too much, there will be big problems. Although only Chu Wangzhen and Gu Chun know exactly how many things are in front of them, but if too many things are missing at once, the others are not fools. There are so many people talking, it is basically impossible to keep any secrets. But Chu Wangzhen would be very unwilling if he just let go of the current opportunity to gain weight. Call. Gritting his teeth, Chu Wangzhen looked at Gu Chun, who was silent in front of him, and said, "Draw 2 taels of silver from it, and share it with everyone. I will handle the rest myself." "Yes." After hearing Chu Wangzhen's order, Gu Chun's eyes flashed brightly, but he still had good eyesight and didn't ask any more questions. After all, for 2 taels of silver, the sum of all the people involved in their operation this time is less than 100 people. Even if it is divided equally, one person can get more than 200 taels of silver. But obviously, it is impossible to divide evenly. As the vanguard of this operation, of course he will tear off a piece of fat in it. For him, with a monthly salary of only a dozen or so taels, this was a huge windfall, and of course he couldn't give it up. Although it is obvious that what Chu Wan is thinking right now is to take a large sum of money privately, what does it matter to him? Gu Chun, who has a clear understanding of himself, understands that with his weight, it is very good to be able to divide so much, and if there is more, he is afraid that he will be overwhelmed. As for how much Chu Wangzhen wants to take privately, that is his own business. As long as he can suppress it, even if Chu Wangzhen swallows all the money, he dare not have the slightest opinion. Okay. Seeing Gu Chun's performance, Chu Wang nodded in satisfaction. After signaling him to back down, Chu Wangzhen began to walk towards the box full of gold, and put his hand on the gold. "Sufficient gold has been detected. Do you need to spend 1 taels to open the system panel?" "Yes." As Chu Wan's heart moved, a box full of gold disappeared immediately. At the same time, a translucent panel shining with golden light began to slowly appear in Chu Wangzhen's sight. Host, Chu Wangzhen. Cultivation level, Tongmei State, 24 years, Skin Refining, Dacheng. Internal Training, Dragon God Art, First Floor, Can Hang Up. External Refining, Iron Cloth Shirt, Successful, Do Not Hang Up. Divine Alchemy, the concept of Shenlong flying to the sky. If you haven't started, you can't hang up. Tactics, Zihu Chun Knife Method, before entry, do not hang up. Energy value, 0. Looking at the simple and crude system bred in front of him, Chu Wangzhen almost burst into tears. In other people's systems, the system panel is given as a gift. Unlike his, it costs 1 taels of gold to open it. As a poor Chu Wangzhen, how can he have this condition? So after 18 years, Chu Wangzhen has only opened it by filling his own pocket until now. Looking at the introduction on the system panel, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The information in front of me is very simple and crude, clear at a glance. In the past 18 years, Chu Wangzhen has only practiced the 2 exercises of Iron Cloth Shirt and Zhengyang Ju, but the name of Zhengyang Ju is not displayed on the panel, obviously because Chu Wangzhen has changed his mind. The reason for repairing Dragon God Art, Zhengyang Ju, has been covered. The back of Iron Cloth Shirt shows that it has been completed and cannot be hung up. Obviously, this Krypton Gold system did not allow Chu Wangzhen to have the function of breaking through the upper limit of the Kung Fu. It seems that in the future, we still need to find a foreign practice method. After chanting for a while, Chu Wangzhen set his sights on the Dragon God flying to the heavens and Chiu Chun knife technique. Behind them, it is displayed that you have not started, and you cannot hang up. Obviously, Chu Wangzhen cannot use the hang up function to improve all the skills that have not been started. Immediately afterwards, Chu Wangzhen looked at the energy value displayed as 0 again, and after pondering for a while, he saw that he stretched out his hand to the box also filled with gold. Gold detected. Do you want to recharge? Recharge. As soon as Chu Wangzhen finished speaking, the box, which was still full just now, became empty in an instant, and all the gold in it disappeared. At the same time, Chu Wangzhen saw a change on his panel. Energy value, 10,000. Seeing this scene, Chu Wan's eyes suddenly became clear. It seems that a tael of gold can manifest a little energy value, which is similar to what he guessed. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Getting Started with Conception. Chapter 23 Getting Started with Conception. Call. After figuring out the mechanism of the system panel, Chu Wangzhen looked at the two large boxes that were already empty in front of him. Now, the 2 taels of gold in it has disappeared. This is 20 taels of silver. Chu Wangzhen has not spent so much in the past 18 years. It's just that when he looked at the energy value displayed on his system panel, he gradually felt a sense of security. 30 points of energy are enough for Chu Wangzhen to hang up one exercise 4 days in the stage of Tongmei, which is nearly years. However, after Chu Wangzhen entered the Qi-Si realm, it is estimated that the number of hang-up points will increase every day, but this is still a small problem for him who has energy points. However, when Chu Wangzhen thought that if he wanted to activate the function of enlightenment, he would need yuan for the lowest level of enlightenment, and Chu Wangzhen felt deeply how poor he was. Resisting the urge to charge the remaining gold into energy, Chu Wangzhen directly picked up the 2 empty boxes in front of him, found the kitchen, and set them on fire. After that, he called the people outside and began to seal up the property in front of him. After some operations by him, there are about 200 million taels left, which is enough for him to make a deal. After dealing with all this, Chu Wangzhen and the others returned to the Jinyi guard with their things. On the way back, Chu Wangzhen immediately turned on the unhook function. In an instant, the true qi in his body started to move spontaneously according to the qi circulation route of Dragon God Art. Call. Sensing the gradual increase of true energy in his body, Chu Wangzhen immediately let out a long breath of relief. But then, he felt a faint sense of hunger coming from his body, and this hunger didn't come from his stomach, but the cells all over his body were clamoring. After thinking about it, Chu Wangzhen realized that it was because the unhook function was turned on, causing the nutrition in his body to be consumed rapidly. After all, the internal strength in the human body is not born out of thin air, but by refining the essence of the human body. After thinking it over, Chu Wangzhen immediately went to the box where the medicinal materials were placed, opened it, grabbed a ginseng and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Swallow. And as the ginseng entered his stomach, Chu Wangzhen instantly felt a heat flow from his stomach, flowing down his blood along his body. As the heat flowed through his body, the hunger that appeared in Chu Wangzhen's body disappeared instantly. Seeing this situation, Chu Wangzhen immediately picked a few ginseng plants of good age from the medicine box and stuffed them into his bosom. When the Jin Yiwei around saw Chu Wangzhen doing this, they just pretended not to see it. After returning to the Jinyi guard with dozens of large and small boxes, Chu Wangzhen arranged for special good people to look at these boxes, and then let the others go back to rest. After all, although the operation to kill the 4 Seas gang tonight was a big victory, the Jin Yiwei under Chu Wangzhen was not unscathed. Not only did more than a dozen people fall directly, but even the rest of them had many injuries. So Chu Wangzhen arranged for those who were not seriously injured to stay and guard the harvest of the trip. After telling the people left behind to take care of the box, Chu Wangzhen also returned to the room. After returning to the room, Chu Wangzhen did not wash up and rest immediately, but sat cross-legged on the bed after a little washing, and spread the secret book of Dragon God Art in front of him, and compared it with it. After reading the picture of dragon flying to the sky, he began to practice his thoughts on the conception of dragon flying to the sky. Although Chu Wangzhen was also very tired because he hadn't slept all day and night, it was in this state that he was most suitable for practicing this conception. Call. Chu Wangzhen carefully observed the visualization diagram on the cheat book, not wanting to miss any detail on it. A quarter of an hour later, when Chu Wangzhen felt that he had completely grasped the visualization picture in his mind, he directly took a volume of the cheat book and put it in his arms, then began to close his eyes, and kept thinking about those pictures in his mind. Detail. After confirming that he hadn't forgotten, Chu Wangzhen began to visualize the dragon in the painting, starting from the dragon's head, then the dragon's body, dragon tail, and finally the dragon's scales and mane. Gradually, the dragon in Chu Wangzhen's mind became clearer and clearer, as if it was about to turn into substance and start to come alive, constantly flying up and down. And when Chu Wangzhen was contemplating the dragon flying into the sky, the true energy of the fire dragon that was running spontaneously in his body seemed to have received some unknown pull, and an inexplicable breath was separated from it, and began to flow toward Chu Wangzhen. Flow into the sea. Hold head high. And as this breath entered Chu Wangzhen's mind, Chu Wangzhen, who was in the state of visualization, felt as if a big fireball suddenly appeared in his mind, and it was constantly flying towards the dragon he visualized. Go! And after this unknown fireball appeared, the divine dragon visualized in his mind immediately seemed to be summoned, and he came alive directly. Boom! In Chu Wangzhen's perception, he saw the divine dragon fly up into the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the fireball into its belly. Ah! 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 After swallowing the fireball, Chu Wangzhen felt that the divine dragon he visualized had really moved from fantasy to reality, and now he felt that even if he stopped visualizing the flying picture, this divine dragon would naturally and completely exist in him in the mind. Not only that, after swallowing the mysterious ball of fire, Chu Wangzhen saw that the divine dragon, which was supposed to be white all over, turned into a ferocious and majestic fire dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! After the fire dragon was fully formed, Chu Wangzhen felt his mind shake for an instant, as if only the fire dragon was constantly flying up and down in the whole world, and the rest of the world was in darkness. As the fire dragon continued to wander, the endless darkness was instantly expelled, and as the darkness disappeared, the fire dragon became more and more vivid. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Wangzhen finally woke up when the darkness in his mind completely disappeared. SHH. The moment he opened his eyes, a crimson light flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a sense of majesty also radiated from Chu Wangzhen. But then, it slowly dissipated again, as if everything just now was an illusion. Call. After emptying out the turbid air in his abdomen, Chu Wangzhen suddenly felt that his brain was clearer than ever, and everything he saw in his eyes had a charm that he had never felt before. It was as if there had been a thin layer of gauze covering his eyes before, and now this invisible barrier had finally been lifted. Thanks for your support, please follow up, please pay attention, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Sensing the still fire dragon in his mind, Chu Wan knew that as long as he entered the visualization state, the fire dragon would immediately come alive. Seeing this situation, Chu Wan's heart immediately moved, and a panel emitting golden light appeared in his sight. Host, Chu Wangzhen. Cultivation level, Tongmei state, 36 years, skin refining, Dacheng. Internal training, Dragon God Art, first floor, can hang up. External refining, Iron Cloth Shirt, successful, do not hang up. Divine Alchemy, the idea of fire dragon flying to the sky, already started, you can hang up. Tactics, Zihu Chun knife method, before entry, do not hang up. Energy value, 9,999. Seeing that the Shenlong Flying Heaven conception on the panel turned into Fire Dragon Flying Heaven conception, Chu Wangzhen guessed that this might be because his Dragon God art was made by a trick of the Fire Dragon Ball. Unlike the Long family, they cultivated through the blood of the Dragon God born in their bodies. Of course, it is different from Chu Wangzhen's current situation. However, Chu Wangzhen didn't care about it. After all, whether it was a dragon or a fire dragon, as long as the effect of cultivation remained the same, it would have no effect on him. And because of the fire dragon ball in his body, this fire dragon flying to the sky viewpoint is obviously more suitable for him. Call. After figuring it out, Chu Wangzhen decided to put this idea on hold. Seeing that the panel lost 10 points of energy in an instant, Chu Wangzhen was taken aback. He never thought that the on-hook consumption of this conception method is 10 times that of the method of promoting qi. It looks like this is a big food consumer. After casually sighing, Chu Wangzhen stopped paying attention. After all, although the 12 taels of gold a day did cost a lot, compared to what Chu Wangzhen gained, it was completely worthless. You must know, not to mention how many people in this world have meditation thoughts, even if there are some, the time for practicing meditation thoughts in a day is very limited, even less than the time for breathing. After all, the practice of meditation involves a mysterious spirit, which is very dangerous. Therefore, other people don't dare to practice for too long every day, for fear that their own practice will be too much and their souls will be injured. But Chu Wangzhen was able to practice 12 hours a day, all the time, and what he had to pay was only a mere 10 taels of gold. You must know that every time those precious medicines that can help the cultivation of the soul appear on the rivers and lakes, I don't know how many people will bring this golden mountain and silver sea to buy, and they may not be able to buy them. And Chu Wangzhen's achievements through hanging up the phone have a solid foundation, which is far stronger than those obtained by taking medicine. After hanging up the meditation, Chu Wangzhen looked at the sunlight projected from the window, only to realize that it was already dawn. After seeing such a situation, Chu Wan decided to get up to wash up and arrange the things left over from last night. After all, although he has not slept all night now, he who has just practiced Fire Dragon View thoughts is at the time when he is full of energy, and he does not feel tired at all, but refreshed all over his body. What? Just when he was arranging the clothes on his body, he suddenly felt that there was a faint power of spirit in front of his chest. The quantity of this spirit power is very small, but the quality seems to be very high, at least for the current Chu Wangzhen. He can feel that his own spirit is far inferior in terms of quality. If he hadn't also awakened the power of the soul because of the introduction of meditation, he still wouldn't be able to perceive the existence of this power of the soul. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately took out the cheat book of Dragon God art from his bosom. After unfolding, Chu Wangzhen stared at the picture of dragon flying to the sky in the center of the cheat book for an instant. In his perception, the fluctuation of the power of the soul came from this picture. When Chu Wangzhen's eyes met the eyes of the dragon in the picture, Chu Wangzhen felt that the dragon in the picture seemed to come alive. Hold head high. Just when he blinked, thinking it was just his own illusion, he saw a stream of white light flying out from the pair of majestic dragon eyes, and instantly sank into the center of Chu Wangzhen's eyebrows. What's the name? Chu Wangzhen only felt that his mind was cleared, and then countless characters kept appearing in his mind. With so much information stuffed into his mind at once, Chu Wangzhen immediately staggered and fell back on the bed behind him, and the secret book of Dragon God art in his hand fell to the ground beside him. After a while, the unconscious Chu Wangzhen slowly woke up. Hiss! After supporting his body with his hands, Chu Wangzhen frowned and rubbed his forehead with his hands. It took a while to realize what happened just now. So he quickly began to investigate what the information that just suddenly appeared in his mind was. As Chu Wangzhen penetrated his mind, countless words emerged from the depths of his mind in an instant. These characters look very old, and they are not any fonts that Chu Wangzhen recognizes, but for some reason, when Chu Wangzhen looks at them, he can immediately understand their meaning. Sensing this miraculous scene, Chu Wangzhen immediately frowned, and then immediately began to read these words, wanting to know what they recorded. Call. After Chu Wangzhen spent a lot of time reading through the content, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly involuntarily. And the reason why Chu Wangzhen had such a reaction was because he knew through the understanding just now that the information just now was left by the legendary Dragon God, and it was specially used to guide the children of the Long family to practice the Dragon God art. Every member of the Long family who has practiced the Dragon Divine art will receive this information, which records the Dragon God's detailed explanation of this exercise. It introduced in detail the matters that need to be paid attention to in each layer of Dragon God art. This point alone can save Chu Wangzhen from many detours. After all, although Chu Wangzhen can hang up the phone directly with Krypton gold, hanging up the phone is not a panacea after all. Hanging up the phone can only save Chu Wangzhen a lot of training time, but it cannot help him understand the skills. If he wanted to fully display his own strength, he still had to rely on Chu Wangzhen's own efforts. Now with the opportunity left by the Dragon God, the person who taught the skills, Chu Wangzhen directly saved countless efforts. Not only that, based on the knowledge just now, Chu Wangzhen has also understood the contents of the 8th and 9th chapters of the Dragon God Art Chi Seeing method that Chu Wangzhen had never understood before. What is recorded in these two articles is indeed what Chu Wangzhen thought before. It is about the realm of heaven and man and the content after the realm of heaven and man. Thanks for your support, please follow up, please pay attention, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Immortal Road. Chapter 25, Immortal Road. According to what Dragon God said, breaking through to the 8th stage of Dragon God Art is the realm of heaven and man. The Heaven-Man realm is also known as the Three Flowers Gathering at the top realm. In this realm, warriors need to constantly polish their essence, chi, and spirit to make them reach their limits and bloom the three flowers on top. Once the three flowers are not perfect, the warrior will be trapped in the realm of heaven and man forever, without a true fruit. And in order to break through to the 9th level of Dragon God Art, the practitioner needs to smelt the three treasures of the human body to form a golden pill in the body. At that time, a golden elixir will be swallowed into the stomach, and my life will be up to me, and there will be no longer the limit of life. This realm is known as the living gods by the world, and each of them has the ability to move mountains and fill seas. It's just that the energy, talents, and resources of warriors in the world are all limited, so there is not one person in a million who can practice the three ways of essence, energy, and spirit. And people who can achieve success in the three together are even more rare, and each one is a legendary figure. Therefore, in ancient times, countless people who were trapped in the realm of heaven and man began to find another way, and their swords took a slant. In the end, it really allowed them to find 4 other paths, which together with the orthodox cultivation method are called the 5 paths to immortality: heaven, earth, man, God, and ghost. First of all, the road to immortality, of course, is to take the road of condensing the 3 treasures of essence, energy, and spirit, and smelting the golden elixir into the body. Afterwards, continue to condense one's own 3 treasures into the golden core, and then continue to improve one's own cultivation. Those who have cultivated the heavenly immortal Dao fruit have the strongest strength and can live freely in the world, but they also have the greatest requirements for warriors. In ancient times, there were very few people who could walk this path, let alone now, it was basically a dead end. Secondly, it is the road to immortality. Although it is not as difficult as going to the heavenly path to achieve the fruit of the immortal way, it requires warriors to bloom the top 3 flowers, but it is not easy. The road to immortality only requires warriors to bloom their own 2 flowers of spirit, and then they can find a mountain and river that suits their own way, replace their own essence with mountains and rivers, and refine the 2 flowers that have already bloomed into it. In this way, it can be regarded as having obtained the earth immortal fruit. The road ahead is to continuously cultivate the mountains and rivers that integrate the 2 flowers of one's own energy and spirit, so that they can continue to evolve, so that one can continuously improve one's cultivation. For example, the theory of cave heaven and blessed earth that has been circulated in the world was cultivated by those warriors who had obtained the Dao fruit of the earth immortal. The dragon kings and the great rivers in the legends of the dragon clan also took this path. Those who have cultivated the immortal way of the earth, although they cannot live in the world like the way of the heavenly immortals, can only stay in the blessed land of heaven and earth that they have cultivated. But as long as the heaven and earth are immortal, the earth immortals can also last forever, which is a good way to live forever. The third is the way of immortality. If a warrior wants to obtain the fruit of human immortality, he only needs to bloom 2 flowers of essence and energy, and then combine his own essence and energy flowers with the luck of the world dynasty. In this way, the dynasty is immortal, and the immortals will last forever, and the more prosperous the dynasty's luck, the stronger the strength of the immortals who match its luck. Although this road is not even comparable to the road of earth immortals, it can also be regarded as achieving the effect of a different kind of longevity. The fourth type is the way of immortals. Warriors who want to take this path only need to bloom their own divine flowers. After cultivating one's own god flower, a warrior can look for those natural treasures that have bred spiritual wisdom, and then he can directly give up his physical body to seize the rare treasures of heaven and earth. After all, innate treasures like this generally have a relatively long lifespan, and after successfully seizing the house, they can also obtain some natural abilities based on the characteristics of these treasures. It's just that there are advantages and disadvantages in everything. It may be precisely because these natural treasures take too long to grow. Therefore, after the warrior seizes the house, he may be affected by assimilation and lose his own nature. The fifth is the way of ghosts and immortals. If one wants to become a ghost fairy, one also needs the martial artist to bloom the divine flower as a prerequisite, but the martial artist who takes this path does not need to prepare those heaven and earth treasures that give birth to spiritual wisdom. As long as you find an object that can hold your soul and move your soul into it, you can reduce the consumption of your soul in this way and greatly extend your lifespan. It's just that, once a person who walks the way of ghosts and immortals loses his physical body, his strength will drop sharply, and it is also not easy to find a carrier that can match his own spirit. Therefore, warriors who follow the way of ghosts and immortals are basically those who have no way to go and cannot find the existence of heaven and earth treasures. For example, the dragon divine art, which was specially created and handed down by the dragon god for his descendants, is of course a magical art that follows the way of the gods. As long as you are a descendant of the dragon god, you can use your own blood as a basis, and the dragon energy carried by the voice in your blood as a guide, to cultivate this dragon god art. And once the descendants of the dragon god get started with the method of promoting chi in the dragon god art, not only can they continuously refine and increase the concentration of their blood vessels, but at the same time as their blood vessels improve, they can also achieve the goal of refining their own essence and achieve the goal of CO cultivation of essence and chi. Effect. In addition, the dragon god art itself contains the dragon god Fanfiction conception that specializes in cultivating the soul, so once the dragon god art is cultivated to the 9th level, you can condense a dragon ball. And you can completely transform yourself into a dragon ball. Dragon, become a real dragon. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but have a slightly ugly look on his face. After all, the reason why he was able to practice this dragon god art was entirely due to the coincidence of the fire dragon ball in his body, and he did not have dragon blood in his body. Therefore, it can be said that the efficacy of the dragon god art he cultivated is naturally missing 1/3, and has lost the function of condensing his own essence. And because he himself does not have the blood of the dragon clan, it is not so suitable for him to condense his own dragon balls in the last layer of the dragon god art to achieve the gods and fruits. You know, this is a method that can make people break free from the shackles of life. Now this big cake is in front of Chu Wangzhen, but he can't eat it. What a shame! Call. After a long time, Chu Wangzhen, who finally calmed down, subconsciously emptied the stale air in his chest. Forget it, I'm lucky if I get it, and my life is lost. Even if the last layer is gone, this dragon god art is the top magic art in the world, and I don't believe it. With the Krypton gold system, it's just a fairy Daokuo, can you still fall into my arms? Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen began to think about how to get more gold. After all, as long as there is enough gold, it's a fairy, what a joke. And right now, he still needs to find a technique that specifically condenses the essence of the body to make up for his lack of skillful cultivation of the dragon god technique. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately got out of bed, ready to deal with last night's mess, and then concentrate on training. Thank you for your support, Please follow up, don't keep books, thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 The Southern Palace. Chapter 26 The Southern Palace. What? After getting out of bed, Chu Wangzhen looked at the secret book of Dragon God art that had fallen beside the bed. Just as he was about to pick it up, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something unusual on the back of the secret book. After discovering this, Chu Wangzhen immediately picked it up and looked at it against the sunlight shining into the room from the window. The genealogy of the dragon family, Dragon God, Longti, Longji, Longju, Longteng. Chu Wangzhen looked at the back of the cheat book, where the genealogy of the Long family actually appeared in the sunlight, and he was slightly taken aback. After all, according to his memory, isn't the dragon family tree hidden in the hilt of the dragon god's sword? Why is there a copy here? Looking at the densely packed names on the back that were basically divided into 3 parts, Chu Wangzhen pondered for a while, and felt that this might be the general genealogy of the Long family, and the one in the dragon sword might only be Long's and his group. Pulse. After all, the Long family was once a big family, and it is impossible for only one line to remain. It's just that according to the genealogy, there is only Long's lineage in the future. It is estimated that the other 2 lines were killed by Yin Zhong. And seeing that at the end of the genealogy, there is only Long Ziyi's name, but no Long Bo's. It is estimated that this is Long Ziyi's purpose to confuse Yin Zhong. After all, looking at this genealogy, Yin Zhong would never have thought that there was a young son of the Long family, which was not recorded on the Long family tree at all. From the looks of it, this cheat book is the original that has been handed down in the Long clan, and it was snatched away by Yin Zhong from the Long's couple many years ago. And what Long Bo practiced was what Yin Zhong stole from Long Teng, who was handed over to the Tong clan more than 500 years ago. In this way, it seems that Long Bo did not get the legacy of the Dragon God in this cheat book. Thinking that the Dragon God skill obtained by himself, an outsider, was more complete than the authentic Long Bo, but he couldn't practice all of them, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help laughing at himself slightly. Immediately afterwards, Chu Wangzhen remembered that before he got the Dragon God technique from Yin Tianxiu, the name Longs had also come out of her mouth. It seems that she discovered it behind this cheat book. Chu Wangzhen, who had solved a doubt in his heart, strode out of the room after stuffing the cheat book into his arms. Grown-ups. Okay. When he came to the room where the property looted last night was stored, Chu Wangzhen looked at Gu Chun, who had been waiting here for a long time, nodded and said, "Exchange all these land deeds and jewelry into gold as soon as possible, and then you will bring the people yourself. First go to Datong Bank to exchange the cash into banknotes, and then send it back to the capital in person and hand it in." Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's order, Gu Chun immediately bowed to salute, then left in a hurry, and began to act according to Chu Wangzhen's order. He was not surprised that Chu Wangzhen ordered him to exchange the cash into banknotes first. After all, if you want to send so many boxes of cash back to the capital, the goal is indeed too big. It is much more convenient to exchange it for banknotes, and it can also reduce some unnecessary peeps. And the Datong Bank was also opened by the Jiangnan Hua family. It is rumored that there is some support from the imperial court behind it. In addition, the Hua family has a big business, so there is no need to worry about them thinking about this mere 200 million taels. Seeing Gu Chun start to move, Chu Wangzhen left the Jinyi guardhouse again after instructing others to take care of these belongings. Now the 200 million taels of cash has basically met Chu Wangzhen's expectation of coming to Yangzhou City, and it is enough for him to complete the tasks assigned by the above. Therefore, he is not going to continue to attack other forces in Yangzhou City. After all, other forces are not as afraid of Chu Wangzhen's identity as Nan Wangfu. Putting himself in danger for the above task, Chu Wangzhen couldn't do such a stupid thing. In addition, he didn't plan to stay in this official career for a long time, so he wouldn't be more sad, and he could barely fool the past. Now, he just needs to wait quietly for the higher UPS to call him back. While thinking, Chu Wangzhen gradually moved away from the Jinyi guard. At the same time, a confrontation between father and son was going on because of Chu Wangzhen's actions. Jiangnan, Nanwang Mansion, inside the study. At this time, the son of Prince Nan was standing respectfully in front of the desk, lowering his head and waiting for his father to speak. I heard that you have an outer room, the younger sister of the head of the Yangzhou Sihai gang. Yes. Hearing Nan Wang's words, Nan Wang's son was slightly stunned immediately, not understanding why his father suddenly cared about the affairs of his outer room. After all, as a woman from Jianghu, Huang Jing is of course not qualified to enter the Nanwang mansion. Therefore, the son of Nanwang has been keeping him outside the mansion. If Huang Sihai hadn't been his purse, and would often offer him a lot of gold and silver, he might have forgotten about this woman he once loved. As for what he did, Prince Nan always knew that his father knew everything about it, but he never cared about himself. But he didn't want to. He was summoned early this morning, and the first thing he talked about was the woman he hadn't seen for a long time, which made him a little puzzled. See this? Perhaps seeing his son's doubts, Nan Wang picked up a piece of paper on the desk and handed it to him. With some doubts, Nan Wang Shiza took it with both hands, and then looked at the information recorded on the paper. If Chu Wangzhen was present, he would be able to find that it was exactly what he had done since he arrived in Yangzhou City. Except for the deal with Yin Tianxiu, his every move was recorded on it. As the Nanwang Mansion, which has been entrenched in the Jiangnan area for decades, of course, everything that happened in the Jiangnan area cannot be hidden from their eyes. This. Looking at the record on the paper, one of his purses was destroyed by Jin Yiwei. The Prince of the South was shocked immediately. He didn't understand what was going on. As the current heir of the Southern Palace, he certainly knows a thing or two about the relationship between his family and the imperial court. Now that he suddenly saw Jin Yiwei attacking his own people, he couldn't help but think about it. Humph! Seeing his son's reaction, Nan Wang knew that he was thinking too much, so he told his son about Chu Wangzhen's tour and the reasons behind it. What does the father mean? What I mean is that it is just a Four Seas gang. If it is gone, it will be gone. You must not confront Jin Yiwei at this juncture. You know, the emperor has always been dissatisfied with the fact that our southern prince's mansion has occupied this rich land in the south of the Yangtze River. If he is given a chance, I don't think he would mind bringing a large army to the south of the Yangtze River before going on an expedition. Yes. After hearing Nan Wang's words, Nan Wang's son immediately responded. He didn't care about the mere Four Seas gang. Although he lost a purse all of a sudden, for him who has not yet taken over the southern prince's mansion, it does feel a little distressed. Under normal circumstances, of course he wouldn't mind taking action to get back what he lost, but now that Jin Yiwei and the imperial court are mixed in, then of course he will let this matter go. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Goodbye Yin Tianxiu. Chapter 27 Goodbye Yin Tianxiu. Okay. Seeing Nan Wang's son's reaction, Nan Wang nodded in satisfaction. For his son, Nan Wang has always been quite satisfied. Although there are some small flaws on his body, they are harmless. At this time, looking at the obedient son of Nan Wang in front of him, Nan Wang couldn't help but say a few more words. At the beginning, Zhu Laozi launched the Jingnan campaign because Jiang Wen wanted to cut his family. He seized Jiang Wen's throne. At that time, in order to secure the throne, he won the support of our clans. How friendly he was! Now, his throne has been stabilized, so he wants to kick us away and resume the act of reducing the ranks. Listening to his father's words, Prince Nan's face remained expressionless. He is also very clear about his family's situation in these years, and he understands that although his family is now in the south of the Yangtze River, under the prying eyes of the imperial court, they have been walking on thin ice. Father, don't worry. The emperor wants to start a big war right now. We just wait and see. Whether we win or lose this battle, the court's strength will be reduced, and our pressure will be reduced. Okay. Hearing Nan Wangshi's words, Nan Wang nodded in satisfaction, because he thought the same way. And he didn't attack Chu Wangzhen and the others because of this consideration. Being able to reach their level of existence, of course, you can't just look at your eyes. If it wasn't for fear of attracting the court's attention, he even wanted to offer some money to support the court so that they could fight longer. Of course Chu Wangzhen didn't know what was going on in Nan Wang's mansion at this time. After entering a dried fruit shop, Chu Wangzhen saw Xiao Guang standing in the corner at a glance, picking boredly. Hey, boss, do you have candied gold? Give me 3 taels. This is objective, the store doesn't have any candied gold, sorry. Xiao Guang at the side heard the words between Chu Wangzhen and the shopkeeper, his eyes changed immediately, but he didn't show anything, but the speed of picking dried fruits in his hands increased. After choosing a bag of candied fruit in twos, Xiao Guang quickly paid the bill and left. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen, who had been secretly paying attention to Xiao Guang, knew that his goal had been achieved, and then he weighed some dried fruit at will, and left as well. The operation just now was the secret signal that Chu Wangzhen and Yin Tianxiu had discussed in advance. After all, it would be inconvenient on the surface for the two of them to meet, so they made an agreement in advance that whenever Chu Wangzhen wanted to meet Yin Tianxiu, he would go to the dried fruit shop and say he wanted to buy gold silk candied fruit. As for the time and place to meet, of course it is the old time and the old place. Looking at Xiao Guang's appearance just now, it is obvious that he has already received Yin Tianxiu's order in advance. In this way, Chu Wangzhen, who had already achieved his goal, walked towards Jinyi Weizhuo while tasting the dried fruit he had just bought. After returning to Jinyi Guard, Chu Wangzhen saw that Gu Chun had returned. As soon as Chu Wangzhen showed up, Gu Chun also brought a wooden box over. Snapped. Chu Wangzhen opened it and saw that it was full of gold tickets, each with a specially made large denomination of 1 taels. Well, you immediately take this secret letter and these banknotes, and take your subordinates to find Sun Yifeng and hurry up together, return to the capital, and hand in the things. With that said, Chu Wangzhen took out the secret letter he had prepared and handed it to Gu Chun. Yes. Hearing Chu Wangzhen's order, Gu Chun immediately responded, then got up and left to get ready. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen also returned to the room and continued to practice. Although the Dragon God art now has an on-hook function and can be cultivated independently, but in order to fully grasp the power cultivated, it still needs Chu Wangzhen to constantly familiarize himself with it, so that he can fully exert his own strength. Otherwise, there will be a situation like a child dancing a sledgehammer. When Chu Wangzhen woke up from the cultivation state again, it was already afternoon. Seeing that it was getting late, after casually eating some food, Chu Wangzhen left the Jinyi Guard directly. As for Gu Chun and Sun Yifeng, they had already left with their things as early as noon. Now that Chu Tianxing's eyeliner is gone, Chu Wangzhen can relax a little bit. After leaving the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen walked out of the city with ease, and after walking for a long time, he had already arrived at Broken Soul Forest. At this time, the sky had already dimmed, and there was a burst of silence in the Broken Soul Forest, which was a little strange. Call. When Chu Wangzhen came to the place agreed with Yin Tianxiu, he felt a swift and weak wind suddenly coming from above his head. After discovering this, Chu Wangzhen immediately raised his right hand and struck out with a palm towards the top of his head. Boom! As Chu Wangzhen's big red hand met a slender white hand, there was only a loud noise, and the figure that suddenly attacked Chu Wangzhen was directly sent flying by him. As for Chu Wangzhen, his feet sank slightly into the soil, and he didn't even move his legs at all. Shh! The figure who was repelled by Chu Wangzhen turned around in the air. It fell lightly to the ground. Miss Yin, what is this? Looking at Yin Tianxiu in front of him, Chu Wangzhen didn't understand what she was doing, why she suddenly attacked him. "There's nothing inside, I just want to feel the true power of this dragon god technique, it's really extraordinary." Looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was completely unfazed after a head-to-head blow with him, Yin Tianxiu's emotions were also a little complicated. When they met Chu Wangzhen for the first time, the two of them had already fought each other. At that time, Chu Wangzhen had made great efforts both internally and externally, and with all his strength, he was able to barely support her in her hands. But now, in just a few days, Chu Wangzhen was able to fight her hard, evenly matched. Although she didn't use all her strength in her attack just now, so did Chu Wangzhen in front of her. In 2 days, she was able to equalize her years of penance, which made her feel strange. But fortunately, Yin Tianxiu is not that kind of ambitious person. The reason why she is obsessed with strength and cultivation is only because she has Yin Zhong on her heart. The reason why she has been cultivating secretly all these years is just to protect her family. Now that she has reached a cooperation with Chu Wangzhen, and what she learned from Long Po, so in her opinion, she and Chu Wangzhen are natural allies. Therefore, the stronger Chu Wangzhen was, the happier she was. "I don't know why you found me through Xiaoguang so quickly." After cutting away distracting thoughts from his mind, Yin Tianxiu asked curiously as he looked at Chu Wangzhen in front of him. After all, the two had just parted ways the night before, and it was only a day later that Chu Wangzhen informed her through a secret signal that he wanted to meet her, which really made her a little puzzled. Thanks for your support, please follow up. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Exorcism. Chapter 28 Exorcism. I think that after practicing the dragon god flying to the heavens, I can try to completely remove the demonic nature in your body for Miss Yin. What? After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu was shocked again. One must know that the dragon god art has been in her hands for so many years, but she has been trying to practice the dragon god flying to the heavens viewpoint. After all, before meeting Chu Wangzhen, Yin Tianxiu had suspected that the reason why the demonic nature was born in her body was because she hadn't practiced that idea. Unfortunately, for so many years, no matter how hard Yin Tianxiu tried, he couldn't do anything about this method of contemplation corresponding to the method of promoting qi, and made no progress at all. Unexpectedly, it was only a day later that Chu Wangzhen had already started the conception method that she couldn't ask for. If it weren't for his own quality here, Yin Tianxiu would probably start scolding her. Cough cough. Looking at Yin Tianxiu's unbelievable appearance opposite, Chu Wangzhen felt a little dark. After all, being looked at by a beautiful woman like this, as a man, how could he be indifferent? You know, for so many years, under Chu Tianxing's nose, Chu Wangzhen dared not have the slightest contact with women. Who knows if such a move by him will irritate Chu Tianxing, a dead eunuch, if he sees that Chu Wangzhen can do something he can't, and impulsively kills Chu Wangzhen, that's terrible. That's all. Therefore, in these years, Chu Wangzhen has never been to a brothel in a prosperous capital like the capital. When they were in Nanzan Fuzi, every time Gu Chun and the others invited Chu Wangzhen to drink flower wine, Chu Wangzhen could only refuse with tears. At this time, Chu Wangzhen would secretly scold Chu Tianxing in his heart, but for the safety of his younger brother, Chu Wangzhen could only suppress the restlessness of his youth, which made Gu Chun and the others start to mutter something secretly. What a bad remark! But now, Chu Wangzhen had left the capital and out of Chu Tianxing's sight. The restlessness of youth that had been forcibly suppressed all this time felt like it was quietly raising its head again in front of Yin Tianxiu, a beauty. Fortunately, Chu Wangzhen also understood what to do and what not to do, so he could only forcibly interrupt Yin Tianxiu's casting. I don't know if it's convenient for Ms. Yin now. I want to try again after thinking about it. Can this idea solve the demonic nature in your body? Of course, Tianxiu would like to thank Mr. Chu for taking so much effort here. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu also broke away from the emotion just now. Of course, she would not refuse what Chu Wangzhen said. After all, Chu Wangzhen did this for her own good. Well, this is what I should do. It is a great kindness for Miss Yin to be able to pass on the dragon god art to me. After speaking, Chu Wangzhen led Yin Tianxiu to the side of the tree, and after clearing out a clean place, the two sat cross-legged facing each other. Excuse me. Looking at Yin Tianxiu's hand, Chu Wangzhen paused for a moment, and then stretched out his hand directly to meet his palm. Sensing the faint body temperature from Chu Wangzhen's palm, Yin Tianxiu's face flushed slightly. After all, she has basically been hiding in Yujian Villa for so many years without going out, except for her father Yin Hao. Brother Yin Tiankai, and Yin Zhong, she has basically never seen outsiders. Not to mention having such an intimate contact with a man like now. Anyway, Yin Tianxiu is also a woman who is waiting for her husband, so of course she is also shy. And at this time, not only Yin Tianxiu had a strange feeling, Chu Wangzhen was also a little nervous when he felt the icy, soft and boneless touch in his palm. But Chu Wangzhen also knew that he couldn't show any timidity at this time, otherwise the atmosphere would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, after forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Chu Wangzhen began to transmit the fire dragon's true energy in his body into Yin Tianxiu's body through his palm. Different from what was passed on during the previous trial, this time Chu Wangzhen didn't come bit by bit, but directly drove straight in. After all, after practicing Shenlong flying to the sky, Chu Wangzhen's ability to control the true energy in his body has been greatly improved. Although it has not reached the level of detail in the legend, it is not far behind. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen was sure that doing so would not hurt Yin Tianxiu. As Chu Wangzhen's fire dragon true qi entered his body, Yin Tianxiu immediately felt a fiery warm current flowing into his body through his arms, and then quickly flowed all over his body. This feeling made goosebumps all over her body, and she couldn't help but let out a groan. Hearing this charming voice, Chu Wang couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat, and the true energy flowing into Yin Tianxiu's body almost lost control. Fortunately, he quickly reacted, and immediately used Shenlong flying to the heavens to gather his mind, cut away distracting thoughts, and concentrate on manipulating his true energy to absorb the demonic nature hidden in Yin Tianxiu's body. It's just that all these true qis are running in Yin Tianxiu's body now, so she can clearly perceive all the subtle reactions of these true qis. Therefore, Yin Tianxiu, who knew why Chu Wangzhen behaved like this, immediately felt his cheeks glow, and his heart could not help but tremble rapidly. It's just that Chu Wangzhen didn't have the time to care about Yin Tianxiu's posture at this time. At this time, he was concentrating on controlling his fire dragon true energy, and after flowing through the meridians of Yin Tianxiu's body, he returned to Chu Wangzhen again. In vivo. At the same time, a wave of demonic nature was also wrapped in Chu Wangzhen's fire dragon true energy and entered his body. After this demonic nature entered the body, it quickly rushed towards Chu Wangzhen's brain. Hold head high. Feeling the invasion of foreign demons, the fire dragon that was constantly swimming in the depths of Chu Wan's mind because of hanging up the phone flew towards him, opened his bloody mouth, and directly swallowed the demonic nature into his belly. Hoo! Immediately afterwards, I saw raging flames ignited on the fire dragon's body, continuously burning the demonic nature in its body. Under the calcination of the fire dragon flames, although the quality of this magic is extremely high, it is a rootless duck after all, and it has been burned to nothing within a short time. Call. Seeing that this idea can really deal with this demon, Chu Wangzhen was also secretly relieved in his heart. After all, he was only guessing about everything before, but now seeing that his guess was right. Dang Lian began to let go of his consideration, absorbing the demon nature in Yin Tianxiu's body with all his strength. And with Chu Wangzhen's full efforts, Yin Tianxiu also immediately felt that the bloodthirsty and restless feeling that had been suppressed in his heart was gradually being pulled away. Therefore, Qi Dang even felt that the big rock that had been pressing on her heart seemed to be gradually moving away from her. The feeling of comfort and relaxation returned to her body. Thank you for your support, please follow up, Don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Love. Chapter 29 Love. In this way, as Chu Wangzhen continued to extract, the demon nature in Yin Tianxiu's body gradually decreased. After half an hour, Chu Wangzhen, who was refining his demon nature, immediately felt a sense of exhaustion in his heart, which made Chu Wangzhen understand that his spirit had temporarily reached its limit. Thinking of this, Chu Wan started to gradually withdraw the true energy that penetrated into Yin Tianxiu's body, and stopped this demon removal. After all, you can't become fat if you eat it all at once. Even if you can't eat it once, you can eat it a few more times. Call. Sensing that Chu Wangzhen's true energy was being drawn out from her body, Yin Tianxiu felt a sense of loss for a moment. After all, since she practiced Dragon God art, her body has been in a low temperature state. But after Chu Wangzhen's true energy entered her body just now, the warm feeling really fascinated her slightly. However, fortunately, she has a strong mind since she was a child, and she was able to forcibly suppress her inner emotions, so Chu Wangzhen didn't see any flaws. Thank you. Looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was pale and tired in his eyes, Yin Tianxiu hesitated for a moment before thanking him. Faced with Yin Tianxiu's words of thanks, Chu Wangzhen just waved his hand indifferently. After all, compared to Yin Tianxiu handing over the Dragon God art to him, this trivial matter is completely worthless. And although he is mentally exhausted now, he has the function of on-hook, and the ideas in his body are operating independently. Therefore, as Chu Wangzhen stopped refining his demon nature, his spirit was automatically recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but Chu Wangzhen also felt that with the massive exhaustion of his energy just now, the effect of hanging up his thoughts at this time was actually better than usual. I didn't expect there to be unexpected gains. Sensing this change, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help saying in his heart. Seeing Chu Wangzhen's indifferent appearance, Yin Tianxiu felt even more grateful, but after all, she seldom communicated with others and was not good at words, so she could only keep this gratitude in her heart. Chu Wangzhen saw that it was getting late, and considering that Yin Tianxiu still ran out secretly, he dragged his exhausted body to bid farewell to her. Yin Tianxiu stared blankly at Chu Wangzhen's leaving back, wondering what she was thinking. In this way, for some time to come, Chu Wangzhen would go out at midnight every day to get rid of Yin Tianxiu's demonic nature, but for the sake of convenience, the place they agreed on was no longer the Broken Soul Forest, but Chu Wangzhen directly rented a place to stay in a remote place in Yangzhou City. This also allowed Chu Wangzhen to take a good rest directly after treating Yin Tianxiu's injuries, instead of having to wait for the dawn to return to the city to rest in the cold wind blowing outside the city like at the beginning. And as the two of them spend more and more time alone, and they have to go through some skin-to-skin contact every day, the distance between the two is getting closer and closer. After all, they are handsome men and beautiful women, and they are in love for the first time. The husband is affectionate, and the concubine is interested. It can be said that they are going in both directions. Now there is only a thin layer of window paper between the two of them, which will be broken if poked. Hey, well, Tianxiu, now the demonic nature in your body has completely disappeared. After taking his palms away from Yin Tianxiu, Chu Wangzhen looked at Yin Tianxiu, who was completely different from before with a ruddy complexion, and said with a smile in his eyes. It's all thanks to you, thank you, Wan Xian. At this time, Yin Tianxiu, who felt that the shackles in her heart were gone, was also smiling. What is the relationship between the two of us? Why are you so polite to me? Humph, which one has something to do with you? After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Yin Tianxiu blushed immediately, rolled his eyes and said, Tianxiu. Seeing Yin Tianxiu's timid and self-possessed appearance at this time, Chu Wan's heart skipped a beat, and finally he couldn't help but slowly stretched his head over. On the other hand, Yin Tianxiu panicked when she saw Chu Wangzhen's movements, but in the end she didn't dodge, but closed her eyes directly. Chu Wangzhen watched Yin Tianxiu do this, knowing that she was acquiescing to his behavior, and immediately couldn't bear it any longer, and directly covered Yin Tianxiu's delicate mouth. Hey! Facing Chu Wangzhen's offensive, Yin Tianxiu began to retreat steadily, and within a short time he missed the city gate. This made Yin Tianxiu wake up from the gentleness immediately. Looking at Chu Wangzhen in front of him, Yin Tianxiu's face turned red immediately. Hiss! Seeing Yin Tianxiu's flushed face and smiling eyes, Chu Wangzhen had no choice but to look into Yin Tianxiu's eyes with pleading eyes, and began to give in. Humph! However, although Chu Wangzhen was let go just now, Yin Tianxiu didn't want to forgive him so easily. After all, if he were to be let off like this, Yin Tianxiu was deeply afraid that Chu Wangzhen would make more progress in the future. Anyway, during the time they got along, Yin Tianxiu already knew how thick-skinned Chu Wangzhen was. Tianxiu, don't be angry. I was wrong just now, but it's also your fault. Who told you that you were born with such a beautiful face, beautiful, and a mere mortal, how can you resist the charm of a fairy? Looking at Yin Tianxiu, who was pretending to be very angry, although Chu Wangzhen knew that she was pretending, she still apologized decisively. After all, he had seen countless ways to deal with this situation in his previous life. Pfft! Sure enough, looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was acting funny in front of her, Yin Tianxiu's originally tense pretty face finally couldn't hold back, and could only helplessly give Chu Wangzhen a blank look. Ha ha! Seeing the smiling Yin Tianxiu, Chu Wan took him into his arms and smiled. It's just that this time, Chu Wangzhen didn't continue to make any moves. After all, he also knew that haste makes waste. Anyway, now that the meat is in the pot, I'm afraid she won't be able to escape. Wan Xin, the demonic nature in my body is gone now. I plan to stay in the Yujian villa for a period of time to retreat and practice other exercises. In this way, we may not be able to see each other for a while. After staying in Chu Wan's arms for a while, Yin Tianxiu said quietly. For Yin Tianxiu, who has just fallen in love, of course she doesn't want to leave her lover, but there are some things she has to do. After all, since meeting Chu Wangzhen, Yin Tianxiu stopped practicing directly in order not to let the demonic nature in her body continue to increase. Therefore, during this period of time, her strength not only did not increase, but decreased somewhat. Thinking of the mysterious second uncle at home, Yin Tianxiu felt a sense of tension in his heart. Okay. After hearing Yin Tianxiu's words, although Chu Wangzhen was also reluctant, she only hummed lightly and said nothing more. After all, Chu Wangzhen also knew that the pressure on Yin Tianxiu was indeed not small, but with his current strength, facing Yin Zhong, he was indeed like an ant. Therefore, of course, she will not prevent Yin Tianxiu from switching to other exercises. Anyway, this is also a good thing for Yin Tianxiu. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Heavenly Flood Sword. Chapter 30 Heavenly Flood Sword. Although he was reluctant to give up, but after being gentle for a while, Yin Tianxiu left the secret meeting point of the two directly, and returned to Yujian Villa in the dark. Hey! Seeing the back of Yin Tianxiu leaving, Chu Wangzhen could only sigh and continued to guard the empty room alone. Chu Wangzhen, who was too lazy to go back to the guard, simply fell asleep here. Anyway, in Yangzhou City, no one would care why he didn't come home at night. Well, Chu Wangzhen, who woke up naturally after sleeping, looked at the already bright sky, stretched lazily, and left directly. Open the panel. As Chu Wan thought about it, a panel that only he could see began to appear in his sight. Host, Chu Wangzhen. Cultivation level, Tongmei State, 30 years, Skin Refining, Dachshund. Internal Training, Dragon God Art, First Floor, On Hook. External Refining, Iron Cloth Shirt, Successful, Do Not Hang Up. Divine Alchemy, Ideas of Fire Dragon Flying to the Sky, Beginning, On Hook. Tactics, Zaihu Chun Knife Method, Before Entry, Do not hang up. Energy value, 830, 4 points. Looking at the panel in my line of sight, compared with before, if there is a change, it means that the concept of the door has been introduced, and during this period of time, Chu Wangzhen opened up 2 more strange veins, increasing his internal strength for 6 years. Now Chu Wangzhen's 8 extraordinary veins, except Ren Du's second vein, have been opened up. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen not only sank his mind into his danshan, but also looked at the fire dragon ball that was trembling in the fire dragon's true energy. Ever since Chu Wangzhen practiced the dragon god art, he found that the fire dragon ball in his body had completely changed. In the past, the fire dragon ball would only slowly temper the internal force in Chu Wangzhen's body, making it more pure. Apart from that, there are no other functions. At most it can subtly improve Chu Wangzhen's physique a little bit. But since he practiced dragon god art, the fire dragon ball actually began to actively absorb the true energy cultivated by Chu Wangzhen, and then feed back more high-quality true energy. Otherwise, even if Chu Wangzhen had turned on the on-hook function, it would be impossible for him to open up 2 strange veins in less than a month. During this period of time, apart from opening up 2 more strange veins, Chu Wangzhen's biggest gains were actually spiritual. He refines the demon nature for Yin Tianxiu every day, consumes all the spiritual power in his body, and then recovers quickly with the help of the hang-up function. After so many repetitions, Chu Wangzhen found that her current perception was more than twice as sharp as before. It's just that although this method has made him gain a lot, it is really tiring. After refining Yin Tianxiu's demon nature every day, Chu Wangzhen felt as tired as a dog. But it was precisely because of this that Yin Tianxiu was so moved that he opened his heart to Chu Wangzhen, allowing Chu Wangzhen to hug the beauty back. Otherwise, Chu Wangzhen didn't know how long he would have to wait if he wanted to get rid of Yin Tianxiu. This is the so-called, if you lose your horse, you will never know it is a blessing. Immediately afterwards, Chu Wangzhen looked at the item of tactics on the panel. Now Chu Wangzhen has only one method of warfare, the Zihu Chun sword technique. But Chu Wangzhen had no intention of practicing it at all. After all, this Zihu Chun saber technique was simply a basic saber technique that was passed down among Jin Yue. Cultivating this thing, except for wasting Chu Wangzhen's time, energy, and money, has no effect at all. Even if it is practiced, it will basically not increase Chu Wangzhen's combat power. So Chu Wangzhen has been ignoring it all the time, but now, when he looks at the only method of warfare, he just feels an eyesore for a while. Okay. At this moment, Chu Wangzhen suddenly discovered that the words behind the item showing tactics on the panel were gradually fading away. Strategy, none. Looking at the new panel, Chu Wan was surprised that what was displayed on the panel could be actively controlled. It's quite humane. Frowning slightly, Chu Wangzhen muttered casually, then put the panel back. After identifying the direction, Chu Wangzhen walked straight forward. After a while, a shop with a simple appearance appeared in front of his eyes. 3 flowers. Looking at the plaque on the shop, Chu Wangzhen read it silently, then walked directly into the shop. I don't know if the guests are here, but to buy antique calligraphy and paintings. As soon as Chu Wangzhen walked into the shop, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, with 2 strands of beard and a smoking bottle in his hand immediately greeted him. No. Chu Wangzhen looked at Han Bassian in front of him, smiled slightly and said. Chu Wangzhen still admired Han Bassian in front of him. In order to find his newlywed wife, Han Bassian spent his whole life waiting until he finally found it, but he lost it again not long after. In the end, he could only drink a glass of poisoned wine and go underground to meet his lover. How many such infatuated people are there in the world who can live and die with the one they love? However, although Chu Wangzhen admired his infatuation, he was not prepared to tell him the whereabouts of Long Po. Then I don't know why the guests are here. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Han Bassian was slightly taken aback. You must know that San Huafang is famous in Yangzhou City for selling stolen goods and selling antiques. People who come here basically either sell stolen goods or buy antique calligraphy and paintings. And when he saw Chu Wangzhen's empty-handed appearance when he entered the door, it was obvious that he didn't have anything to sell. Did he guess wrong? I came here this time to see if Boss Han has any excellent ancient swords here. What I like most in my daily life is to collect all kinds of ancient swords from predecessors. Looking at Han Bassian with doubts on his face, Chu Wangzhen smiled slightly, and then stated the goal of this trip. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Han Bassian was slightly taken aback. After all, the market for ancient swords is very small in the antique industry, and San Huafang basically does not do this kind of business. After all, in this city of Yangzhou, there are two powers famous for their swords, Yujian Villa and Shenjian Villa. Whenever there are good swords in the market, they basically take them away. Therefore, when he heard that Chu Wangzhen came to the door and said that he wanted to buy an ancient sword, Han Bassian just thought that he was coming here to try his luck. Guests, please wait. After thinking about it for a while, Han Bassian said yes, and entered the shop. After a while, he came out holding a strangely shaped sword. Guests, please take a look. This sword is called Tianjiao. I got it by accident in the early years. It is said that the water breaks the horned dragon, and the land cuts the tiger and rhinoceros. It is a rare sharp weapon. After speaking, he handed the heavenly flood sword in his hand to Chu Wangzhen. Clang! After receiving the heavenly flood sword, Chu Wangzhen directly pulled it out of the scabbard. I saw that the sword was about 3 feet 3 inches long, the whole body was silver white, the blade was shining brightly, the blade was like frost and snow, it looked extremely sharp. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 The Secret of the Divine Weapon. Chapter 31 The Secret of the Divine Weapon. Good sword. Looking at the Tianjiao in his hand, Chu Wang couldn't help admiring. Of course, the reason why Chu Wangzhen came back to San Huafang this time was not to meet Han Bassian. One of the goals of his visit this time is the sword in his hand. This sword is called Tianjiao, and like the Shenlong sword, it is the inherited sword of the Long clan. It's just that compared to the Shenlong sword, this Tianjiao is much worse. Because this Tianjiao was only forged by Long Teng who fought Yin Zhong 500 years ago, and the Shenlong sword has been handed down among the Long clan since the appearance of the Long clan. Legend has it that the Shenlong sword was forged by the first ancestor of the Long clan with the help of the dragon god, and the Tianjiao can be regarded as an imitation of the Shenlong sword, but of course it is much worse than the Shenlong sword. As far as Chu Wangzhen knows, in this world, all weapons can be roughly divided into two levels, namely magic weapons and sharp weapons. And it is very simple to distinguish the difference between them, that is, the magic weapon has a spirit. Otherwise, no matter how sharp and powerful the weapon is, it is just a dead thing and cannot be included in the list of divine weapons. Looking at the Tianjiao in his hand, Chu Wangzhen guessed that it might be just a sharp weapon, but it is estimated to be infinitely close to a magic weapon. As for the divine dragon sword, it is said that only in the hands of the Long clan can it display its true power. Obviously, it has already developed spirituality, and it is estimated that it has already developed spirituality and entered the realm of divine weapons. Every time a divine soldier appears in the world, there will be a bloodbath in the rivers and lakes, and those old monsters who have not been in the rivers and lakes for a long time will show up to compete for the divine soldier. When he first learned about this, Chu Wangzhen also felt strange. After all, the magic weapons are not divided by power. Some magic weapons really have the effect of stretching, but they just accidentally produced spirituality. Just like what Chu Wangzhen once heard, there is a godly soldier with a pig-killing knife. There are countless pigs. Later, for some reason, spirituality was born and he was promoted to a divine soldier. But it only has the effect of deterring a group of pigs. It can be said that with it, even a newborn baby can dominate the pig world. But what's the use of this? In terms of sharpness, the pig-killing knife that was promoted to the god soldier was not as good as an ordinary fine iron knife. However, after this knife was discovered to be abnormal, many famous people in the world went to fight for it, and finally it was obtained by a peerless master who had completed the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm. When Chu Wangzhen heard about it just now, she was stunned and couldn't figure out why. But when he got the information hidden in the secret book of Dragon God Art, Chu Wangzhen finally understood the reason. It turns out that if a warrior wants to enter the realm of heaven and man, he needs to comprehend the mystery of the unity of heaven and man. At that time, a warrior can travel to the world and comprehend the secrets of heaven and earth. But if the strength of the soul of the warrior is not enough, he will directly melt into the heaven and the earth. Get lost in the endless avenue between the heaven and the earth, and directly become a living dead. And the conception method contained in the celestial art is the most direct and effective way to increase the strength of the warrior's soul. But this does not mean that practicing meditation is the only way. After all, meditation in the world is not only very rare, but also each discipline has some special requirements for practitioners. Otherwise, even if the martial artist gets the concept, he can only stop at the door. Just like Yin Tianxiu, because the true energy of the dragon god could not be produced in his body, he would never be able to practice the dragon god flying to the sky conception thought. Therefore, those warriors who lack the cultivation method of meditation in their hands or cannot get started with the meditation method in their hands, in order to get a glimpse of the mysteries of the realm of heaven and man, they will pin their hopes on divine weapons. Because the spirituality born of the divine soldier is a kind of high-quality divine energy, once the warrior can resonate with the spirituality in the divine soldier, then the warrior can wrap his own soul in the spirit of the divine soldier, through protected by the spirit of the divine soldier to enter the mystery of the unity of man and nature. In this way, not only can one's own soul grow rapidly, satisfying the requirements of a pair of souls that day, but also in this way, the spirit of the divine weapon can grow rapidly and greatly increase its power. Therefore, the power of the divine weapon is not to be feared, as long as it can resonate with the spirit of the divine weapon, then the divine weapon is considered to have the ability to evolve infinitely. This is the reason why the magic weapon is so sought after by people. And even warriors who have successfully cultivated the concept of thinking can speed up their own practice in this way. At this time, Chu Wangzhen looked at the heavenly flood sword in his hand, but what he thought of was the opposite Shenlong sword. Although he has already successfully entered the dragon god art, he does not have the blood of the dragon family after all, and he does not know whether the dragon god sword will recognize his identity and be driven by him. Chong. After careful inspection, Chu Wangzhen put the Tianjiao in his hand back into its sheath, and looked at Han Tianba who was smiling. "Boss, this sword is really good, how much is it? I want it." "Hehe, the customer has good eyesight. This sword is a treasure of our store. If ordinary people come, I really can't bear to sell it." Hearing that Chu Wangzhen was determined to buy it, Han Tianba immediately smiled and began to brag about the sword. Seeing Han Tianba boasting, Chu Wan nodded noncommittally. He knew that Han Tianba said this just to raise the price. He himself probably didn't know the preciousness of the heavenly flood sword at all, otherwise he wouldn't have sold it at all. After all, there are very few such precious swords even in the Jianghu, and any one of them is a magic weapon of those great sects. If Han Tianba was willing to present this sword, he would directly become a guest of the major sects and be protected by them for life. Even if he only needs money, he can get a price that will save him from worrying about gold and silver for the rest of his life. Sure enough, after bragging for a while, Han Tianba really quoted a price that in Chu Wan's mind was far lower than the true value of Tianjiao. "Guest, this sword costs 3,000 taels of silver." "Okay, I want this sword." After finishing speaking, Chu Wangzhen took out a dozen banknotes from his pocket, counted out 3,000 taels and handed them to Han Bassian. And the reason why Chu Wangzhen had so many banknotes on him was of course that he borrowed them from Yin Tianxiu. After all, in the original play, Yin Tianxu was able to spend 10 taels to hire Zhao Yun and Dao Du to steal Ruyi's blood, which is enough to show that Yin Tianxu is a little rich woman. Therefore, after the two confirmed their relationship as lovers, Chu Wangzhen asked Yin Tianxu to borrow some money first. But he didn't want to, he just opened his mouth, and Yin Tianxu threw over a silver note worth 1 taels. For this soft meal, Chu Wan felt at ease. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Longteng. Chapter 32 Longteng. Seeing Chu Wangzhen throwing over the 3,000 taels of silver notes so readily, Han Bassian's expression froze immediately. At this time, Han Bassian not only didn't have the idea of making a profit and offending, but regretted it for a while, feeling that he had lowered the price. However, when he thought that he just dug out the heavenly flood sword from his own house, he exchanged it for 3,000 taels without spending a penny, and he felt comforted again. At this time, Chu Wangzhen certainly didn't care what Han Bassian was thinking. After stuffing the banknote into Han Bassian's hands, Chu Wangzhen turned and left the Sanhuafang with the Tianjiao in his hand. After all, in Sanhuafang, apart from a heavenly flood sword, there was nothing else that could attract Chu Wangzhen. After leaving Sanhuafang, Chu Wangzhen did not go too far. After seeing that there was no one around, he sneaked to the side of Sanhuafang. After looking around and confirming that no one would find him, Chu Wangzhen jumped straight into the courtyard behind. This place was the residence of the Long clan in the past, and it has been more than 20 years since the Long clan was massacred overnight by Yin's Hong Gai. For some reason, Han Bassian actually moved to live here. Chu Wangzhen probably has something to do with Long Po. At this time, Chu Wangzhen looked at the huge courtyard in front of him, which was covered with weeds and sundries, and even some houses were dilapidated. It seemed that they had been in disrepair for a long time, and no one had been here for many years. The reason why Chu Wangzhen came here was of course because of the dragon sword. According to his memory, Chu Wangzhen worked hard and finally found the dark room where the remains of Longs and his wife were stored. SHH. Standing on a roof, looking at the scene in the room below, Chu Wangzhen jumped down directly. Senior, this junior is rude. Before coming to the two skeletons sitting in the room, Chu Wangzhen first bowed respectfully and said something apologetic. After all, he was going to touch other people's bones soon, so it was really impolite. After apologizing, Chu Wangzhen immediately walked forward and carefully looked at the two skeletons in front of him. Sure enough, 2 short daggers were found inside the clothes of the 2 skeletons. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen immediately carefully removed the 2 short daggers from their bodies. Chong! Chu Wangzhen looked at the 2 yin and yang daggers in his hand, and found that they were exquisite but simple in shape, and engraved with mysterious patterns on them, which looked beautiful and sharp. Of course, this is not the true form of this thing yet. After these 2 yin and yang short daggers are combined into one, it will become a divine sword, which is the inherited divine weapon of the Long clan, the Dragon Divine Sword. Holding a short dagger in both hands, Chu Wangzhen began to try to pour the fire dragon true energy in his body into it. Boom! But he didn't want to. Just when Chu Wangzhen's true energy entered the 2 short daggers, he felt a sharp breath coming out of the short daggers immediately. Seeing this situation, Chu Wangzhen quickly let go of his hand, trying to throw away the short dagger in his hand. Unexpectedly, after the 2 short daggers left his hands, they did not directly fall to the ground, but automatically and quietly suspended in mid-air. This. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Wangzhen was a little confused for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Does the Dragon God Sword recognize him or not? Admittedly, they did not combine the yin and yang daggers into one and reformed into the dragon sword. It didn't admit it, but it did respond to Chu Wangzhen's fire dragon true energy. Boo! Ha! Ha! Just when Chu Wangzhen frowned and looked at the 2 short daggers in front of him, a sudden change happened again. In Chu Wangzhen's astonished eyes, two short daggers suddenly flew around in the dark room automatically. Chong! In the end, the two short daggers collided in mid-air, and then a sword that looked extremely similar to the heavenly flood sword that Chu Wangzhen was carrying on his back appeared in the void after a burst of brilliance. Looking at the dragon god sword that was still suspended in mid-air and did not fall, Chu Wangzhen frowned, not understanding why this happened. At this time, although the dragon god sword appeared in the world, Chu Wangzhen didn't feel it at all. Obviously, the dragon god sword didn't really recognize Chu Wangzhen. What puzzled Chu Wan was why such a change occurred since the dragon god sword did not recognize him. Call. With a gentle breeze blowing across his face, Chu Wangzhen's complexion changed immediately. Because he is now in a dark room, how could there be wind from the void? Sure enough, when Chu Wangzhen cast his eyes on the Shenlong sword in the void again, he suddenly found a figure with a little illusory courage appearing on it. Chu Wangzhen looked at the figure emerging from the sword, his back felt cold, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. After all, such a scene is indeed too weird. Don't worry, little friend, I don't mean anything malicious. As if seeing Chu Wangzhen's embarrassment, the illusory figure finally spoke. After hearing his words, Chu Wangzhen felt a little relieved. Although he didn't know whether what this person said was true or not, now Chu Wangzhen could only choose to believe it. After trying to calm himself down for a while, Chu Wangzhen had the energy to look carefully at this person who appeared suddenly. I saw that this person was wearing a red cloth-based armor, with an upright face, and his long hair was tied into a ponytail and carried behind his back. Seeing this person's familiar attire, Chu Wangzhen's eyes moved slightly, and he asked tentatively, "Senior, is your name Long Teng?" "Oh? Little friend actually knows me." Hearing that Chu Wangzhen said his name in one go, Long Teng was immediately surprised. Although he has been sleeping in the dragon sword for these 500 years, he also knows that it has been a long time since his soul entered the dragon sword, but he doesn't want to be named by the person in front of him. And with his cultivation base, of course he could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was not from his Long clan. But now, Long Teng looked at the specious dragon god art in Chu Wangzhen's body in front of him, his own sword Tianjiao on his back, and the dragon god sword he was hiding, and he couldn't figure out what it was for a while. Seeing that the figure emerging from the dragon god sword was really Long Teng, Chu Wan was so startled that he couldn't speak. But at the same time, Chu Wan felt relieved. After all, since the person in front of him was really Long Teng, he didn't have to worry about his life being in danger. "General Long Teng, I'm sorry, the way the general appeared just now was indeed, I was rude just now." Looking at Long Teng in front of him, Chu Wan saluted and said apologetically. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. After all, he not only practiced the magic skills inherited from the Long clan by chance, but he was also planning to inherit the magical weapons from the Dragon clan. It was okay that no one knew at first, but now he was met by the real master, which made Chu Wangzhen a little embarrassed. "Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you." End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The Scary Yin Zhong. Chapter 33 The Scary Yin Zhong. You don't have to be like this. At this moment, Long Teng looked at the cramped Chu Wangzhen in front of him, and understood what he was thinking, and immediately comforted him in a gentle tone. Immediately afterwards, Long Teng turned his head and glanced at the bones of the Long's couple, sensing the faint breath of Long's blood lingering on the bones, he said in a sad tone. "Little friend, can you tell me what happened to my Long family over the years?" Long Teng had no doubts about whether Chu Wangzhen would know about the Long clan. After all, whether it is the dragon god art in his body, or the two swords of Shenlong and Tianjiao obtained by him, it all shows that the person in front of him has a deep entanglement with the Long family. Yes, since more than 500 years ago, the general and that. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen hesitated for a moment, and Dang even began to tell the truth about what he knew. "Hey, I didn't expect that Tong Yinzong didn't die after being hit by the spirit mirror, and later, because of me, he has been chasing and killing my Long family." As Chu Wangzhen spoke, Long Teng's expression gradually became serious. After all, he knew very well about Tong Yinzong, the archenemy who caused his untimely death. At the beginning, he thought that his great enemy would have been wiped out after he activated the spirit mirror to strike at the cost of almost all his life, but he didn't think that not only did he not die, but he also became an undead person. This made Long Teng lament the impermanence of the world. "General Long Teng, your current situation, could it be the ghost fairy that Dragon God spoke of?" After spending some time with Long Teng, Chu Wangzhen was able to barely regain his composure. Therefore, he began to carefully look at Long Teng's state at this time, and then he recalled the information he had obtained from the Dragon God Art cheat book. After confirming that Long Teng would not get angry, Chu Wangzhen asked hesitantly, "Oh, that's right, in my current state, it's okay to say I'm a ghost." Long Teng was not surprised that Chu Wangzhen received a message from the Dragon God. After all, the Dragon God art has already been practiced by Chu Wangzhen, who is not from the Long family, so it is only natural for him to get the information in it. After speaking, seeing that Chu Wangzhen still had a puzzled look on his face, Long Teng began to introduce him in detail. 500 years ago, Tong Yinzong and I had already entered the realm of heaven and man, and bloomed the two top flowers of Qi and God, but compared with me, Tong Yinzong was more clever in the way of external training, so strict speaking of it, my strength is not as good as that of Tong Yinzong. If it wasn't for the spirit mirror later on, it would be impossible for me to defeat him. Even so, because the forceful activation of the spirit mirror consumed too much of my vitality, so not long after the end of the battle, I died from my injuries. Fortunately, my magic flower was blooming at that time, and I was accidentally killed by the Dragon God's sword. The spirit sensed it, and pulled my soul into the sword, and it was preserved. It's just that my soul is not completely aligned with the left dragon sword after all, so I can only reduce consumption through deep sleep. If I hadn't sensed the energy transmitted by you just now, I wouldn't have woken up." At this time, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help being speechless when he heard Long Teng's words. Although he knew that Yin Zhong's strength was very strong, he didn't expect his strength to be so strong. It turned out that as early as 500 years ago, there were already two flowers of enlightenment and spirit, and what Gu Long Teng said, Chu Wangzhen estimated that Yin Zhong's essence was not bad. After all, the Dragon God art itself has the effect of tempering the body of the practitioners of the Long family. As a dragon that has already bloomed with energy, its physical strength cannot be too weak. Even so, Yin Zhong was able to suppress Long Teng, and he had to rely on the power of the spirit mirror to defeat Yin Zhong. This was enough to prove Yin Zhong's strength. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but feel grateful that Yin Zhong had been injured by the spirit mirror in the past 500 years, and his strength had directly cut his ankle. Not only did he not improve, but he regressed. Otherwise, with Yin Zhong's talent, even if he can't combine the three flowers into one, he can at least gather the three flowers to gather the top of the tree by picking the celestial immortal Dao fruit. At that time, except for the veteran gods like Dragon God, who can hold Yin Zhong down. At this time, Chu Wangzhen thought again that in the original plot, Yin Zhong's injuries had completely recovered, and after being tempered by Zhu Rong, his strength had greatly improved. At that time, it is estimated that he has already entered the state of three flowers gathering on the top. Thinking of this, Chu Wang couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. After all, he has also completed the Dragon God art now. If Yin Zhong wants to kill him at that time, wouldn't he be dead? No, we can't let Yin Zhong's injury recover. Before recovering, Long Bo can fight him a few times. After recovering, neither Long Bo nor Long Teng can beat him. Thinking of this, Chu Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency pressing on his heart. At the same time, Chu Wangzhen thought of Yin Tianxiu again, thinking that she had lived under the pressure of Yin Zhong for so long all these years, and couldn't help feeling pity in his heart. After a long time, Chu Wangzhen, who finally recovered his mood, looked at Long Teng who was quietly watching him, and immediately smiled coyly, "I'm sorry, Junior." Seeing Chu Wangzhen's reaction, Long Teng smiled and shook his head, signaling that he didn't have to. Long Teng also knew that it was indeed too difficult for Chu Wangzhen in front of him to face such an existence as Tong Yinzong. After all, Tong Yinzong, who has lived for more than 500 years, is now like a high mountain, lying in front of Chu Wangzhen's eyes, preventing him from seeing the road behind the mountain. I don't know how Senior can deal with that Tong Yinzong. Looking at Long Teng in front of him, Chu Wangzhen asked immediately. After all, the two are old rivals, and they must know each other's details very well. Based on what you said, because Tong Yinzong was injured by the spirit mirror, he has very little strength left, so you must not let him find the spirit mirror to recover from his injuries. Hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen nodded in agreement. After all, he thought so too. However, with Tong Yinzong's strength, if you want to kill him completely, you can only do it with absolute strength. Unless you find a magical weapon that can target his immortal body. Hearing the method Long Teng said, Chu Wan felt helpless for a while. After all, although he has an on-hook system, he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the level where he can kill Yin Zhong. Not to mention the magic weapons that can target the immortal body. Such magic weapons, let alone whether there are in this world, even if there are, which ones are not hidden by those old monsters, how can they flow out easily? Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, The Fall of the Dragon God. Chapter 34, The Fall of the Dragon God. Senior was joking. With the strength of this junior, if you want to say that you can catch up with Yin Zhong, it's like a fool's dream. Looking at Long Teng in front of him, Chu Wangzhen smiled wryly. Although Chu Wangzhen had enough confidence with the on-hook system, he couldn't show it in front of Long Teng. Otherwise, it would appear that he was too arrogant, and it would be bad if he caused Long Teng's displeasure. No, you may not have a chance. But what Chu Wangzhen didn't expect was that upon hearing what he said, Long Teng directly refuted it, as if he had more confidence in him than Chu Wangzhen himself. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen felt a wave of surprise and uncertainty. After all, he is confident because he knows that he has the Krypton Gold hang-up system, but now Long Teng seems to be sure that he has a chance to surpass Yin Zhong. Why is this? Could it be, he knew that there was a system in his body? Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen was startled. After all, the system is his biggest secret. Could it be that this has been exposed now? Although he was uncertain in his heart, Chu Wangzhen didn't reveal anything on the surface, but asked with a curious face. Oh? Why does the senior have so much confidence in the junior? Even the junior himself can't think of it. Is there any way I can surpass that Yin Zhong? Unexpectedly, after hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Long Teng gave him a meaningful look, and said, "Didn't you think that in the past 500 years, I only woke up after meeting you? Think about why that is." Boom! After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wan's heart was shocked immediately. Yet, why the hell is that? He didn't pay attention before, but now that Long Teng mentioned it, Chu Wangzhen immediately reacted. If you want to talk about the reason, it is because of the dragon god art that the dragon is most likely to be awakened, but 500 years ago, what the Long family has been practicing is dragon god art, and this dragon sword has been handed down among the Long family. Middle. If it was really because of the dragon god art, it is impossible for Long Teng to have not been awakened, even once. Obviously, the reason why Long Teng woke up could not be such a simple matter as a mere dragon god art. However, Long Teng was indeed awakened because Chu Wangzhen injected the true energy in his body into the Shenlong sword. Then the result is obvious. The only difference between the dragon god art practiced by Chu Wangzhen and the members of the Long family is that the reason why he can practice the dragon god art is that he relies on the fire dragon ball in his body, not the dragon. Divine blood. Senior refers to it, but it. After a little hesitation, Chu Wangzhen directly took out the fire dragon ball from his body and displayed it in front of Long Teng. It's really enviable. If I could get it back then, even the celestial immortal Dao fruit wouldn't be impossible to see. Looking at the fire dragon ball that Chu Wangzhen took out from his body, Long Teng immediately looked sad and said with a sigh. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen immediately understood that Long Teng was really talking about the fire dragon ball when he was referring to the possibility of surpassing Yin Zongde. This made Chu Wangzhen feel relieved. After all, although the fire dragon ball is good, it is not as important as the system. I don't know, seniors, but what exactly is this fire dragon ball? After dispelling the worries in his heart, Chu Wangzhen turned to wonder about the origin of the fire dragon ball. He was able to get Long Teng to say that with it, he had the possibility to surpass Yin Zhong. Although this fire dragon ball has been in Chu Wangzhen's body for more than 10 years, he has never really understood the origin of this fire dragon ball. Even if it has any function, Chu Wangzhen actually doesn't know much about it. After all, Chu Wangzhen was at best a container for the fire dragon ball, and could only passively enjoy some auxiliary functions of the fire dragon ball. It wasn't until Chu Wangzhen practiced the dragon god art that he had a little control over the fire dragon ball. But according to Long Teng, he obviously knew the origin of the fire dragon ball. I think you also know that the source of the blood of my dragon clan comes from the dragon god. After finishing speaking, Long Teng looked at the silent Chu Wangzhen, and continued, then, do you know where the dragon god is now? After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. After all, the dragon god has obviously obtained the heavenly immortal Dao fruit and even the existence above that. This kind of existence has long been invincible in the world and has existed forever. Who knows where he is hiding now? You know, for this kind of existence, it may take hundreds of years to sleep. Time has long lost its meaning to them. If I say that the dragon god has fallen, would you believe it? Hiss. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen took a deep breath. After all, he didn't think that Long Teng dared to make fun of his family's ancestors. You know, Chu Wangzhen has also read the genealogy of the Long family. The Long family started from the dragon god, and Long Teng belonged to the third generation. Even if it is said that dragon god is Long Teng's grandfather, maybe dragon god even hugged Long Teng when he was a child, how could he make such a joke? Obviously, the dragon god has really fallen. But, hasn't the dragon god already obtained the heavenly immortal Dao fruit and exists with the world? How could it possibly fall? Looking at the shocked Chu Wangzhen in front of him, Long Teng smiled wryly and said, coexisting with the world does not mean immortality. After all, although the dragon god has obtained the fruit of the heavenly immortal Dao, it does not mean that he has not lived with him. An existence of the same level or even higher. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen slowly turned his gaze to the fire dragon ball in his hand. Could it be that this thing is the dragon ball of the dragon god? But it's not right, although they are all called dragon balls, but this fire dragon ball is too much compared to the legendary heavenly immortal Dao fruit. Moreover, besides the fire dragon ball, Chu Wangzhen knew that there was a corresponding water dragon ball. Thinking of this, Chu Wan immediately asked out the doubts in his heart. Of course, he didn't say anything about water dragon ball. Hearing Chu Wangzhen's question, Long Teng also gave his own explanation. At the beginning, the ancestor dragon god suddenly fell into the Kunlun mountains for some reason, and when my father rushed there based on the blood sense, he found that the ancestor's spirit was gone. And his body melted into the earth, turning into a dragon vein and flowing into the world, and the dragon ball disappeared directly. No trace. Father searched all over the Kunlun mountains, but only found one piece of it. The reason why I can bloom 2 flowers so quickly is because I refined that piece of Dragon Ball. Originally, my father hoped that I could reproduce the glory of the lineage of the Dragon God, but he didn't want me to fail him in the end. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Dragon Ball Fragments. Chapter 35 Dragon Ball Fragments. The one in your hand is the same as the one I refined back then. It is also the Dragon Ball fragment of the ancestor of the Dragon God, but the one I refined back then is of wind attribute, and the one you have now is of the fire attribute. Could it be that the Dragon Balls of the Dragon God have different attributes? After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen immediately asked curiously. The ancestor of the Dragon God, as the only true dragon in the world, was born able to control the 4 innate energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. Therefore, my father guessed that after the ancestor fell, the Dragon Ball was directly divided into 4. Scattered across the sky. Unfortunately, my father only found the Wind Dragon Ball, and the other few Dragon Balls were all missing. I can't be sure whether his guess is correct or not, but now judging from the Fire Dragon Ball in your hand, what father said at the time, I'm afraid it's true. After hearing Long Teng's explanation, Chu Wangzhen immediately forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, not daring to show it on the face. After all, according to what Long Teng said, the Water Dragon Ball that appears to be in the hands of his own brother is also a fragment of the Dragon God's heavenly immortal Dao fruit. If you can get it in your hands, it's almost half the battle. At this time, Long Teng certainly didn't know that Chu Wangzhen knew the whereabouts of another Dragon Ball fragment. He looked at Chu Wangzhen in front of him and continued, probably this Fire Dragon Ball has been stored in your body for a long time. It has long been fused with your aura, and as your cultivation continues to improve, sooner or later this Fire Dragon Ball will be completely integrated with you. After finishing speaking, Long Teng hesitated for a moment and said, I can also give you the Wind Dragon Pearl, but I need you to agree to my 2 requests. Senior, you said that this junior will definitely do his best. Hearing that Long Teng said that he could give the Wind Dragon Pearl to himself, although Chu Wangzhen wondered if the Wind Dragon Pearl had already been refined by him, where did you get the Wind Dragon Pearl for yourself? But based on Chu Wangzhen's understanding of Long Teng, this man is obviously not someone who would just talk about it. Therefore, even though he was suspicious, Chu Wangzhen took the matter over. After all, if a quarter of the Dragon Balls missed this village, there would be no such store. However, although Chu Wangzhen did covet Long Teng's Wind Dragon Ball a little bit, but considering his own safety, Chu Wangzhen still didn't make a big deal, but said that he would try his best. Anyway, if things can't be done at that time, Chu Wangzhen will not put himself in danger just for a mere Dragon Ball. Haha! With Long Teng's experience, of course he also heard the hidden meaning in Chu Wan's heart, but he just smiled gently and didn't say much. After all, as a person, he would not force Chu Wangzhen to do something he didn't want to do, which would also violate his own heart. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. My request is very simple. First of all, as you said, there is still a descendant of my Long family in the world. I want you to share this dragon sword with that return the original of Dragon God art to my descendants of the Long family. After all, you have already practiced Dragon God art and you have also received the Dragon God's message in it, so it would not be of much use to you. After finishing speaking, Long Teng's voice paused slightly, and then he continued, as for this Shenlong sword, although you have cultivated the true energy of the Dragon God because of the fragments of the Dragon Ball, this Shenlong sword has long been related to my Long clan. They are connected by blood, so you basically have no chance to enter the field of human sword integration with him, so the role of this sword in your hand is indeed of little value. Besides, the heavenly flood dragon on your body was also refined by me at the beginning with countless precious materials. I was going to try to see if I could add another magic weapon to my Long family. It's a pity, but even if the heavenly flood dragon has not yet entering the ranks of divine weapons, but it is enough for you to use until you find a suitable divine weapon." After speaking, as if he was afraid that Chu Wangzhen would not believe it, Long Teng pointed at the dragon sword, and the next second, he saw the dragon sword floating in mid-air flying directly towards Chu Wangzhen. Chong! Seeing the flying dragon sword, Chu Wangzhen quickly grabbed it in his hand. SHH! SHH! After waving it casually twice, Chu Wangzhen did not use the dragon god True Qi in his body to test whether he could sense the connection with the Shenlong sword as Long Teng thought, but was thrown back by one of them. The junior agreed to this request. Now that the soaring dragon was right in front of him, of course Chu Wangzhen would not be foolish to test his compatibility with the dragon sword in front of him. Isn't this a clear indication that he didn't believe in the soaring dragon? Although Long Teng might not mind, Chu Wangzhen didn't think so. After all, Feng Longjia was more tempting to Chu Wangzhen than the divine weapon. Because in this comprehensive world, there are many magical soldiers, as long as he is given enough time, Chu Wangzhen believes that he can always find the one that suits him. But there is only one Wind Dragon Ball, if you miss it, you will really miss it. Therefore, without further consideration, Chu Wangzhen directly gave up the Divine Dragon Sword and chose the more alluring Wind Dragon Ball. Seeing Chu Wangzhen being so decisive, Long Teng's eyes showed a hint of admiration. After all, he knew the allure of a magic weapon. Seeing that Chu Wangzhen had already agreed to his first request, Long Teng said his other request. "I hope that when you see Yin Zhong wanting to kill members of the Long family in the future, you can try your best to protect his name. Of course, this request is not substantive. Your own safety is paramount." Can. After hearing Long Teng's request, Chu Wangzhen readily agreed. Isn't it just to be a bodyguard for Long Bo? Anyway, he does have too many connections with the Long family, and of course he doesn't mind making this connection a little deeper. Chu Wangzhen really appreciates the existence of Long Bo, who claims to be a human-made sealing. When he is strong enough, he certainly won't mind extending his helping hand. It is good. Hearing that Chu Wangzhen agreed so resolutely, Long Teng met his eyes. After confirming that he was not just talking casually, Long Teng immediately gave a loud shout with a smile on his face. Buzz! As Long Teng pointed at the center of his eyebrows, a bead shining with light blue light began to turn from virtual to solid from the center of Long Teng's eyebrows. And with the appearance of this bead, Chu Wan felt that the fire dragon bead in his danshan began to tremble, as if he had met a relative. Chu Wan, who sensed the change of the fire dragon ball in his body, immediately confirmed that the light blue bead must be the wind dragon ball that Long Teng was talking about. "Thank you for your support, please follow up." "Thank you, special thanks to the lazy cat Sama for the reward, thank you Mau Mau." End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Wind Dragon Ball, Qi Si Realm. Chapter 36 Wind Dragon Ball, Qi Si Realm. This is the Wind Dragon Ball. Looking at the bead in his hand, Long Teng had a complicated look in his eyes, but he finally threw it out. Snapped. As soon as he took it, Chu Wangzhen looked at the Feng Longjia tightly in his hand, and his heart beat violently. Although this Wind Dragon Ball has been refined by me once, I was not able to completely refine it at the beginning, but only refined the subsidiary energy derived from the source of wind in it. After more than 500 years after recuperating, the missing wind attribute energy in it has already been passively recovered, so you don't have to worry that the wind dragon bead will not match the fire dragon bead in your body. Okay, you can take it back into your body now, and I'll watch over it for you in case of accidents. Thank you, Senior. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen didn't retreat, and Dang even simply cleaned the ground and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he directly held the wind dragon ball with both hands and hung it in front of his danshan. Buzz! Buzz! As Chu Wangzhen began to inject his own fire dragon true energy into the wind dragon ball, the two dragon balls inside and outside his body suddenly changed at the same time. All of a sudden, a strong wind attribute energy, stimulated by the fire dragon's true energy, immediately flowed out continuously from the wind dragon pearl, and then directly entered Chu Wangzhen's body along the palms of his hands. Boom! Under the leadership of the fire dragon True Qi, this wind attribute energy immediately began to rapidly transform into the unique wind dragon True Qi in Chu Wangzhen's body using the Dragon God Art Qi circulation route. Wow! With the appearance of the wind dragon's true energy, it merged with the fire dragon's true energy, and under the influence of the on-hook function, they began to automatically operate in Chu Wangzhen's body together. And it may be because the fire takes advantage of the wind and fire rotate, Chu Wangzhen found that the speed of the Dragon God Art in his body at this time was more than twice as fast as before. On the contrary, it may be precisely because the Genkai in Chu Wangzhen's body is moving too fast, so that he immediately feels a sense of fullness and a little pain coming from his meridians. Call. Seeing that the movement of Genkai in his body was getting worse, Chu Wangzhen hurriedly controlled the Genkai in his body to slow down, not daring to let it flow. Crack! Kick! Even so, the amount of Genkai in Chu Wangzhen's body has also increased by a large amount with the help of the Wind Dragon Ball energy. The remaining 2 of the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body, the Ren and Du meridians, faced the turbulent wind and fire Genkai, and after a little resistance, they were defeated in one blow. After a steady stream of true qi filled the newly opened 2 strange veins, the amount of true qi in Chu Wangzhen's body was still increasing at a slow rate. Ordinary people would take advantage of this opportunity to directly break through to the Qi Si realm in one go. After all, for them, the cultivation of Tongmei I realm has come to an end at this time, but for Chu Wangzhen who has practiced Dragon God Art, this is not the case. Because according to the introduction to the Meridian realm in Dragon God Art, although Chu Wangzhen has opened up all the 12 serious meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians in his body at this time, there are still a large number of small Qi meridians that have not been dealt with. At this point, Chu Wangzhen can slowly break through the obstacles in these small air channels with the true energy in his body, making himself reach the point where all the channels are connected. Although the true Qi content that each of these tiny Qi veins can store is far less than those of the regular and odd meridians, they are large in number after all, and together there is a lot of room for improvement. And once all the veins in the body are opened up, the foundation of the warrior will be more solid compared to those who only open up the serious and extraordinary veins. As Chu Wangzhen, who has read countless martial arts novels, of course, he will not blindly pursue high realms and give up his emphasis on high foundations. After all, the stronger the foundation is, the higher the building can be built. Therefore, after discovering that all the meridians and strange veins in his body were unblocked, Chu Wangzhen immediately controlled the wind and fire Genkai in his body, and followed the specific route recorded in Dragon God Art, impacting his body at a slow speed. Qi veins. It's a pity that at this point, the speed of performing exercises is no longer determined by the amount of true energy in the body, because each of these energy channels is very small and fragile. Once the amount of true energy poured into it in an instant is too much, it may cause it to be broken, forming a reverse effect. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen could only carefully control the speed of the true energy in his body to prevent accidents. Boom! Finally, after an unknown amount of time, as Chu Wangzhen's body shook, all the meridians in his body were completely opened up. I saw a powerful force suddenly rising from Chu Wan's mind and body, causing wind to blow from the void in the dark room where he was located, and the dust inside was blown wantonly. Crack! Kick! Seeing that the bones of his descendants were tottering under the wind, Long Teng immediately waved his hand, and an invisible energy had already protected the bones of Longs and his wife. SHH. At this time, Chu Wangzhen didn't have time to pay attention to it. He almost broke up the body of Long Bo's parents just now. Host, Chu Wangzhen. Cultivation level, Tongmei I state, 49 years, skin refining, Dacheng. Internal training, Dragon God Art, first floor, can hang up. External refining, iron cloth shirt, successful, do not hang up. Divine alchemy, Ideas of fire dragon flying to the sky, beginner, you can hang up. Wind dragon and flying conception, beginner, you can hang up. Tactics, none. Energy value, 780. With the opening of all the veins in his body, Chu Wangzhen discovered that the amount of true energy in his body had reached 49 years. It seems that all the tiny qi channels in the body have added 13 years of true qi capacity to Chu Wangzhen, increasing his upper limit from 36 years to 49 years. And just when Chu Wangzhen was understanding his own changes through the panel, he saw that the wind dragon bead plunged into his body at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and mysteriously appeared next to the fire dragon bead. Wow! As the two dragon balls converged, the wind and fire genkai in Chu Wangzhen's body suddenly began to riot. Seeing that he was about to be unable to suppress it anymore, Chu Wangzhen quickly controlled all the true energy in his body and gathered it towards his danshan. At this moment, he was thinking of opening the sea of qi in his danshan, entering the sea of qi, and continuing to increase the upper limit of his own qi, so as to relieve the pressure caused by the riot of genkai in his body. After making up his mind, Chu Wangzhen entangled the wind and fire genkai in his body, and rushed directly towards his lower danshan. Crack! As the wind and fire genkai continued to pour in, a small dot suddenly appeared in Chu Wangzhen's originally dark lower danshan. Seeing this small dot, Chu Wangzhen was shocked immediately, and quickly controlled the remaining true energy in his body to pour into the small dot. With the continuous infusion of true energy, the volume of the small dot immediately began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the danshan qi si in the warrior's body. The size of the qi si will determine the future development potential of the warrior. Thank you for your support, thank you, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Call out. After Chu Wangzhen successfully opened up the sea of qi in his danshan, the wind and fire dragon beads in his body plunged into it instantly. Hu! 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 Immediately afterwards, Chu Wangzhen felt that a suction force suddenly appeared in his danshan qi si. In just a few breaths, all the true qi in his body would be swallowed into the qi si. With the help of so much qi, Chu Wangzhen's danshan qi si began to swell instantly. Finally, when Chu Wangzhen felt that his true energy was exhausted, a -inch air sea space formally formed in Chu Wangzhen's body. With the formation of the danshan qi si, Chu Wangzhen felt that new true qi was continuously being generated in his meridians, and then after flowing into the danshan qi si, through the two dragon balls of wind and fire that had already settled in it, transformed into a new dragon god true qi. After a while, a thin layer of red-blue true qi appeared at the bottom of Chu Wangzhen's danshan qi si. Call. After stabilizing the state of the new breakthrough, Chu Wangzhen finally opened his eyes. Not bad. After seeing Chu Wangzhen wake up, Long Teng's eyes were full of admiration, and he praised him. Thanks to Senior's Wind Dragon Ball. Of course, Chu Wangzhen would not accept all of Long Teng's admiration arrogantly, but even humbly gave away the credit. Hearing Chu Wangzhen's humble words, Long Teng just shook his head and didn't say much. After all, he who had refined the Wind Dragon Ball once knew that it was not a simple matter to convert the wind attribute energy in it for his own use, not to mention that Chu Wangzhen had another Fire Dragon Ball in his body. Although the relationship between wind and fire is not as complete as that between water and fire, there will be mutual promotion. However, if you want Feng and Fire Dragon Ball to promote each other, you need to let them live in peace first. This point was originally a problem that Long Teng thought Chu Wangzhen would encounter, but he didn't want to base on his observation that during his refinement of the Wind Dragon Ball, the Wind Dragon Ball had no intention of resisting at all. Instead, it was Chu Wangzhen who seized the opportunity of wind and fire, and broke through to the Qi Si realm. However, although he had some doubts in his heart, Long Teng didn't have the idea to get to the bottom of it. After all, everyone will have their own secrets, which are forbidden places that others cannot violate. Besides, the current relationship between Chu Wangzhen and Long Teng can only be regarded as a transactional relationship. Long Teng exchanged the Wind Dragon Pearl for Chu Wangzhen's protection of the Long family in the future. Under this premise, of course Long Teng would not do anything to make Chu Wan feel suspicious. Okay, now that you're awake, I'll continue to sleep. After all, this state is quite heavy for me now. After a moment of silence, Long Teng said to Chu Wan. After hearing Long Teng's words, Chu Wangzhen immediately took a closer look at Long Teng's state at this time, but suddenly found that the current Long Teng is indeed more illusory than when he first appeared. After thinking about this discovery, Chu Wangzhen understood the reason. Now Long Teng's physical body has long been necrotic, leaving only his soul in the Shenlong sword. Logically speaking, he is indeed a ghost fairy. But the problem is, the divine dragon sword already has its own sword spirit. Unless Long Teng drives away or devours the sword spirit in it and occupies the space inside the divine dragon sword by itself, then it can truly become a ghost fairy. Otherwise, Long Teng will always be just a resident, and can only reduce consumption by sleeping. In addition, he just gave Chu Wangzhen the Fen Glongju that he had cultivated for more than 500 years. It is inevitable that there will be some losses for him. Therefore, he can only choose to return to the sword and sleep as soon as possible. In this way, the junior can only look forward to the next meeting with the senior. After trying to understand the reason, Chu Wangzhen paid a respectful salute to Long Teng. Seeing Chu Wan's heart like this, Long Teng nodded, then turned around and returned to the Shenlong sword. But he seemed to have suddenly remembered something. After taking a deep look at Chu Wangzhen, he said again. Oh, by the way, you must pay attention, if you have the opportunity to collect other Dragon Balls in the future, you must not easily fuse their power together, but choose to surrender the Earth Dragon Ball before you can try. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. After hearing Long Teng's words, although Chu Wangzhen was a little puzzled, he was still quite moved by Long Teng's actions. Okay. Looking at Chu Wangzhen's sincere eyes, he obviously listened to his own words, so Long Teng smiled gently, and turned into a streamer of light and returned to the Shenlong sword. In fact, the reason why Long Teng said that just now was not because he thought that Chu Wangzhen could really collect all 4 Dragon Ball fragments, but because he suddenly remembered it and said it casually. Chiang! Chiang! After Long Teng returned to the Divine Dragon Sword, Chu Wangzhen saw that the Divine Dragon Sword trembled and turned into 2 short daggers again. Shh! Flying up, and grasping the 2 short daggers flying in the air in his hands, Chu Wangzhen felt carefully, and found that he did not have the slightest sense of them. After casually putting the dagger into his arms, Chu Wangzhen cast his eyes on the corpses of Longs and his wife who were sitting on the chairs. After thinking for a while, thinking that he had indeed received a lot of legacy from the Long clan, Chu Wangzhen immediately decided that it would be better for them to be buried as soon as possible. As long as Chu Wangzhen takes Long Bo to pay homage to him after meeting Long Bo in the future, it will be fine to explain the reason. I believe that with Long Bo's character, not only would he not blame Chu Wan for moving his parents' remains, but he would also be grateful to him. As soon as he thought about it, after taking a look at the surrounding situation, Chu Wan thought that even if he found 2 pieces of curtains from the abandoned house, and collected the bones of the Longs and his wife respectively, he left this place directly and went to the coffin shop in the city to buy them. 2 high-quality coffins were built. Then, Chu Wangzhen even found a famous Feng Shui master in Yangzhou City, and asked him to choose a treasured Feng Shui place outside the city at a high price, and buried Longs and his wife there. After finishing all this, Chu Wangzhen returned to the Jinyi Guard. Thinking of today's full harvest, Chu Wang couldn't help grinning in satisfaction. Today, he not only figured out the origin of the Fire Dragon Ball, but also got a new Dragon Ball. Coupled with Tianjiao's extremely sharp sword, Chu Wangzhen was completely paralyzed today. Not to mention, Chu Wangzhen's strength has actually achieved leapfrog improvement, directly entering the Air Sea realm, and opening up a -inch Super Air Sea. You know, in this arena, there are very few people who can even open up a -inch limitless sea of qi, let alone Chu Wangzhen's ultra-limited sea of qi. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Waterfall Exit. Chapter 38 Waterfall Exit. At this time, Chu Wangzhen, who was slowly walking towards the guard, began to think about Long Teng's last warning. After all, he now has 2 Dragon Balls, Wind and Fire, and the Water Dragon Ball will appear in front of him sooner or later. With Chu Wangzhen's current strength, it will be a breeze to get them. In this way, for Chu Wangzhen, only 1 Earth Dragon Ball is missing, and he has collected all the Dragon God's celestial Dao fruits. But now, as Gu Longteng said, even if Chu Wan wanted to reproduce the complete Dragon God Dragon Ball, he had to surrender the Earth Dragon Ball first. After thinking about it for a while, some guesses appeared in Chu Wangzhen's mind. In Chu Wangzhen's view, everything in this world follows certain rules. According to the Book of Changes, everything in this world is within the 3 talents, and the 3 talents are geniuses, local talents, and talents. And related to it, there is the theory of the 3 treasures. The 3 treasures are the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, water, fire, and wind on the earth, and essence, qi, and spirit in humans. The 3 treasures of the earth coincided with the power of the Dragon God, so Chu Wangzhen guessed that if he wanted to completely refine the 3 Dragon Balls of water, fire, and wind, he needed the Earth Dragon Ball that contained the energy of the earth as the foundation. Only in this way, there will be a reminder like Long Teng. However, all of this is just Chu Wangzhen's guess now, and there is no news about the last Earth Dragon Ball Chu Wangzhen. Therefore, he can only put these things aside first, and start thinking about what he can do now. Now, he has practiced the Dragon Divine Art and obtained the Heavenly Flood Sword and the Divine Dragon Sword. Although he cannot exert the full power of the Dragon Divine Sword, once Yin Zhong discovers it, he will be killed immediately. Therefore, before leaving Yangzhou City, Chu Wangzhen was not prepared to show the dragon and celestial flood to others. After leaving Yangzhou City, Chu Wangzhen didn't have to worry about these things. After all, because of his physical injuries, Yin Zhong basically couldn't do without the help of the Mercury Pool and the Blood Python in the underground city of Yujian Villa. It can be said that Yin Zhong's scope of action has almost been locked around Yangzhou City. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, Chu Wangzhen decided to temporarily seal up the 2 newly acquired swords. Anyway, he doesn't know much about swordsmanship right now, with swords but without swords, the bonus to him is not obvious. But at this time, apart from the Shenlong sword, the one who can deal with Yin Zhong is of course the spirit mirror who had severely injured Yin Zhong. But at this time, the spirit mirror was still in the enchantment of Shuiyue Dongtian, and it was almost impossible for Chu Wangzhen to get it for a while. Hey? It seems, it's not impossible. Just when Chu Wan was thinking about the location of the spiritual mirror, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and found that it was not impossible for him to obtain the spiritual mirror. After all, the current spiritual mirror is in a sealed state, lying quietly in the enchantment of the Water Moon Cave. As long as Chu Wangzhen can find the enchantment exit where Long Bo and the others escaped from Shuiyu Cave, he can go to find the spirit mirror. After all, although there are many barriers at the exit, they are not that dangerous. The only thing restricting Chu Wangzhen now was that he didn't know where the exit was. But although he didn't know the exact location, he remembered that the exit seemed to be behind a waterfall around Yangzhou City, and the rocks at the exit were also different from the surrounding rocks. With these 2 characteristics, Chu Wangzhen no longer has to worry about not being able to find the exit of the Shuiyu Cave. After all, although Yangzhou City is big, there can't be too many waterfalls around it. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately quickened his pace and hurried back to the Jinyi guardhouse. After returning to the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen first returned to his room, put away the dragon and 2 short daggers on his body, and then asked someone to send the topographic map around Yangzhou City to his room. Really? Looking at the map in his hand, Chu Wangzhen's eyes immediately revealed a look of joy. Because according to the records on the map, although there are many water systems around Yangzhou City, there are only 3 large-scale waterfalls. After circled the 3 places, Chu Wangzhen left Yangzhou City early the next morning, and rushed towards the 3 circled waterfalls. According to the distance, Chu Wangzhen's first choice was the waterfall on the east side of Yangzhou City. This waterfall was outside the mountain in the east of the city, and Chu Wangzhen had already found it within a short time. Unfortunately, this location is not the exit of the Shuiyu cave, not only because Chu Wangzhen did not find any unusually colored rocks in it, but also because there is a small village not far from the waterfall. When Chu Wangzhen arrived there were still many women washing clothes and playing around under the waterfall. After confirming that this place was not his goal, Chu Wangzhen saw that the sky was getting darker, so he hurried to the next destination. This second target will be more secretive at that time, in the depths of the mountains in the north of the city. Unfortunately, when Chu Wangzhen rushed there, he discovered that the waterfall here had already dried up. Seeing this situation, Chu Wangzhen had no choice but to return in vain. After casually eating some tea and snacks at a tea shop outside the city for pedestrians to rest, Chu Wangzhen headed towards the next destination. Rush 2. After arriving at this last destination, Chu Wangzhen looked at the slightly familiar scenery around him, and knew that he probably found the right place. When Chu Wangzhen came under the waterfall, although it was already late, Chu Wangzhen found a place under the waterfall that was obviously different from the surrounding rocks at a glance. Call. After taking a long breath of relief, Chu Wangzhen took a short rest before turning around and leaving the place. Now there are still many things in the city that he has not arranged, and his trip is obviously not something that can be done in a day or 2. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen needs to arrange his own affairs first, and then bring some food to enter the Water Moon Cave. When Chu Wangzhen hurried back to Yangzhou City, the sky had completely darkened. After returning to the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen declared to the outside world that he would need to retreat for a few days. After the announcement was made, he hurriedly prepared some dry food and returned to the room. After all, as 100 households with missions, of course it is not good for him to leave Yangzhou City at will and disappear mysteriously for several days. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen had no choice but to make a bad plan. Anyway, no one dared to break into his retreat at will. After midnight, Chu Wangzhen took advantage of the darkness and left the guard directly. After returning to the secret den with Yin Tianxiu, he left a letter there to prevent Yin Tianxiu from finding him, and then rested. After dawn, Chu Wangzhen carefully disguised himself and left Yangzhou City, heading towards the exit he found. Thank you for your support, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Dark Barrier. Chapter 39 Dark Barrier. SHH. Coming under the waterfall again, Chu Wangzhen looked at the abnormal area on the stone wall above, and immediately jumped up, lifted by the dragon's true energy in his body, and flew up directly. Boom! When Chu Wangzhen's body was at the same level as the abnormal area, he directly stretched out his right hand and struck out with a claw. With the strength of Chu Wangzhen's iron cloth shirt Dachan at this time, it is of course easy to deal with a mere stone that has been washed away by water all year round. Under Chu Wangzhen's claws, the rocks under the waterfall were like tofu, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were deeply embedded in it. Then Chu Wangzhen hung on the stone wall by grasping it with his right hand. Looking at the corpse wall not far away that was obviously different from other parts, Chu Wangzhen immediately stretched out his free left hand and slowly touched it. Originally, Chu Wangzhen thought that his left hand would easily sink into the stone wall, but to his surprise, the cold touch from his left hand was no different from the real stone wall. Could it be, isn't this place the exit of the Shuiyu cave? After groping carefully, Chu Wangzhen found that the touch was so real, which made Chu Wangzhen start to wonder if he had found the wrong place. But thinking of all the magical enchantment methods of the Tong clan, Chu Wangzhen suspected that this was the enchantment effect set by the Tong clan. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen hesitated for a moment, but decided to give it a try first. Boom! I saw Chu Wangzhen slapped the abnormal area with his free left hand, and a loud noise came out suddenly, but the area did not change at all. On the contrary, it was Chu Wangzhen himself who, because of the powerful backshock, strength, the whole person began to crumble. In this regard, Chu Wangzhen was not only not disappointed, but a gleam appeared in his eyes. After all, even though Chu Wangzhen didn't use all his strength in the blow just now, it was impossible for him not to leave even the slightest trace on the stone wall. The reason for this situation is that there is obviously a secret on that stone wall, and it is estimated that the enchantment set up by the Tong clan is protecting that place. After confirming that he did not find the wrong place, Chu Wangzhen immediately slapped the stone wall in front of him again, and then followed the counter-shock force from the stone wall, and took advantage of the momentum to pull his right hand out of the stone wall. In this way, without a support point, Chu Wangzhen's body fell directly downward. But Chu Wangzhen, who kept falling in mid-air, didn't panic at all. He saw a force on his waist and his whole body turned in the air. Ah! Ah! Then, a crimson airflow suddenly appeared around Chu Wangzhen, enveloping him. In the next second, a red-blue dragon suddenly appeared in midair. This is exactly what Chu Wangzhen used to transform the dragon into the sky in the Dragon God technique to transform into a dragon flying into the sky. However, compared to the dragon that Chu Wangzhen saw on TV in his previous life, the dragon that Chu Wangzhen transformed into is different. According to Chu Wangzhen in his previous life, the dragons transformed by Long Bo and Yin Zhong are different in color, but their body shapes are the same. They both have only a dragon head and a vague dragon body. But at this time, the body of the dragon that Chu Wangzhen transformed into was a dragon head, dragon body, dragon claws, and dragon tail. Even the scales on the dragon's body were lifelike. In this regard, Chu Wangzhen discovered this as early as when he tried to transform a dragon after getting started with the idea of dragon flying to the sky. But after all, he has never seen the appearance of Long Bo and Yin Zonghua in this world, so he can't be sure whether it is because this is the real world, the appearance of the dragon in Dragon God art, or because there is something in him. The reason Dragon Ball exists. But although he couldn't figure out the reason, Chu Wangzhen was sure that the dragon he transformed was much stronger than what he had seen in his previous life. At least, the divine dragon he transformed can use its 4 dragon claws to launch all kinds of fierce attacks, far from the Long Bo and Yin Zhong he knows, who can only attack with the dragon's head and body. At this time, Chu Wangzhen, who was in the form of a dragon, felt that the true energy in his body was being consumed rapidly, so he didn't dare to waste any more time, so he flew up immediately, and then controlled the divine dragon transformed by his true energy to move towards the dragon on the stone wall. A piece of abnormal area is impacted away. Boom! The moment the body of the dragon hit the stone wall, Chu Wangzhen keenly sensed that a powerful repelling force came from the stone wall. This was obviously because Chu Wangzhen's blow just now was not enough to break through the barrier's protective power. After sensing this change, the divine dragon transformed by Chu Wangzhen immediately turned around in mid-air, swung the tail of the first form of the divine dragon, and struck the stone wall fiercely with the red-blue dragon tail. Boom! Under Chu Wangzhen's blow with all his strength, the attack power finally broke through the upper limit of the barrier's protection. It was as if the surface of the water had been hit on the stone wall, and ripples began to appear. SHH. Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen immediately controlled his dragon body and plunged in. Then, Chu Wangzhen felt that his eyes went dark, and he lost all his vision in an instant. Only the red cyan light emitted by himself made a few gleams of light here. It's just that Chu Wangzhen is in the state of transforming into a dragon at this time, so even though he can't see it anymore, he can keenly perceive that there are many lives in this space. At this time, after realizing Chu Wangzhen's sudden intrusion, the aborigines living here suddenly rioted. Hey! 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 Hearing the ear-piercing sounds that seemed to be everywhere in his ears, Chu Wan knew that he had really entered the water moon cave. At this time, the place he was in was probably the dark barrier, and the sound he heard just now was made by the bats living in the dark barrier. Boom! Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately felt goosebumps on his heart. After all, as a normal person, he would feel this way when he thought that he was surrounded by countless bats. Then, seeing Chu Wangzhen's thought move, the cyan light on the divine dragon he transformed quickly faded, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a crimson fire dragon exuding endless fiery aura. With the change of Chu Wangzhen's divine dragon body, the bat in the dark barrier immediately felt a dangerous aura rushing toward his face. Frightened by this, all the bats in this space immediately fled. Sensing the actions of the bats, Chu Wan's heart immediately moved, and the body of the dragon also flew behind them. And seeing the source of danger behind him following up, the bats in front immediately waved their wings even harder. After all, just from a distance, they all felt the danger of the source of that hot air. If they were caught up, they would definitely be roasted into bats. Thank you for your support, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 The Arrival of the Tree Realm. Chapter 40 The Arrival of the Tree Realm. SHH. After following the group of bats, it didn't take long for Chu Wangzhen to feel a blur in front of his eyes, and the light fell on him again. Boom! Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen quickly reformed into his human form, and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the bats running away in all directions in the sky, Chu Wangzhen let out a long sigh of relief. Now less than -% of his true energy is left in his body. Fortunately, the area of the dark barrier is not large. It may take a lot of effort to walk out of the dark barrier with human power. After a while, Chu Wangzhen got up, glanced at the stone wall behind him that he had just stepped out of, and found that it was covered with moss, perfectly blending into the forest. If he hadn't confirmed that he had just come out of this place, he probably wouldn't have thought that this ordinary stone wall that can be seen everywhere in the forest turned out to be the exit out of this place. Tear. After looking around for a while, Chu Wangzhen tore off a long strip of cloth directly under his clothes, and tied it to a big tree in front of the stone wall as a mark to prevent him from finding the place when he turned around. Afterwards, Chu Wangzhen continued to rest for a while, ate a decades-old ginseng plant, and waited until the true energy in his body was fully recovered, then set off again and rushed towards the depths of the woods. Walking in the woods, Chu Wangzhen took every step carefully. After all, if he remembered correctly, this place is a forest enchantment. In this forest, vines can be seen everywhere, and they may attack Chu Wangzhen at any time. If Chu Wangzhen is accidentally restrained by it, it will be dangerous. After all, these tree vines will emit a scent of ecstasy after trapping people, making their prey fall into a deep sleep. Only the blood of the clan can rescue the trapped people. At this time, Chu Wangzhen broke in here secretly. Once he was accidentally trapped by the living forest barrier, he might only be discovered when Longbow and the others came over. But by then, Chu Wangzhen might have already become a corpse. Therefore, walking in the woods, Chu Wangzhen dared not slack off in the slightest. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the more you are afraid of something, the more you will be. Even though Chu Wangzhen was so careful, he still couldn't escape the result of being discovered by the living forest enchantment. After all, there are trees and vines everywhere here, who knows which one is controlled by the living forest enchantment and which one is not? Shoo! Su! Su! Therefore, when Chu Wangzhen was walking in the woods, he heard a sound from the surrounding bushes. After hearing the sound, Chu Wangzhen's complexion changed immediately, knowing that he had been exposed. In the next second, countless green vines swept from all directions of Chu Wangzhen, trapping him in it. Each of these tree vines has the thickness of a hemp rope and looks extremely strong. Hold head high. Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen didn't dare to neglect, and directly turned into a dragon again. In order to restrain these vines, Chu Wangzhen turned into a fire dragon directly, trying to see if he could use the fire attribute of the fire dragon to drive away those vines. Unexpectedly, these vines were specially planted by the Tong family. As early as that time, the Tong family had considered the impact of the fire on the living forest enchantment. Therefore, after sensing the body of the fire dragon transformed by Chu Wangzhen, the vines paused for a moment, but immediately continued to wrap around him. Boom! 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 Seeing these vines, he was not afraid of his own fire dragon body at all, so in desperation, Chu Wangzhen had no choice but to be tough. I saw the fire dragon body, it transformed into dancing wildly in the air. Countless tree vines were instantly interrupted by the powerful impact force from the fire dragon body. But this place is the base camp of the living forest enchantment after all. If one vine is broken, two will be added in an instant. Seeing such a situation, coupled with the rapid reduction of true energy in his body, Chu Wangzhen had no choice but to choose to flee. Hold head high! With Shenlong's roar, the crimson red on his body faded instantly, turning into a pure turquoise. This is exactly the wind dragon transformed by Chu Wangzhen with the true energy of the wind dragon. Compared with the fire dragon, although the wind dragon does not have the additional effect of carrying that fiery energy, the speed of the wind dragon is far faster than that of the fire dragon. Body. After turning into a wind dragon, Chu Wangzhen immediately swung his tail with a dragon and broke off the vines wrapped around his body, then immediately soared into the sky and flew over the forest. Seeing that there were still countless trees and vines rising into the sky below, Chu Wangzhen immediately controlled the body of the wind dragon and fled away, looking as if he wanted to pull himself back again. Hold head high! When Chu Wangzhen saw a river flowing around the forest in the distance, Dang even flew towards it quickly. Boom! When he came to the river, he sensed that there were still abnormal movements coming from the woods behind him, and the body of the wind dragon that Chu Wangzhen transformed into immediately plunged into the water. Chu Wangzhen, who returned to his human form in the water, looked at the vines protruding from the woods, as if he was constantly looking for himself, and immediately remained motionless, not daring to make the slightest sound. Whoa! After a while, probably because of the loss of Chu Wangzhen's breath, the vines protruding from the forest slowly retreated. Only in this way did Chu Wangzhen dare to come out of the water. Fuck, is this thing so strong? Careless. Thinking that the entire forest had just turned into a tentacle monster, Chu Wang couldn't help but tremble. He never thought that the living forest enchantment that he saw on TV in his previous life was as strong as a joke in reality. But that's right, this is a method used by the Tong clan to protect their homeland, so how could it be weak? Longbow and the others seemed to be playing around the living forest barrier, probably because there were two members of the Tong family among them. After all, the trees in this living forest enchantment all recognize their masters, and were cultivated by the Tong clan with their own extraordinary blood. Therefore, after realizing the blood of the Tong family, those tree vines of course would not use their full firepower like they did against Chu Wangzhen. Thinking about today's events with lingering fear in his heart, Chu Wang knew that the memory of his previous life could only be used as a reference for himself. But he could not directly take the previous memory as the criterion and regard it as the truth. Call. After exhaling the depression in his chest, Chu Wangzhen turned his head to look at the surrounding scene. If he remembered correctly, the spiritual mirror seemed to be somewhere in the river. But when Chu Wangzhen remembered that what he saw in the sky just now, the river was not small, so it was not easy for him to find the spiritual mirror. However, no matter how difficult it is to find, Chu Wangzhen will never give up. After all, this spirit mirror was the key to him dealing with Yin Zhong. Even if he did not face Yin Zhong in the future, Chu Wangzhen knew very well the difference between having a sword in his hand and not having a sword in his hand. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Spirit Mirror. Chapter 41 Spirit Mirror. After the trees and vines receded in the living forest enchantment, Chu Wangzhen didn't dare to go ashore immediately, but found a huge boulder half exposed in the river and climbed up. He took out the dry food wrapped in oilcloth paper from his arms, ate a little, and replenished his energy. Pfft! Looking at the slightly turbulent water around him, Chu Wangzhen plunged into it again, and began to search for the spirit mirror at the bottom of the river. Whoa! It took an unknown amount of time before Chu Wangzhen emerged from the water again. But at this time, Chu Wangzhen had already swam along the river to where he did not know. After finding another big rock, he slowly climbed up. Hoo-hoo! Chu Wangzhen, who was drenched all over, was pale and limp on the boulder, panting continuously. After a while, he sat up again and wiped off the water stains on his face. For some reason, the river here is much colder than ordinary rivers. If it weren't for the fire attribute in Chu Wangzhen's true energy, which can keep his body temperature, he might have been unable to bear it long ago. Moreover, there are so many dead branches and rotten leaves at the bottom of the river here, which also greatly increases the difficulty for Chu Wangzhen to find the spiritual mirror. Fug! After cursing in a low voice with some irritation, Chu Wangzhen plunged into the river again. After all, he has come here through many obstacles and difficulties all the way, and it is impossible for him to give up easily because of such a small difficulty. After that, Chu Wangzhen sneaked all the way along the river, and when he was exhausted, he came out of the water, found a big rock to rest for a while, and then continued to enter the water. This went on and on again, and it didn't take long for his skin to wrinkle due to soaking in water for a long time. Whoa! After climbing up a boulder again, Chu Wangzhen stared at the sky blankly, and was speechless for a moment. This river seemed to have no end. Chu Wangzhen had been sneaking underwater for most of the day, but he still didn't notice any changes in the scene on both sides of the river. If it weren't for the different shapes of the boulders he climbed each time, Chu Wangzhen almost thought he was still in the same place. Looking at the river still flowing quietly around him, Chu Wangzhen thought of giving up for the first time. However, when he thought that he had stayed underwater for so long today without even seeing the shadow of the spirit mirror, Chu Wangzhen suddenly became a little unwilling. Damn it, if you still can't find it for the last time, it means that I have no destiny with the spirit mirror. I will try again when Longbow and the others appear in the future. Gritting his teeth, Chu Wangzhen took a deep breath and plunged into the river again. This time, instead of groping slowly like before, Chu Wangzhen swam directly and quickly in the water. As long as he didn't find anything unusual, he just skipped it and went down the river. Buzz! Just when Chu Wangzhen felt that his physical strength was about to be completely exhausted again, he felt that the wind dragon pearl in his body suddenly started to tremble, as if he had been summoned by something. This is... Sensing this change in his body, Chu Wangzhen was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. You must know that the spiritual mirror was directly named after General Long Teng used it to injure Yin Zhong more than 500 years ago, and turned into a stone realm. Then, it disappeared mysteriously from the Tong clan without a trace. And the previous owner of the Wind Dragon Ball in Chu Wangzhen's body was Long Teng. Now, here, besides the spirit mirror, Chu Wang couldn't think of anything else that could make Feng Longzhi react like this. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately began to lock the general position of the spirit mirror according to the strength of the Wind Dragon Ball trembling in his body. After that, after getting out of the water to rest again and recovering his physical strength, Chu Wangzhen immediately plunged into the water non-stop and swam towards the direction he had just determined. After a while of groping, Chu Wangzhen pulled out a head-sized rock from the mud. Crash! Crash! Looking at the spiritual mirror in his hand, Chu Wangzhen immediately took it away from the bottom of the river. After climbing up the boulder, Chu Wangzhen had time to carefully examine the spiritual mirror in his hand. I saw that the shape of the spiritual mirror was clumsy and strange, and the whole body was made of stone. If he hadn't known it in advance, Chu Wangzhen would really throw it back into the water just like Longbow and the others. But when Chu Wangzhen kept observing with the spiritual mirror in his hand, he saw that the spiritual mirror seemed to have an induction, and immediately began to bloom on the mirror surface. At this time, because Chu Wangzhen had spent a lot of time looking for the spiritual mirror, the sky had already dimmed. Therefore, the radiance of the spiritual mirror is particularly obvious in this dim sky. Buzz. Under Chu Wangzhen's gaze, in the petrified spirit mirror, there was actually a blue-gold dragon shadow flying and swimming in the petrified mirror. Hiss. Immediately afterwards, Chu Wangzhen felt that the spiritual mirror in his hand became hot instantly, making Chu Wangzhen subconsciously throw the spiritual mirror in his hand. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly placed the spiritual mirror in his hand on the boulder below him, which prevented today's hard work from drawing water from a bamboo basket. Looking at the spiritual mirror that returned to ordinary after leaving his hands, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help frowning. In the original plot, the sealed spirit mirror was unsealed only by Long Bow's blood. In the past, even Tong Zhan, the patriarch of the Tong clan, couldn't afford this spirit mirror. It seems that the sealing of the spiritual mirror should be done by Long Teng. You know, this spiritual mirror is the treasure of the Tong clan's inheritance. It has been handed down for an unknown period of time in the hands of the Tong clan, and it has been held by the patriarch. However, the sealed spirit mirror is repelling the contact of Tong Zhan, the patriarch of the Tong clan, and after unblocking, it can continue to be used by the Tong clan. It seems that if Chu Wangzhen wants to get rid of this spiritual mirror, he still has to find a way from the Long family. Could it be that I want to break into the Water Moon Cave completely to get Long Bow's blood? As soon as this idea popped up, it was immediately cut off by Chu Wangzhen. After all, the current Shuiyu cave is not frozen, and the Tong family inside, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even if they can't deal with Yin Zhong, it is still easy to deal with Chu Wangzhen. If Chu Wangzhen really breaks into the Shuiyu cave now, not to mention getting the blood of Long Bow, it may be a dish that will be delivered to his door automatically. And since Long Bow, the last blood of the Long family, was ruled out, Chu Wangzhen inevitably set his sights on Feng Longzhu in his body. After all, this wind dragon ball was controlled by Long Teng back then, so he might react to this spiritual mirror. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 space. Chapter 42 space. Call. After making up his mind, Chu Wangzhen began to prepare to try. I saw his luck in the Danshan, and in the blink of an eye, the Feng Longzhu and Chu Wangzhen's body had been forced out of his body by him. Buzz. With the appearance of Feng Longzhu, Ling Jing, who was lying quietly on the boulder just now, suddenly started to tremble. Then, under the eyes of Chu Wangzhen, it automatically flew into the air and stopped. And Feng Longzhu, who had just been forced out of the body by Chu Wangzhen, also automatically left Chu Wangzhen's palm, and flew into the midair to stand opposite the spirit mirror. Buzz. Under Chu Wangzhen's gaze, countless blue rays of light suddenly appeared on the spiritual mirror, and plunged into the wind dragon pearl opposite it. And as these rays of light submerged, Chu Wangzhen also discovered that the verdant color of the Feng Longzhu became deeper, as if he had eaten a great tonic. Kakaka. As the blue light above the spiritual mirror was continuously absorbed by the wind dragon pearl, a crackling sound could be heard from above the spiritual mirror. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Chu Wangzhen, the stone-like spiritual mirror slowly peeled off the stone skin on the surface, revealing the silver-white mirror body and golden-yellow mirror surface underneath. SHH. When the cyan energy of the binder spirit mirror was completely absorbed by the wind dragon ball, the wind dragon ball seemed to be full, and returned to Chu Wangzhen's body contentedly. And the spirit mirror that had been completely unsealed at the side also fell from the sky automatically as Feng Longzhu left, and was grabbed by Chu Wangzhen. After catching the spirit mirror, Chu Wangzhen did not immediately check the condition of the spirit mirror, but immediately sank his mind into the sea of qi in his danshan. After all, Feng Longzhu absorbed the blue energy above the spirit mirror just now, who knows whether it is good or bad. You must know that the Fen Glongju is in Chu Wangzhen's body. If something happens, Chu Wangzhen will be in danger. Fortunately, when Chu Wangzhen sensed the current situation of his Danshan Qi, he found that after Fen Glongju absorbed the blue energy, not only did it not do any harm to him, but it actually benefited him. Chu Wangzhen discovered that the growth rate of the Genkai in his body was accelerating at this time. You know, because the hang-up function is turned on, the true energy in Chu Wangzhen's body increases all the time. However, due to factors such as the strength of the meridians and the loss of nutrients in the body, the increase rate of Chu Wan's Genkai was far from reaching the limit. But now he felt that the speed of qi circulation in his body had reached the limit of this stage. The reason for this is that whenever Chu Wangzhen feels that his body is tired and needs to replenish nutrients and soothe the meridians, the Wind Dragon Ball will automatically spit out a burst of energy to solve the problems in Chu Wangzhen's body. Call. After a long time, Chu Wangzhen, who still couldn't figure out why, simply gave up thinking about the reason. After all, it seems that such a change in Fen Glongju is not a bad thing. After confirming his physical condition, Chu Wangzhen had the time to look at the spiritual mirror in his hand. At this time, after the seal was released, Chu Wangzhen touched it with his hands again. But he didn't feel the hot feeling anymore. However, Chu Wangzhen didn't feel anything strange about the spiritual mirror in his hand, it seemed like an ordinary mirror. Looking at the spiritual mirror in his hand, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but fell into deep thought. It seems that this spiritual mirror has been in the hands of the Tong clan before, and only the patriarch of the Tong clan who has mana can use it. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this thing is really useless in my hands? For such a magical treasure as Ling Jing, Chu Wangzhen was of course not reconciled to using it as an ornament. However, he really doesn't have mana, and he is not a member of the Tong clan. It can be said that Chu Wangzhen did not meet the conditions for using the spirit mirror at all. No, you can use this spirit mirror without mana. Just when Chu Wangzhen fell into distress, he suddenly remembered that someone who was not from the Tong clan and had no mana in his body had also used this spiritual mirror. That person is Long Teng. As a member of the Long clan, what he cultivates is also the dragon god art, and the energy in his body is also the true energy of the dragon god, not the magic power of the Tong clan. However, Long Teng did successfully use the spirit mirror and defeated Yin Zhong. Then Long Teng seems to have relied on his own blood to drip on the spiritual mirror, and then he successfully used the spiritual mirror. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help frowning slightly again. After all, so to speak, Long Teng was able to use the spiritual mirror, and to put it bluntly, he relied on his own dragon god bloodline. Chu Wangzhen also didn't have such a thing. Looking at the spiritual mirror in his hand, after thinking for a long time, Chu Wangzhen thought of something, and his eyes moved slightly. Although I don't have the blood of the dragon god, I have dragon balls, and there are still 2. I just don't know if it will be useful for this spiritual mirror. After muttering a few words to himself, Chu Wan decided to try it out. If not, then he can only hide the spiritual mirror in a place where no one can find it. After all, as long as the spiritual mirror is not obtained by Yin Zhong and the injuries on his body are recovered, Chu Wangzhen's purpose of this trip will be considered achieved. SHH. SHH. After sitting cross-legged and placing the spirit mirror between his knees, Chu Wangzhen began to take out the 2 dragon balls in his body. Immediately afterwards, the 2 dragon balls of wind and fire began to be activated, spewing out strands of energy and falling on the spiritual mirror. Buzz! 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 As the energy of the 2 attributes of wind and fire continued to fall on the spiritual mirror, Chu Wangzhen felt that he had begun to have some weak reactions to the spiritual mirror in front of him. After sensing such a change, Chu Wangzhen's heart was shocked immediately, and he quickly increased his horsepower, and continued to output a burst of output to the spiritual mirror. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, when Chu Wangzhen felt that the energy in his body was about to be completely exhausted, a white light suddenly appeared on the spiritual mirror and plunged into the center of Chu Wangzhen's eyebrows. With the entry of this white light, Chu Wangzhen only felt that his mind was blank, and then a message came out of his mind. After a long while, Chu Wangzhen finally digested the message from Ling Jing just now. Ha ha ha! I saw Chu Wangzhen grabbed the spiritual mirror in front of him. When he probed into the spiritual mirror with the power of his soul and sensed a space about the size of 100 square meter room hidden in the mirror, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. According to the information he just got from Ling Jing, Chu Wangzhen understood that this Ling Jing would completely belong to him from now on. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Leave. Chapter 43 Leave. It turned out that the white light just now was sent by the spirit in the spirit mirror after sensing the energy transmitted by the wind and fire dragon ball. According to the information just now, Chu Wangzhen learned that this spirit mirror turned out to be a divine weapon whose quality was higher than that of a divine weapon. And that divine weapon corresponds to a celestial human warrior, and only in the hands of a celestial human powerhouse can the power of a divine weapon be exerted to its limit. And this spirit mirror corresponds to a fairy-level powerhouse above heaven and man, so it can be regarded as a fairy weapon. Also, because the quality of this spiritual mirror is too high, there are also requirements for the quality of energy that it needs to consume in its daily accumulation. It simply doesn't look down on the true energy and internal strength of ordinary warriors. Therefore, it has always been in the hands of the Tong clan, because there are still people who can cultivate mana in the Tong clan. To put it bluntly, this mana is actually those talented people in the Tong clan who can open the eyes of the sky through their own extraordinary blood, and are born to borrow the power of heaven and earth. For Ling Jing, although it is not as good as the true essence of a fairy-level powerhouse, it can barely meet the daily consumption. As Chu Wangzhen guessed before, the reason why Long Teng was able to use the spirit mirror was not as he thought, but because of the blood of the dragon god. The reason why Long Teng was able to use the spiritual mirror to attack Yin Zhong, just like Chu Wangzhen at this time, was because of the power of the wind dragon ball refined in his body. After all, although the blood of the Long family is extraordinary, the blood of the Tong family is not bad in comparison, and even a bit detached. One must know that the members of the Tong clan can borrow the power of heaven and earth not only from humans and celestial beings, but this is an ability only possessed by those who are strong in the realm of celestial beings. Just saying that the Tong clan was born with an unbelievably longer lifespan than the average person, one can see how extraordinary the Tong clan's bloodline is. In this way, even the Tong clan cannot rely on their own blood to completely control the spiritual mirror, and can only borrow some auxiliary functions of the spiritual mirror when using mana to nourish the spiritual mirror. But Long Teng was able to do it, and it was obviously not something that a dragon god's blood could control. After all, the Long family has always been the guardian of the Tong family. If the Tong family had a simple origin, how could it be possible for the Long family, who are descendants of the dragon god, to do so well? But at this time, Chu Wangzhen had 2 dragon beads from the dragon god in his body. As the dragon god who had obtained the celestial immortal Dao fruit, he was of course qualified to fully drive the spirit mirror. Although Chu Wangzhen couldn't fully exert the power of the wind and fire dragon beads at this time, but with the pure dragon essence inside it, its attraction to the spirit mirror was unparalleled. This is the real reason why Ling Jing will automatically contact Chu Wangzhen. However, although Chu Wangzhen has already established some contact with Ling Jing, it is impossible for Ling Jing to fully recognize the Lord. After all, this dragon ball is incomplete, and the dragon god's true energy inside is also incomplete. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with nurturing Ling Jing in this way, but it is simply impossible to make Ling Jing completely succumb to it. Only after Chu Wangzhen himself advances to the fairyland, will this spirit mirror be completely used by Chu Wangzhen. Now, he can barely use the space inside the mirror, using it as a storage place. But even so, Chu Wangzhen was already satisfied. After all, with this storage space, some of his original plans that were temporarily stalled due to various reasons could be implemented. SHH. Looking at the spiritual mirror in his hand, Chu Wangzhen immediately thought of it, and saw it directly turned into a stream of light, plunging headlong into the sea of qi in his danshan. This is the ability only possessed by immortals, and it can be absorbed into the body for cultivation. When Chu Wangzhen sank his mind into the sea of qi in his danshan, he saw that the spiritual mirror was occupying the center of the sea of qi in Chu Wangzhen's danshan, and the two dragon balls of wind and fire were circling the mirror. Rotation. Not only that, Chu Wangzhen also saw that from the two dragon balls, two wisps of energy flowed out from time to time, which were absorbed and swallowed by the spirit mirror. And every time after swallowing those two wisps of energy, the spirit mirror would also sprinkle some invisible silver-white energy into Chu Wangzhen's sea of danshan qi. Chu Wangzhen was overjoyed when he realized that whenever these silver-white energies were integrated into his danshan qi sea, his danshan qi sea would expand a little bit. After all, this danshan qi sea is the foundation of his strength. Now that the spiritual mirror can expand it, it is continuously increasing the upper limit of true qi it can hold, and is continuously deepening the foundation of Chu Wangzhen. What a great fortune! Call. After a long sigh of relief, Chu Wangzhen looked up at the already dark sky, and Dang even sat cross-legged, meditating on the huge exposed boulder in the middle of the river. Now that the sky is not clear, in this unfamiliar place where there may be danger everywhere, of course Chu Wangzhen dare not run around. Therefore, no matter what Chu Wangzhen planned next, he could only wait until dawn. In this way, after a night of cold air, Chu Wangzhen finally endured until dawn. After looking at the surrounding environment, Chu Wangzhen immediately began to go upstream against the river. As early as last night, Chu Wangzhen had already thought about it. Now that the spirit mirror has been obtained, and there is an unexpected harvest of successfully letting the spirit mirror recognize the master, then the purpose of Chu Wangzhen's trip from the beginning can be regarded as completed. Up. Although Chu Wangzhen really wanted to go to the Shuiyu cave and experience the style of the Tong clan, it was obviously not the right time. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Chu Wangzhen, who decided to play it safe, was ready to go back. But where Chu Wangzhen is now, he doesn't know. Therefore, in order to successfully find the exit of the dark barrier, Chu Wangzhen could only choose to return the same way. Otherwise, thinking of the dense tentacled vines in the forest, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but stand on end. Fortunately, Chu Wangzhen still remembered the first huge boulder he encountered when he entered the water. Therefore, after spending a lot of effort, Chu Wangzhen finally managed to return to the place where he first entered the water. Standing on the familiar boulder, Chu Wangzhen looked at the direction he came from, and flew straight up. Hold head high. In the air, Chu Wangzhen turned into a wind dragon and flew towards the chosen direction without hesitation. Now no one knows how many dangers are hidden in the woods, so after thinking about it, Chu Wangzhen decided to transform into a dragon and fly over there. After all, although he had walked in the woods for a long time at that time, because he had to be alert to the dangers in the woods, Chu Wangzhen actually did not walk that far. After a rough calculation, Chu Wangzhen felt that he could hold on until he reached his destination. Only in this way will there be the current move. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Chapter Jing. Chapter 44 Returning to Beijing. Who? Chu Wangzhen, who had turned into a wind dragon, controlled his body to fly continuously in mid-air, making the sound of piercing through the air. Just when he felt that the true energy in his body was about to be exhausted, and was about to find a place to stop and rest for a while, he suddenly saw a familiar strip of cloth fluttering in the wind on a tree below. Hold head high. Seeing that the exit was found, Chu Wangzhen immediately mobilized the remaining true energy, turned around in the void, and rushed straight to the exit. After reaching the ground, Chu Wangzhen didn't stay any longer, and directly transformed into the body of a fire dragon, and once again plunged into the stone wall beside him. Chu Wangzhen's move once again startled the bats who had just returned to the dark barrier. This time, though, thanks to the bats, no such luck. Chu Wangzhen had no intention of avoiding the bats flying towards him, so he slammed into them head-on while manipulating the body of the fire dragon. After the bats touched the protective qi outside Chu Wangzhen's body, large pieces turned into mummies and fell from the air. Hold head high. After killing countless bats in a rampage, Chu Wangzhen only felt his eyes light up, and the familiar waterfall had already appeared in front of his eyes. SHH. Seeing that he had successfully come out, Chu Wan was unwilling to be neglected, and quickly removed his transformed fire dragon body, regained his human body, and slowly floated down from midair. Call. After standing safely on the ground, Chu Wangzhen turned his head to take another look at the waterfall behind him, and then walked slowly towards Yangzhou City. After Chu Wangzhen successfully returned to Jinyi Guard, it was getting late. Because what he had done in the past 2 days really took a lot of Chu Wangzhen's energy, so after returning to the guard, he sneaked into the room and had a good sleep. It was not until noon the next day that Chu Wangzhen woke up again from his deep sleep. Open the panel. After regaining some energy, Chu Wangzhen immediately had a thought, wanting to see his current situation. Then, a panel emitting golden light appeared in front of Chu Wangzhen. Host, Chu Wangzhen. Cultivation, Qi Si Realm, 49 years, Leather Refining, Dachshund. Internal Training, Dragon God Art, 2nd floor, can hang up. External Refining, Iron Cloth Shirt, Successful, do not hang up. Divine Alchemy, Ideas of Fire Dragon Flying to the Sky, Beginner, you can hang up. Wind Dragon and Flying Conception, Beginner, you can hang up. Tactics, none. Soldiers, Spirit Mirror, Immortal. Energy Value, 720. Looking at his character panel, Chu Wangzhen found that, in addition to the energy value being reduced a little due to the on-hook function being turned on, there was an additional option for soldiers. After the warrior option, there is only one spirit mirror, followed by a word of fairy. It seems that ordinary magic soldiers are not qualified to be on the list. After all, not to mention the Shenlong sword that Chu Wangzhen did not surrender, even the flood sword was a rare weapon in the world that day, but the panel still did not put it behind the soldiers, obviously because it did not look down on the flood dragon. In addition to the extra column of soldiers, another thing that Chu Wangzhen paid special attention to was the option of divine refinement. It turned out that Chu Wangzhen's visualization method obtained from Dragon God Art was called Flying Dragon in the Sky Conception, which was named after the Flying Dragon in the Sky map recorded on it. But because Chu Wangzhen's Qi movement method was cultivated by means of fire dragon balls, the meditation thoughts he cultivated automatically produced unknown changes, and became fire dragon flying to the sky contemplation thoughts. And after obtaining the wind dragon ball from Longteng, the dragon in Chu Wangzhen's mind changed from 1 to 2, and the system panel also displayed an additional wind dragon flying to the sky conception ideas. After seeing such a change at first, Chu Wangzhen was a little flustered. After all, the unknown represents infinite possibilities, and no one knows whether such changes are good or bad. It's just that when Chu Wangzhen discovered that he could hang up the two thoughts at the same time, and the improvement effect obtained by the soul was also doubled, he temporarily suppressed his worries. Later, Chu Wangzhen relied on these two concepts to develop the wind and fire modes of the current dragon incarnation. At this time, Chu Wangzhen was completely relieved. However, when he thought that he would spend 30 taels of gold every day when he opened his eyes, Chu Wan felt his heart twitch. After all, the idea of 2 sects, plus the Dragon God Art Qi movement method that has broken through to the second level has also risen to 10 taels a day. As a result, Chu Wangzhen felt that he had plenty of dash energy points before, and he couldn't even hold on for a year. Thinking that in her previous life, she was a social animal with a mortgage on her back, and now she has to work hard to make money to fill the bottomless hole in her body, Chu Wangzhen can only shake her head helplessly. After figuring out her current situation, Chu Wangzhen officially left. In the following period of time, Chu Wangzhen has been hiding in the guardhouse obediently, only sneaking out from time to time to meet Yin Tianxiu, who has finished practicing the exercises. In this way, after the salted fish had been released for more than half a month, Chu Wangzhen finally received the news from the capital. Looking at the secret letter that Lu Qingfeng had just sent over in his hand, the instruction inside was to call Chu Wangzhen back to Beijing. It seems that the goal of this parade is probably accomplished. Looking at the secret letter in his hand, Chu Wan thought thoughtfully. But this is also a normal thing. After all, although a great war will consume a lot of money, but there are so many cities in the entire Ming dynasty, and each city can roughly complete the task by missing a little bit. Not to mention that if someone like Chu Wangzhen came to a big city like Yangzhou City, he would be able to search even more. Didn't Chu Wangzhen hand in 200 million? Moreover, Jin Yiwei is professional in matters such as searching for money. If it is not for the order from above, they are not allowed to attack ordinary people. The harvest this time may directly allow the court to fight 10 battles without any problem. Come on! Grown-ups! Hearing Chu Wangzhen speak, the 2 Jinyi guards guarding the door immediately walked in together, waiting for Chu Wangzhen's orders. Tell the brothers to get ready. We will set off for Beijing early tomorrow morning. Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, the eyes of the 2 Jin Yiwei immediately flashed joy. After all, as the saying goes, a golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as your own doghouse. Although this Yangzhou city is quite prosperous, it is far from the capital city, not to mention that their families are all waiting for them in Yanjing city. Therefore, after hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, the 2 Jin Yiwei immediately left and ordered Chu Wangzhen's words, and let everyone start packing their luggage. As for Chu Wangzhen, of course he was going to see Yin Tianxiu again before leaving and say goodbye. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Zhangzhou City. Chapter 45 Zhangzhou City. Da-da-day. Early the next morning, Chu Wangzhen led his Jinyi guards out of Yangzhou City together on tall horses they had applied for from the guards. At this moment, Chu Wan, who was riding on the horse, was thinking about the scene when he met Yin Tianxiu last night, and there was some sadness in his eyes. As his first love, Chu Wangzhen certainly hopes that it will have a good result. Therefore, when meeting with Yin Tianxiu last night, Chu Wangzhen told the news that he was about to return to Beijing, and proposed to let Yin Tianxiu leave with him. It's a pity that Yin Tianxiu flatly rejected Chu Wangzhen's suggestion the moment he said it. Looking at Yin Tianxiu, who lowered her head and dared not look into her eyes, Chu Wangzhen was dumbfounded for a moment. Although Chu Wangzhen had expected that Yin Tianxiu might not leave with him, after all, her father, brother, and family were all here, and Yin Zhong was among them. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen was just giving it a try and was not very sure that Yin Tianxiu would leave with him. However, when things really happened in front of him, Chu Wangzhen's emotions were really complicated and difficult to understand. In the end, the meeting before parting ended hastily in an atmosphere of silence. Call. After a while, Chu Wangzhen, who had recovered from the memory of last night, looked at Yangzhou City behind him, and after a moment of silence, he immediately cut off the distracting thoughts in his heart. Snapped. Drive. Waving the whip in his hand, after slapping the horse's buttocks under his crotch fiercely, Chu Wangzhen pinched his legs, steered the horse under him and galloped forward. Now that he is about to return to Beijing, there is still a Chu Tianxing who has been watching him covetously waiting for him. Chu Wangzhen doesn't have so much time to waste too much time on the love affair here. Although Chu Wangzhen's strength has improved by leaps and bounds during this trip to Yangzhou, it can be said that he has been completely reborn, but compared with Chu Tianxing, a top master who has already stepped into the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm, there is still a big gap. Therefore, what Chu Wangzhen was all about at this moment was how to improve his strength. Now, although he basically has no problems with internal training and spiritual training, with the 2 Dragon Balls of Wind and Fire and the complete Dragon God art, Chu Wangzhen only needs to continue to accumulate strength. However, Chu Wangzhen is still lacking in external training and combat techniques, and needs to find suitable exercises to make up for his own shortcomings. More importantly, Chu Wangzhen needs to get more gold. As long as there is enough gold, all of this will not be a problem. However, Chu Wangzhen already had a plan for this. As long as he succeeded, he would not be short of gold in a short time. Seeing Chu Wangzhen take the lead and speed up suddenly, the people behind him also started to speed up and followed. This time, for his own plan, Chu Wangzhen did not return to Beijing by water as he did when he came here. As for Chu Wangzhen's decision, although the subordinates were a little puzzled, they did not dare to object. After all, the capital only ordered them to return to Beijing, but did not ask for a specific time. Because the current Jin Yiwei's importance to the imperial court has long since declined, and it is far inferior to the East Factory, 6 Gates and other institutions. Therefore, whether to go by land or by water is of course entirely up to Chu Wangzhen, an adult from 100 households. In this way, Chu Wangzhen and his men rode up and down for 2 days before finally arriving in front of a big city closest to Yangzhou City. Looking at the faintly revealed city wall ahead, Chu Wan's eyes flashed, and then he immediately stepped on his horse and arrived in front of the city gate in a short while. Zhangzhou City. Looking up, looking at the 3 large characters painted with silver hooks on the city gate, Chu Wangzhen murmured inexplicably. Let's go to the city to rest for 2 days, wash off the wind and dust on your body, and continue on your way. Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, the brocade guards behind him who had been camping out for 2 days immediately responded excitedly in unison. Although I don't know what Chu Wangzhen is thinking, he has only been on the road for 2 days, and he has to rest for 2 days. But of course they would not refuse to be able to rest. After all, the feeling of eating and sleeping in the open for the past 2 days is really uncomfortable. Watching Chu Wangzhen and his group enter the city on horseback, the soldiers guarding the city gate saw the flying fish suits on them, and decisively chose to turn a blind eye. After all, although Jin Yiwei's prestige in the imperial court has indeed declined, it is not something they can provoke by their existence of dawdling and paying tolls. After entering the city, Chu Wangzhen took his men directly to the Jinyi guardhouse in Zhangzhou City, and stayed directly in the guardhouse. After all, the Jinyi guards had the function of providing accommodation for the Jin Yiweis who went on missions. That being the case, of course Chu Wangzhen would not spend his own money to open a room in an inn in the city, wasting money. After living in the guard, Chu Wangzhen plunged into the room to rest. Seeing Chu Wan's heart like this, of course his subordinates were also happy. After all, no matter what time it was not easy to stay with the leader. When Chu Wangzhen, the immediate boss, left, they could relax themselves. After that, Chu Wangzhen's subordinates rested and went out to play. But Chu Wangzhen, after leaving the sight of his subordinates, also secretly left the Jinyi guard. The reason why he took so much effort to travel overland, of course, has his own purpose. Among them, Zhangzhou City was one of the goals of Chu Wangzhen's return trip. Ever since he learned that he was about to leave the capital for Jiangnan, Chu Wangzhen had been thinking about how to get more money. And now that he came to this complicated world, the treasures hidden in those stories naturally appeared in Chu Wangzhen's sight. These treasures were all left by the predecessors. As long as Chu Wangzhen can get them secretly, there will be almost no future troubles. Moreover, the collections that can be called treasures are extremely rich. As long as one gets one, Chu Wangzhen will hardly have to think about money in a short time. Therefore, after determining the direction, Chu Wangzhen began to think about whether there were any familiar treasures in the Jiangnan area that he could obtain at this stage. Then, the city of Zhangzhou City appeared in Chu Wangzhen's sight. When Chu Wangzhen confirmed that the magistrate of Zhangzhou City was named Ling Tuosi, He even decided to use Zhangzhou City as his place of dragon prosperity, and his first sum of money might fall in Zhangzhou City on. That's why, in Yangzhou City, Chu Wangzhen was so lazy. If it hadn't been for the fact that there was a treasure waiting to be discovered in Zhangzhou City, how could Chu Wangzhen have just embezzled 2 taels of gold and stopped? Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Liancheng Treasure. Chapter 46 Liancheng Treasure. The reason why Chu Wangzhen spent so much effort in coming to Zhangzhou City was because of the treasure of Liancheng Ju hidden in Tianning Temple outside the city. This Liancheng Ju treasure was specially set up by Emperor Liang Yuan as a backup, with the intention of making a comeback. As the backhand of the monarch of a country, there are countless gold and silver treasures in this treasure. Even the big Buddha in Tianning Temple is all made of gold, but it is covered with a layer of stone skin. In the secret room under the Buddha, countless gold, silver, and jewels are hidden. What's more, now that Tianning Temple has become an abandoned temple, Chu Wangzhen can easily get the treasure without attracting others' attention. Of course, Chu Wangzhen would not give up the treasure that was at his fingertips. In fact, as early as when he first left Yanjing City, Chu Wangzhen thought of coming here to unearth this treasure and officially start his own road of coercion. But considering that there were too many people talking at that time, Sun Yifeng sent by Chu Tianxing was still there, and the treasure here was still smeared with poison, Chu Wangzhen temporarily gave up this idea. Not only that, the treasure here is not only gold, but also many other valuable things. If they were all gold, Chu Wangzhen could just turn them all into energy points. But there are countless other things in the Liancheng Ju treasure that can't be turned into energy points, and Chu Wangzhen certainly doesn't want to give them up. Therefore, the plan to come here to unearth the treasure has been postponed. Now, Chu Wangzhen's worries can all be resolved. The first is the problem of the treasure being smeared with poison. Chu Wangzhen, who has already practiced Dragon God art and owns the Dragon Ball, is almost invulnerable to all poisons. So as long as he's careful, it shouldn't be a problem. As for how to deal with other treasures that cannot be turned into energy points, since Chu Wangzhen got the spiritual mirror, it has also been solved. After all, the huge space in the spirit mirror space is enough to perfectly solve Chu Wangzhen's problem. Coupled with the fact that Sun Yifeng was also directly sent by Chu Wangzhen to protect the military expenses and return to Beijing, Chu Wangzhen no longer had the slightest worries. Therefore, after leaving Yangzhou City, Chu Wangzhen came directly to Zhangzhou City, intending to take this city-linked treasure into his pocket. In fact, in addition to the treasures of Liancheng, Zhangzhou City also has a Shen Zhao Jing. In fact, this magical skill was also one of Chu Wangzhen's goals at the beginning, but now that there is a better Dragon God art, of course Chu Wangzhen will not continue to stare at the Shen Zhao Jing. As for those idiots like Ding Dian and De Yun, Chu Wangzhen couldn't even arouse the slightest interest. After the self-defense station left, Chu Wangzhen made a little disguise, and after asking where Tianning Temple was, he quietly left the city. After leaving the city, Chu Wangzhen hurried towards Ning Temple that day. If it wasn't for the consideration of being too eye-catching, Chu Wangzhen would have wished to turn into a dragon and fly over. However, with his cultivation base at this time, even if he didn't walk as a dragon, it didn't take long before he saw a dilapidated temple appear in front of his eyes. Tianning Temple. Looking at the 3 large characters engraved on the temple gate, Chu Wan knew that he had not found the wrong place. Pushing open the half-closed temple door in front of him, Chu Wangzhen strode in. Going straight to the central hall of the temple, looking at the tall Tathagata in front of him, Chu Wangzhen took a deep breath and immediately slapped it out. Kakaka. After Chu Wangzhen slapped the Buddha statue's chest with his palm, there were bursts of cracking sounds. Whoa! Then, countless fine pieces of stone fell from the Buddha statue, revealing the golden Buddha body inside. Hiss! Although he knew it a long time ago, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but gasp when so much gold was placed in front of his eyes. SHH! Chu Wangzhen quickly jumped up and came to the golden Buddha, and then saw him stretch out his hand tremblingly, and slowly put it on the golden Buddha. Sufficient gold detected, is it absorbed? A familiar voice immediately sounded in Chu Wangzhen's mind. Yes. After swallowing, he confirmed with a dry voice. SHH. As soon as Chu Wangzhen finished speaking, he saw that the golden Buddha under his hands seemed to soften suddenly, turning into countless golden waters and being absorbed by his palm. At the same time, Chu Wangzhen also found that the number behind the column representing energy points on his panel was also changing rapidly, and finally fixed on a terrifying value. Energy points, 100 points. Hiss. Seeing that the golden Buddha in front of him had brought him 100 million energy points, Chu Wangzhen immediately didn't know what to say. After all, 100 million energy points represents a full dash caddies of gold, 50 tons. However, when Chu Wan thought about it again, he felt that this was a very normal thing. After all, the density of this gold is extremely high. 1 ton of gold is estimated to be about the same size as the computer host in the previous life, or even a little smaller. The size of the golden Buddha just now is obviously much larger than 50 computer mainframes, and considering the impurities in it, 100 million energy points may still be less. But even so, Chu Wangzhen is already very satisfied. You must know that the 100 million is just brought by a golden Buddha. Under this Buddha altar, there are still countless gold waiting for Chu Wangzhen to dig woolen cloth. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen couldn't stand it any longer, and decided to continue. But when he was just about to leave, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he felt a sudden heat flow from the sea of qi in his danshan. After this hot current appeared, Chu Wangzhen's dizzy feeling just now disappeared in an instant. Sensing this change, Chu Wangzhen immediately understood that he had just been infected by the poison on the golden Buddha when he touched it. But fortunately, the Dragon Ball in Chu Wangzhen's body is relatively powerful, so there is no need to worry about this problem at all. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen didn't care anymore, and immediately jumped off the lotus seat, and began to grope for the petals of the lotus seat. When Chu Wangzhen touched one of the petals, he pressed hard, and saw that petal was directly pressed down. Crack! Kick! Kick! As the petals were pressed down, a sound came from under the stone platform. When Chu Wangzhen took 2 steps back, he saw a secret door appear under the stone platform. Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen didn't hesitate at all, and immediately bent down and got in. As soon as he entered, Chu Wangzhen saw that it was pitch black inside. After taking out the fire pocket in his arms and fumbling to light the candles here, countless jewels and jewels lighted up in this secret room in an instant. I saw that in the secret room here, countless boxes loaded with gold, silver, and jewelry were randomly placed on the ground, and even the 8 pillars supporting the secret room were all made of gold. Dao Dao Jin Guang. Thank you for your support, thank you, please follow up. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Hiss. Originally, after passing through the golden Buddha just now, Chu Wangzhen thought that he could bear enough. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp. But immediately after, he began to extend his clutches towards the treasure in the secret room. Countless golds turned into golden water, flowed into Chu Wangzhen's body, and were turned into energy points. And those equally valuable things such as silver and jewelry that could not be directly converted into energy points were also directly taken into the spiritual mirror space by Chu Wangzhen. After all, although they cannot be directly converted into energy, if Chu Wangzhen sells them, they can also be exchanged for a large sum of gold. After emptying the boxes in the secret room, Chu Wangzhen reached out to the 8 pillars inside. After he finished absorbing the 8 pillars, looking at the empty secret room, Chu Wangzhen turned his attention to his panel again. Energy points, 980 points. Ha ha ha. Seeing that more than 200 million energy points had been added, Chu Wangzhen immediately started laughing out loud. With these energy points, as long as Chu Wangzhen didn't think about using the function of enlightenment every day, he might be able to use it for dozens or hundreds of years. Crack! Kick! Kick! Maybe it was because Chu Wangzhen smiled too presumptuously, a small noise immediately caught Chu Wangzhen's attention. When Chu Wangzhen looked at the place where the noise came from, he found that there were crackling sounds coming from all directions in the secret room. Boom! Before Chu Wangzhen could react, the ceiling above the secret room fell down. Hold head high! Seeing this situation, Chu Wangzhen subconsciously transformed into a red and blue real dragon, and instantly broke through the ceiling and rushed out. Boom! And the second after Chu Wangzhen successfully escaped, he heard a loud noise coming from below. When he cast his gaze down, he realized that the main hall of Tianning Temple had completely collapsed at this time. With the collapse of the main hall, it seems that there are still plenty of water veins below that have been impacted. In the blink of an eye, half of the ruins of the main hall had been submerged by the flood. Looking at the scene below him, Chu Wan was afraid for a while. If he hadn't absorbed the golden Buddha in the main hall in advance and searched in the secret room first, he might not be able to escape as easily as before. After all, the place where he rushed out just now is obviously the place where the golden Buddha was originally placed. Such a big golden Buddha fell down like Mount Tai. Even if Chu Wangzhen turned into a dragon, he might be smashed into a lump of mud. Considering that the gold and silver are smeared with poison, if they are soaked in this water, no one around them will be able to escape. Looking at the Tianning Temple in a depression below him, Chu Wan knew that all of this was deliberately arranged. Today, Tianning Temple was built on the water veins of this place, plus the surrounding terrain. If you don't know the details, people who are greedy for the treasures here will die as many times as they come. Hold head high. After thinking it over, Chu Wangzhen didn't bother to stay here anymore. After all, the treasure was already in his hands. Therefore, he immediately drove the body of the dragon to fly to the distant mountains and forests. Then turned into a human body again, and hurried back to Zhangzhou City quietly. The next day, in Zhangzhou City, there were rumors that the dragon god was angry and overthrew Tianning Temple, and the rumors became more and more intense. Obviously, when Chu Wangzhen turned into a dragon yesterday, someone saw it. Fortunately, this news was only regarded as excitement by most people, and no one cared about the fact that Ning Temple was flooded that day. After all, Zhangzhou City is close to the Yangtze River, with rich water veins, and Tianning Temple is relatively remote. There were no casualties in this flood, so almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Chu Wangzhen had already hid in the Jinyi Guards, quietly making a fortune. In this way, after Lian Ken's treasure was obtained, Chu Wangzhen only stayed in Zhangzhou City for another day, and then hurriedly left with his men. Da-da-day. After walking for more than half a month, Chu Wangzhen arrived at the second destination of his trip, Jinling City. As the founding capital of Ming Dynasty, although due to various reasons, the political center of Ming Dynasty was transferred to Yanjing City, but this Jinling is still one of the most prosperous capitals of Ming Dynasty. After arriving in Jinling, Chu Wangzhen still led his men to stay in the Jinyi guardhouse first. As the headquarters of Jinyue when it was first established, Jinyue in Jinling City occupies a very large area, not smaller than the new headquarters in Yanjing City now. But at this time, the people staying in this Jinling Guard are all those Jinyi guards who are quite old and have no potential for promotion. The reason why they were sent to Jinling City was that apart from their rich experience in handling things, another meaning was to let them come to Jinling City to retire. Therefore, regarding the sudden arrival of Chu Wangzhen and others, the guards in Jinling Guards were not too curious, and didn't even ask much. But this also happened to make it easier for Chu Wangzhen to act, and saved him from finding some lame excuses to fool him. Also after dark, Chu Wangzhen quietly left the guardhouse in a night clothes he had prepared in advance. Not long after, he arrived near a mansion in the south of the city. At this time, Chu Wangzhen was standing in the distance, looking at the plaque on the door of the mansion in the distance, engraved with the 4 characters Wei Qiagong Mansion. This time, Chu Wangzhen deliberately took a detour to Jinling City for the Jiangwen treasure hidden in the Duke of Wei's mansion. Speaking of which, this Jiangwen treasure comes from a novel written by Chu Wangzhen in his previous life, in the Jade Blood Sword. Legend has it that this treasure was left behind by Emperor Jiangwen Zhu Yunkai for his recovery after learning of Zhu Di's rebellion. Later, it was obtained by Yuan Chenzi and given to Chuang Wang Li Zikan, which made great contributions to the funeral of Daming. Although Chu Wangzhen was not sure whether the Zhu Yunkai of this world had left any treasures here, he still came here to take a look. After all, there is nothing to lose if you try it, but if there is, then he will make a lot of money. SHH. Seeing the Duke Wei's mansion that had been plunged into darkness before him, Chu Wangzhen immediately dodged and flew in. After arriving in the mansion, Chu Wangzhen found that although the Duke Wei's mansion occupies a large area and looks gorgeous, it is full of an old-fashioned atmosphere. Chu Wangzhen was not surprised by this scene. After all, the first Wei Qiagong of the Ming dynasty was Su Di, the founding general, and was deeply favored by Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. As the founding general, Su Da's mansion certainly cannot be too petty. As for now, why the Duke of Wei's mansion has become like this is related to Chu Wangzhen's cheap old man. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Su Di, as the hero of the founding of the country, after his death, the dukedom of Wei state was inherited by his son Su Huaizu. According to the normal trajectory of life, Su Huaizu, as the second-generation Wei Qiagong, should also be honored and favored for a lifetime, and he will share weal and woe with Daming. It's a pity that he happened to encounter the Jingnan change. After Zhu Di raised his troops, Su Huaizu did not stand on the side of his own brother-in-law, but firmly supported Zhu Yunkai, the heir chosen by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. This is also the reason why Zhu Yunkai hid this treasure here. The later results are obvious. Zhu Yunkai really failed to live up to expectations. After the defeat, he became a missing person. Correspondingly, Su Huaizu, a staunch anti-Yan person, was directly excluded from the political center, and was imprisoned in the Duke of Wei's mansion all his life. Under such circumstances, although Su Huaizu is still the Duke of Wei of the Ming dynasty, no one dares to have more contact with him. After a long time, of course, the Duke of Wei's mansion will inevitably appear dilapidated. SHH. After entering Duke Wei's mansion, Chu Wangzhen began to search everywhere in it. Because he remembered that the treasure seemed to be placed in the firewood room of the great workshop of Duke Wei's mansion. It didn't take long for Chu Wangzhen to sneak into the big workshop. After all, before coming here, Chu Wangzhen had already found out the layout of Duke Wei's mansion. Therefore, after entering this place, Chu Wangzhen came to the big workshop with ease. After finding the destination, Chu Wangzhen groped towards a corner of the big workshop. According to the information he found, the firewood room of this big workshop is here. Twigs. After quietly pushing open the door of the woodshed, Chu Wangzhen immediately stepped inside. SHH. Taking out a fist-sized luminous pearl obtained from the treasures of Lian Cheng, Chu Wangzhen began to grope around in the firewood room with the dim light of the luminous pearl. When he tapped a stone slab under the corner of the firewood room with his hand, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the sound coming from the slate. Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen's eyes flashed immediately, and then he directly stretched out his hand to lift off the stone slab on the ground. In an instant, a dark hole appeared above the ground. SHH. After putting the stone slab aside, Chu Wangzhen immediately jumped into the hole in front of him. After falling to the ground, Chu Wangzhen immediately took out the fire pocket, and with the help of the light from the night pearl, lit the candles in the cave one by one. As the candles were lit one by one, everything in the cave here immediately appeared in Chu Wangzhen's sight. I saw a total of 10 large iron boxes leaning against the corner one by one. It may be due to the dampness of the ground. At this time, the surfaces of the 10 large iron boxes have all grown dark red rust. Crack! Crack! Seeing such a scene, Chu Wangzhen quickly opened these big iron boxes one by one. In an instant, countless gold bricks, jewels, jade, agate, emerald and other priceless items appeared in front of Chu Wangzhen. In this regard, Chu Wangzhen did not hesitate, and immediately recharged 5 boxes of gold bricks, and got another 1,000,000 energy points. As for the other treasures, all of them were also taken into the spiritual mirror space by Chu Wangzhen. Crack! Afterwards, Chu Wangzhen went straight out of the cave, and after covering the stone slab back to its original place, he left the Duke Wei's mansion in a hurry. Call! After returning to the guardhouse, Chu Wangzhen saw the surge of 1,000,000 energy points on the panel again, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he fell asleep directly. Early the next morning, Chu Wangzhen led his men out of Jinling and headed straight for Yanjing City. During this trip, Chu Wangzhen's goal has been basically accomplished. Although he still knows where other treasures are, some of them are not in Jiangnan, and some have not yet been born. In addition, after Chu Wangzhen obtained 2 treasures in a row, he was not short of money for the time being. Therefore, thinking that he had already wasted a lot of time, Chu Wangzhen simply decided to go back to Beijing. When returning to Beijing this time, Chu Wangzhen was ready to get to know everything with Chu Tianxing as soon as possible. For the current Chu Wangzhen, Chu Tianxing had long been out of his sight. All he needed was a suitable opportunity, a chance to make Chu Tianxing disappear without causing too much impact. As long as Chu Tianxing's troubles are resolved, then Chu Wangzhen can really leap into the sea and let the birds fly. Anyway, now that he has come to this rich and colorful world, Chu Wangzhen doesn't want to stay in the small city of Yanjing all the time, facing those flies. In this way, as Chu Wangzhen hurried on the road, until a month later, the familiar Yanjing city had already appeared in the sight of Chu Wangzhen and others. Hey, let's go back to Nanzan Fuzi to report. Looking at the tall and mighty Yanjing city wall in front of him, Chu Wangzhen let out a long sigh of relief, and then entered the city with his men. After returning to Dayanan town Fuzi to hand in the task, Chu Wangzhen went straight home. Master, you are back. When Chu Wangzhen returned to the door of the house, the maid who was about to go out to buy vegetables happened to meet her, and she hurriedly greeted Chu Wangzhen. Well, tell me to go down, get hot water ready, young master, I want to wash it well. After casually handing the bundle in his hand to the maid, Chu Wangzhen walked straight towards the house. Yes. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, the maid hurriedly picked up her bundle and ran towards the backyard. This burden was just an excuse Chu Wangzhen used to cover up, and there were not many things in it. Things like Shenlong, Tianjiao and those jewels and jades were all put into his spiritual mirror space by Chu Wangzhen. After returning to his room, after a while, the servants poured buckets of hot water into the bathtub. After Chu Wangzhen took a good bath, he ate another sumptuous dinner, and then went straight to rest. After all, although Chu Wangzhen's cultivation base can be regarded as a small achievement now, it is not so comfortable after such a long continuous journey. Therefore, now that he has returned home, of course he should take a good rest. After waking up the next morning, Chu Wangzhen washed up and went out again. Now that he has returned from other places, of course he needs to pay a visit to Chu Tianxing, the foster father. Yesterday, the boat and the car were tiring, and I had some excuses for not going to see Chu Tianxing at the first time. If I didn't go today, it would be unreasonable. Although Chu Wangzhen was no longer as fearful of Chu Tianxing as he was before, he had no intention of turning against him right away. After all, Chu Tianxing kept him from doing anything immediately because he was waiting for the water and fire dragon ball to appear. Therefore, in a short period of time, Chu Wangzhen doesn't have to worry about his own safety, which also gives him more time to improve his strength, so that he can give Chu Tianxing a big surprise then. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Black Market. Chapter 49 Black Market. Early the next morning, Chu Wangzhen went directly to see Chu Tianxing. After some false greetings, Chu Wangzhen left directly. After all, as far as Chu Wangzhen was concerned, he felt sick just looking at Chu Tianxing's face, so how could he want to stay with him? Chu Tianxing, on the other hand, was unaware of Chu Wangzhen's current strength. After all, a dragon can be big or small, can rise or hide, big can make clouds and fog, small can hide and hide, ascend can fly between the universe, and hide can hide in the waves. As a technique created by the Dragon God technique is born with the characteristic of concealing cultivation. Even Yin Zhong, a fellow practitioner of Dragon God art, couldn't see through Yin Tianxiu's disguise, so how could Chu Tianxing do it? After visiting Chu Tianxing, Chu Wangzhen's life returned to calm again. Every day, she stayed quietly in the Nanzan Fuzi, hanging up the phone to practice quietly, and not hearing anything outside the window. "My lord, there is news about what you asked me to inquire about." "Oh." On this day, Chu Wangzhen was basking in the sun in the Fuzi compound in Nanzan with a happy face, but Gu Chun suddenly walked up to Chu Wangzhen in a hurry and whispered in his ear. After hearing Gu Chun's words, Chu Wangzhen immediately opened his eyes, glanced at Gu Chun who was squatting aside, and then got up directly from the special reclining chair. "Well, it says inside." After lazily stretching, Chu Wangzhen walked directly into the office. Seeing this, Gu Chun hurriedly followed. "Tell me carefully." After entering the room, Chu Wangzhen sat down at the desk, and said to Gu Chun who was standing respectfully in front of him. "Yes." After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, Gu Chun quickly told the news he had inquired about during this period. "My lord, according to the information I got, there will be an underground auction in the black market tomorrow night, and there may be something that your lord needs." "But..." As he said that, Gu Chun took a careful look at Chu Wangzhen, and his tone paused. "Say something." Seeing Gu Chun's appearance like this, Chu Wangzhen immediately said angrily. "My lord, as far as I know, if you want to participate in that auction, you need to buy a ticket first." "How much is a piece?" 100 taels. Hearing the price quoted by Gu Chun, Chu Wangzhen not only did not feel distressed, but rather satisfied. After all, to him now, a mere 100 taels is not a drop in the bucket. And since the so-called auction tickets dared to charge 100 taels, then the auction items would definitely not be too bad. Otherwise, those who spent money but did not see a satisfactory lot would not just forget it. Snapped. Chu Wangzhen didn't talk nonsense, and directly reached into his bosom, took out 100 liang silver note from Chase Bank, and threw it to Gu Chun. This banknote was exchanged by Chu Wangzhen at Chase Bank for convenience. After all, every time he goes out, he can't always carry some money as a disguise. "Hey hey!" After receiving the silver ticket that Chu Wangzhen handed over, Gu Chun smiled and left directly to help Chu Wangzhen buy tickets. Seeing Gu Chun leaving, Chu Wangzhen didn't care. After all, Gu Chun is also running errands for himself now. What Chu Wangzhen asked Gu Chun to do was not that he wanted to participate in any auction, but that he wanted to buy some combat skills and external exercises. After all, Chu Wangzhen is currently relatively weak in both aspects and urgently needs to be replenished. It's just that there are very few high-quality exercises and combat skills circulating on the market, and no one will sell them on the bright side. Therefore, if you really want to get a satisfactory product, you still have to find a way on the black market. Anyway, the things on the black market are basically things of unknown origin. As long as the price can be afforded, it is possible to buy goods of any grade. For example, the iron cloth shirt that Chu Wangzhen has practiced to a great degree, was bought on the black market with Gu Chun. It's just that Chu Wangzhen was also very cash-strapped at that time, and he could only buy this kind of high-end goods. But now, Chu Wangzhen has a lot of gold, silver, and jewels on his body, and things that can be solved with money are nothing to him. So not long after returning to Yanjing City, Chu Wangzhen asked Gu Chun to help him pay attention to relevant news. It's a pity that even in the black market, those top-notch goods are too rare, and there has been no news about them. Originally, Chu Wangzhen was about to give up and plan to use other means, but he didn't expect Gu Chun to surprise him today. Before leaving get off work, Gu Chun walked in from the outside again in a hurry, and handed Chu Wangzhen a black and red door sticker. This is the pass for the auction. Only with this door sticker can Chu Wangzhen be eligible to participate in the auction. Okay. As a result, after the door sticker was accepted, Chu Wangzhen went straight home. The auction will not start until tomorrow night. Even though Chu Wangzhen is anxious, he can only wait quietly for tomorrow night. In this way, Chu Wangzhen, who had fished for another day the next day, hurried home as soon as the o'clock arrived. After the entire city of Yanjing was completely shrouded in darkness, Chu Wangzhen changed into the night clothes she had prepared earlier, and wearing a pitch-black mask, she quietly left the house and rushed towards the place where the black market was located. This mask was specially prepared by Chu Wangzhen during the day after he learned that he was going to participate in the auction. The location of the black market is the slums in the north of Yanjing City, and the people who live there are those who live in poverty. Basically, no outsiders come here on weekdays. And this happened to be the best protection for the black market. Chu Wangzhen came all the way to the north of the city in a low-key manner. After a while of twists and turns, he plunged into a very ordinary-looking private house on the side of the road. And this private house is the entrance to the black market. When Chu Wangzhen came here with Gu Chun for the first time, he was also very surprised. When he came to a room with a closed door in the backyard of the private house, Chu Wangzhen knocked on the door with a special frequency of 3 shorts and 1 long. Twig. As Chu Wangzhen finished knocking, the door of the room was immediately opened from the inside. Looking at the open door in front of him, Chu Wangzhen didn't talk nonsense, and walked into the room in silence. Snapped. Just after Chu Wangzhen entered the room, the door behind him was closed again. In response to the movement behind him, Chu Wangzhen continued to move forward without changing his expression. In this room, there are no complicated furnishings, only a large wardrobe. When he came to the closet, Chu Wangzhen directly opened the door, and a vertical tunnel appeared in front of his eyes. SHH. Looking at the tunnel in front of him, Chu Wangzhen jumped up and went straight into the tunnel. After falling about 30 meters, bursts of noisy sounds immediately reached Chu Wangzhen's ears. Thank you for your support, please follow up, please pay attention, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Auction. Chapter 50 Auction. Chu Wangzhen looked at the brightly lit world in front of him. Although it was not the first time he saw it, he was still very shocked. Here is the black market, a world that belongs exclusively to the night and the rivers and lakes. Seeing all the people with masks covering their faces and the street vendors setting up stalls in front of him, Chu Wang couldn't help sighing that this world is really magical. You must know that this black market is located tens of meters underground in the north of Yanjing City, but Chu Wangzhen was in it, but he didn't feel depressed at all. Being able to accommodate so many people to move together here, it is obvious that the ventilation effect of this black market is excellent. Not only that, the current Yanjing City is in the middle of the night, except for a few special places, the whole city has fallen into silence. But Chu Wangzhen was walking on the streets in the north of the city just now, but he didn't feel any movement coming from the ground. Obviously, the sound insulation effect of the black market here is also very good. This made Chu Wangzhen sigh with emotion. The person who built this place was obviously a master who was well versed in architecture. There are very few people with such abilities in this world, and it is very difficult to invite each of them. Therefore, as for the person behind the black market, Chu Wangzhen had already guessed when he first came here. After all, it's okay to quietly build such an underground world in Yanjing City, under the capital of the Ming dynasty. Besides the imperial court itself, who else has this ability? As for why the imperial court did this, Chu Wangzhen also had his own guesses. First of all, one of the reasons for building this black market is, of course, to separate the two groups of people in the rivers and lakes from the common people. After all, martial arts are so prosperous in this world, even the imperial court can't completely ban martial artists from entering Yanjing city. Therefore, creating a world dedicated to the activities of people in the world and formulating some rules that are beneficial to the court is a matter of getting the best of both worlds. Secondly, this black market can bring great profits to the imperial court. You know, people in the Jianghu like to rob the rich and help the poor most of the time, so most warriors will have some savings. In this way, the turnover in this black market every night is an astronomical figure, so the black market can earn a lot of money for the court every day. And Chu Wangzhen felt that the reason why Zhu De built this black market in the first place was actually a last resort. After all, Zhu De launched the Battle of Jingnan and successfully won the throne, which was not justified. So Sheng Sheng built this Yanjing city in his own fief, and before Jiang Wen was defeated, he deliberately hid a large amount of treasure in Wei Qiagong's mansion. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen reckoned that when Zhu De had just ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, Ming's treasury must have been empty like never before. To be able to build this Yanjing city, it is possible to owe a lot of debts, so they have to make money in this way. However, it is estimated that Zhu De never thought that the effect of this black market would be so good, and it could bring him such a large profit, which made him reluctant to close this black market at all. Otherwise, with his personality, since the financial pressure of the imperial court has gradually eased, how could he bear the existence of such a scam under his nose, and he would have wiped out this black market long ago. Call. Looking at the scene of people coming and going in front of him, Chu Wangzhen, who was a little lost in thought, let out a long sigh of relief, and then walked towards the place. Gu Chun said. Many people in the black market are dressed like Chu Wangzhen, so he didn't attract much attention from the crowd. After a while, a gorgeous 3-story building appeared in Chu Wangzhen's sight. Lanting Pavilion. After looking at the words on the plaque of the small building and confirming that he had come to the right place, Chu Wangzhen walked directly towards the Lanting Pavilion. When he came to the gate, Chu Wangzhen saw 2 burly men dressed in black standing quietly in front of the gate, watching the pedestrians coming and going in front of him. Please show the invitation letter. Seeing Chu Wangzhen walking straight towards him, the 2 guarding the gate immediately stretched out their hands to signal Chu Wangzhen to stop. Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen didn't say a word, but quietly took out the invitation letter from his bosom and handed it over. Please come inside, the distinguished guest. After receiving the invitation letter from Chu Wangzhen and carefully looking at it, the 2 immediately reached out their hands to signal that they could go in. After entering the Lanting Pavilion, Chu Wangzhen went straight up to the 2nd floor under the guidance of a maid. After arriving on the 2nd floor, Chu Wangzhen discovered that the 2nd floor was very empty, and the central area was a high platform, which was obviously the place for the auction to display items. Around the high platform, there were rows of separated seats, and Chu Wangzhen was led to one of the seats by the maid. And the 3rd floor of the Lanting Pavilion is a circle of small private rooms, which are obviously reserved for the important figures in Yanjing City or famous figures in the martial arts. Chu Wangzhen paid 100 taels of silver for the tickets, which could only support him to sit on the 2nd floor. After sitting in his seat, Chu Wangzhen looked around and found that there were already many people sitting on the seats on the 2nd floor, and some people were still being ushered in by the maids. Most of the private rooms on the 3rd floor were already lit up, obviously there were already people in them. After a while, the seats on the 2nd floor were already full. Seeing this situation, Chu Wangzhen estimated that the auction will officially start soon. And the facts were exactly as Chu Wangzhen had imagined. After a while, I saw maids walking up to the high platform in the middle of the 2nd floor holding trays covered in red cloth. Then, I heard a bronze bell chirping softly, which spread throughout the venue. Then, a thin middle-aged man with a goatee mustache walked onto the stage, coughed twice, and said loudly, "Dear distinguished guests, my name is Qian Gui, and I am invited to preside over this auction. All the rules remain the same. Both the money and the goods are paid on the spot. If you don't have enough cash, you can also take the real thing as collateral. Come, then I think everyone understands the consequences." As soon as Qian Gui finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to make a gesture. And then a girl behind him came to him with a plate covered by a red cloth. "Today's first treasure is a bottle of qi gathering pills. There are 100 of them in total. After inspection by Lanting Pavilion, they are all good products. Now they are packaged for sale. The starting price is 100 taels of gold. 100 taels of gold equals 1,000 taels of silver, which is equivalent to the current value of each qi gathering pill at 10 taels of silver. And this qi gathering pill is an auxiliary pill for martial artists in the Tongmei realm to practice. Eating one qi gathering pill during cultivation can double your success, and it also has a certain effect of warming and nourishing the meridians, which is extremely effective." Therefore, after Qian Gui finished speaking, more than a dozen martial artists started bidding. It's a pity that although this qi gathering pill is good, it is useless to Chu Wangzhen, so he just sat quietly in his seat and watched the show. Thank you for your support, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 The Stunning Twins. Chapter 51 The Stunning Twins. 100 taels. I pay 106 taels. 180 taels. 200 taels. 250 taels. In the end, the 100 qi gathering pills were purchased by a person on the second floor seat at a price of 380 taels of gold. From the beginning to the end, there was not the slightest sound from the private room on the third floor. Obviously, they didn't pay much attention to items of the qi gathering pill level. Immediately after the qi gathering pill was auctioned off, another maid came forward with the second lot. The second lot, a 500-year-old ginseng plant, the starting price is 500 taels of gold. 501 taels. 550 taels. As the first auction item was sold, the following auction items also appeared one after another, from pills, weapons, natural materials and earth treasures, and even martial arts secret books, and then were auctioned off. In just 1 hour, 50 or 60 pieces were photographed, and the highest priced one was even worth tens of thousands of gold. Among them, Chu Wangzhen also made several moves, and pocketed some of the old medicines, spending a total of nearly gold. After all, after turning on the hang-up function, he would often feel that his body was being hollowed out, and he was in urgent need of various powerful medicines to supplement his nutrition. Now that we have met, Chu Wangzhen certainly won't let her go easily. On weekdays, this level of big medicine is the treasure of every pharmacy. Without a certain status, even if you have money, you can't see it. As for Chu Wangzhen's arrogant behavior, some people on the second floor looked at him with a dangerous look. But Chu Wangzhen didn't care about it at all. After all, with his current strength, even if he encounters a strong man in the 5 Qi dynasties, although he can't beat him, he still has no problem escaping. And even sitting on the second floor, how could it still be the existence of the Wu Qi Chao Yuan realm? Anyway, Chu Wangzhen didn't believe it. The only thing that made Chu Wangzhen feel regretful was that the few cheat books that had just been bought and auctioned were of low quality, and none of them were liked by Chu Wangzhen. At this moment, Qian Gui, the auctioneer who had just finished auctioning a lot, suddenly became energetic and raised his voice. Everyone, next is a special group of goods, stunning female slaves from the western regions. Wow! As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Even Chu Wangzhen was surprised for a while. He didn't expect that this auction would involve human trafficking. Immediately, under the fiery eyes of everyone, 2 young women with their hands bound stepped onto the high platform. At this time, they were only wearing some roughly cut commoner clothes, with their thighs and arms exposed, and their necklines were also very low. The most amazing thing is that the two women not only look exactly the same, with tall nose bridges and deep eye sockets, they are obviously a pair of interracial twins. Seeing the stunning looks of the two alien races on the high platform, Chu Wan's heart was moved. After all, such beauties are right in front of him, and he is not short of money at all, so he can definitely take them into his pocket. When he came to this world, apart from being in close contact with Yin Tianxiu in Yangzhou City, in order not to touch Chu Tianxing's sensitive nerves at other times, Chu Wangzhen has been a female insulator for the past 18 years. But now that his strength has gradually increased, Chu Tianxing's threat to him has been greatly reduced, and the emotions that Chu Wangzhen has been suppressing in his heart have naturally begun to gradually rebound. It's just that when he thought that he was still under Chu Tianxing's nose, the sudden appearance of these two people beside him would definitely attract Chu Tianxing's attention. Suppress the restlessness in my heart. Not only do these two female slaves look exactly alike, but they are also two sisters of the same mother. They are naturally connected with each other and can feel each other's emotions. In addition, each of them has been checked physically and is perfect. You can bid for what you want, the starting price is 4,000 gold. As soon as the voice fell, quotations rang out one by one immediately below. 5,000 gold. 6,500 gold. 6,500 gold is amazing. I will offer 10,000 gold. With the end of Jian Gui's introduction, the people below who couldn't hold back for a long time began to compete to bid. In just an instant, the auction price more than doubled. Chu Wangzhen looked at these old perverts who seemed to regard money as dung, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, there are so many rich people in Yanjing City. I will offer -gold. Immediately afterwards, Chu Wangzhen made a decisive move and directly doubled the price again. And with Chu Wangzhen's ruthless way of bidding, the whole scene fell silent instantly. At this moment, everyone on the second floor turned their eyes to Chu Wangzhen who had just made an offer, and their eyes intertwined. There is surprise, hatred, and killing intent. Regarding this, Chu Wan felt at ease, as if he didn't feel it at all. In fact, Chu Wangzhen was really not prepared to make a move at the beginning. After all, his current situation is really not suitable. However, Chu Wangzhen made up his mind when he heard what Jian Gui said that the two girls on the stage had the talent of telepathy. After all, with this level of talent, one is born to be a top-notch talent in combined strike martial arts. As long as they are cultivated a little, they will be two good combat powers, not to mention that the looks of these two girls are really eye-catching. What is the most important thing in this world? Talent. Obviously, these two women with the ability to connect with each other are a pair of top talents. Now that they have met, Chu Wangzhen certainly doesn't want to let them go. Anyway, Chu Wangzhen didn't admit that he was agitated by the spirit of an old pervert. But after Chu Wangzhen made his bid, no one answered. Seeing this situation, Jian Gui immediately dropped the hammer in his hand. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for winning these two female slaves with -gold. Wow! As soon as Jian Gui's words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became restless. For a while, I don't know how many eyes were secretly shooting at Chu Wangzhen. It's just that he is still in the Lanting Pavilion at this time, and the background behind it can be imagined to be able to open such a large auction house in this black market. Therefore, no one dared to make trouble here for a while, but judging from the current situation, the auction will end soon. And Chu Wangzhen probably will face many black hands. Hey, dear guests, the next 3 items to be auctioned are the finale items of this auction, and each item is a treasure that is hard to find. At this moment, Jian Gui on the stage also felt that the atmosphere in the arena was a bit subtle, and Dang even began to ease it with an exaggerated expression and tone. After all, the auction is still going on at the moment, and it's hard for him to explain what happens. As for what will happen after the auction, it has nothing to do with their Lanting Pavilion. Thank you for your support, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Dragon Blood Gold. Chapter 52 Dragon Blood Gold. Chu Wangzhen was not surprised that he would attract so many people's prying eyes after he acquired the two stunning alien races. After all, in life, what one pursues is nothing more than wealth, power, and sex. What's more, among the people present, most of them are from the Jianghu with unique skills, and most of their daily behaviors are reckless and do whatever they want. Now meeting such stunning girls, and interracial twins who have telepathy with each other, is simply full of all kinds of excitement. Therefore, seeing that they could not beat Chu Wangzhen financially, they subconsciously wanted to choose another more convenient method. But the environment is not right at this time, so they can only temporarily suppress the urge to do it. Everyone, this first treasure can be said to be a rare treasure in 100 years. Just add a little bit, and you can forge an incomparably sharp weapon. If you can invite a blacksmith to do it, you may even forge a magical weapon. Wow! Hearing the word Shenbing, all the warriors present immediately became restless. After all, every divine weapon is an existence that cannot be measured by money. Although according to Jian Gui, it is only possible to forge a magical weapon, but it is enough to make all the warriors present fight for it. Everyone, please see that the first finale treasure of this auction is a piece of dragon blood gold the size of a fist. Although it is only the size of a fist, it weighs an astonishing -caddies. Boom! Hearing the name of dragon blood gold, all the people present were staring at the tray on the stage, a piece of metal with golden light and blood-colored scales on the surface. As for dragon blood gold, some people may not know its details, but when it comes to Chun Jun, the magic weapon known as the noble and peerless sword, then everyone knows it, everyone knows it. As a swordsman forged by a generation of swordsmith Ouyuzi, the main material of pure uniform forging is the dragon blood gold in front of him. This is also why, after hearing the name of dragon blood gold, everyone present caused such a commotion. Buzz! At this time, Chu Wangzhen sensed the two dragon balls trembling in his Danshan Qi, and knew that this might be caused by feeling the breath of the dragon blood gold. Hey, could it be that this dragon blood gold is really made from dragon blood? Looking at the dragon blood gold on the stage, Chu Wangzhen narrowed his eyes, making it difficult for people to see the hidden emotions. Everyone, the piece of dragon blood gold right now is completely enough to build a magic weapon, so the starting price for this dragon blood gold is -gold. As soon as the price was announced, there was a moment of silence, and no one spoke for a long time. After all, this is 10 taels of gold and 100 million taels of silver. Whoever can spend so much money is not the top power in the world. 11 taels. Finally, after a long silence, a faint voice came from a private room on the 3rd floor. As soon as the voice came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. But unfortunately, the private room on the 3rd floor is fully enclosed. At this time, the window of the private room that made the sound just now is closed, and no one can see who is bidding inside. It's just that immediately after that, everyone present didn't have time to think about who just made the bid. Because after the first person in the private room bid, it seemed as if some unknown switch was turned on, and the people in the other private rooms also began to bid one after another. In just a short while, the price of the dragon blood gold was raised to 20 gold. At this moment, all the people sitting on the seats on the 2nd floor have become spectators, and they can only stare blankly at the people in the private rooms on the 3rd floor vying for each other and quoting sky-high prices. At this time, Chu Wangzhen, who was sitting on the 2nd floor, was looking at the piece of dragon blood gold on the stage, and was a little dazed. At this moment, what he was thinking about was whether he should make a move to take this piece of dragon blood gold. Although the dragon blood gold is worth a lot at the moment, for Chu Wangzhen, who is carrying the Liancheng treasure and the Jiangwen treasure, there is no such thing as not being able to afford it. After all, even though all the gold in these two treasures was turned into energy points by Chu Wangzhen, the remaining silver, jewelry, etc., were also an astronomical figure. The only thing that made Chu Wan hesitate was whether he would be able to keep the dragon's blood gold after he took it. You know, just taking pictures of the peerless twin sisters just now made some people present look wrong. However, Chu Wangzhen estimated that there would not be too many people who wanted to snatch the two girls from him. After all, not everyone is obsessed with women. But this dragon blood gold is different. A piece of material that can forge magic weapons is an opportunity that all warriors will not let go. What worried Chu Wan even more was the presence in those private rooms on the 3rd floor. Who knows if there is any existence of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm in it? If there is, then Chu Wangzhen has to think about it. 25 taels. 25 taels. 30 taels. Hearing the sound of mutual bidding constantly coming from his ears, Chu Wangzhen gritted his teeth and decisively participated in it. After all, this kind of precious material that can forge magic weapons is rare. Once you miss it, who knows when you will encounter it next time. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen finally decided to get the dragon blood gold first. Boom! When everyone sitting on the 2nd floor saw that Chu Wangzhen had raised the price to 30 yuan, they immediately looked as if they had seen hell. They were surprised not only that Chu Wangzhen could afford this price, but also that he had the guts to compete with the existence in the private room on the 3rd floor. You know, who can have a private room on the 3rd floor is not a well-known figure in the world. Either his own strength is extremely high, or there are top forces behind him. Now, Chu Wangzhen, the person sitting on the 2nd floor, dared to do such a move, which really surprised everyone present, including those in the private room on the 3rd floor. At this time, Chu Wangzhen could clearly perceive that on the 3rd floor, there were several seemingly substantive gazes scanning him back and forth. After sensing these gazes, Chu Wangzhen not only groaned secretly in his heart. A person who can cast such gazes has obviously surpassed the limit of Qi Si realm and entered the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm. At this moment, Chu Wangzhen began to regret his actions just now. But the matter had come to this point, and it was impossible to regret it. After all, he missed the bottom line with his shot just now. Even if he changed his mind now and stopped quoting, he would have exposed his own existence to everyone's sight. At this moment, Chu Wangzhen had already sensed how many greedy eyes were falling on him. Thank you for your support, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Dragon Elephant Prujna Skill. Chapter 53 Dragon Elephant Prujna Skill. This distinguished guest bid 30 gold. I don't know if someone has bid higher. Otherwise, this piece of dragon's blood gold has found the Allah. Qian Gui, who presided over the auction, was also slightly taken aback by the fact that Chu Wangzhen, who was sitting on the 2nd floor, participated in the competition on the 3rd floor. After all, long before the auction, Lanting Pavilion had already passed on the relevant information of the final 3 treasures to some people. Therefore, in fact, the last 3 treasures can be said to be specially prepared for the distinguished guests in the private rooms on the 3rd floor, because ordinary people simply cannot afford this price. But now a dark horse like Chu Wangzhen suddenly appeared, so that Qian Gui, who had known the inside story for a long time, didn't react for a while. However, although he was a little surprised, Qian Gui had a lot of experience hosting auctions after all. Seeing that the atmosphere off the court was stagnant because of Chu Wangzhen's shot, he quickly spoke up to stir up the atmosphere. But what Qian Gui didn't expect was that even though he continued to yell, no one continued to bid, which immediately made Qian Gui feel panicked. After all, although the 30 gold that Chu Wangzhen called out just now was an astronomical figure, it was far from the price limit of the dragon's blood gold. At this time, if Chu Wangzhen really bought the dragon blood gold with 30 taels of gold, then he would lose money in Lanting Pavilion. This alone basically lost all the profits earned from the previous 50 orders, which is not necessarily enough. But to Qian Gui's despair, after Chu Wangzhen bid 30 gold, no one really continued to bid. Congratulations to this distinguished guest, who won the first finale item of this auction with 30 gold. In the end, Qiangui had no choice but to drop the hammer in his hand, and congratulated Chu Wangzhen with a forced smile. At this time, Qiangui looked at Chu Wangzhen, who was quietly leaning on the seat below, with inexplicable emotions in his eyes. In his eyes, Chu Wangzhen must not survive tonight. Because long before tonight's auction started, some big person had expressed his intention to keep the dragon's blood gold in his pocket. And at this time, all these people were seated in the private rooms on the third floor. Although a mere 30 gold is a lot, it is completely worthless to these people. But now they have no intention of continuing to bid at all. Obviously, they are not giving up the dragon blood gold, but are planning to take the dragon blood gold away from Chu Wangzhen. After all, for various reasons, they would be too afraid to make a move on the person sitting in the private room on the third floor, but they didn't have this consideration for Chu Wangzhen, who was sitting on the second floor. Therefore, the way Qiangui looked at Chu Wangzhen was like looking at a shit stick. His eyes were inexplicable. In his opinion, in this auction, Chu Wangzhen not only made Lanting Pavilion lose a lot of money, but also lost his own life. By the way, there are also two beauties of different races who were photographed before, and it is not known who will fall into their hands in the end. After waving his hand and signaling to the maid on the side to bring down the dragon blood gold, Qiangui began to prepare for the second auction finale. SHH. Qiangui lifted off the red cloth on the side tray, and instantly a palm-sized jade box appeared in front of everyone. Crack! After putting on the animal skin gloves prepared earlier, Qiangui carefully opened the jade box. Call! In an instant, a biting cold air swept away from the jade box in all directions. Everyone, please take a look. The second item in this auction is this 10,000-year-old black ice chalcedony. This object has been bred underground for thousands of years in the extreme north. The cold air inside it is extremely pure. For people with ice attribute skills, it can be said to be a fairy grade. It can not only improve the effect of cultivation, but also increase the chill of one's own true energy. The bottleneck of Yuan Jing. Even if you are not cultivating true qi of cold ice, wearing this chalcedony on your body on weekdays will allow your true qi to flow automatically to resist the invasion of cold air, which can be regarded as speeding up your cultivation. Following Qiangui's introduction, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became agitated again. However, this thing has no effect on Chu Wangzhen. After all, on the one hand, he is not a cultivator of ice true qi, and on the other hand, he has a hang-up cheat that is more effective than it. Therefore, although Chu Wangzhen admitted that this thing was indeed a peerless treasure, he had no intention of bidding at all. Now, he is only going to stay to see what the last auction item is, and then pay the money to get the dragon blood gold. Oh, by the way, there is also the big medicine and the two female slaves that were photographed before. On the contrary, here, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help but regret once again taking pictures of the two girls. After all, let's not talk about how to settle them down, but just talk about the upcoming battle, and bringing the two women with them is a huge burden. But if they don't care about their life or death, it's Chu Wangzhen who spent the money, and I don't know if Lanting Pavilion has any business about returning goods. Hey! After sighing and forcing down the worries in his heart, Chu Wangzhen turned his attention to the ongoing auction. On the stage, Qiangui had finished his introduction and closed the jade box again. And as Qiangui's voice fell, some people couldn't help but start quoting. Of course, for this kind of treasure, only the private rooms on the third floor are eligible to bid. After a lot of scrambling, in the end, this Wanyan Xianbing chalcedony was bought by one of the private rooms at a price of 80 taels of gold. Haha! As the small hammer in his hand fell, Qiangui also showed joy on his face. It seems that the profit from this auction just now is not small, and it is estimated that it can slightly make up for the dragon blood gold auction just now. Okay, now let's start the last auction of today. As the maid removed the jade box containing the 10,000-year chalcedony, the last lot was entrusted to Qiangui's side. This last item is a skill. As he spoke, Qian Gui slowly pulled down the red cloth covering the tray, and saw a cheat book was quietly placed there. Hearing that the last item on the lot turned out to be a skill, all the warriors present immediately became interested. After all, for warriors, strength is the root of everything, whether it is a magical weapon or a collection of magical skills, they are all the things they are most passionate about. And the exercises that can be regarded as the last lot by the Lanting Pavilion are obviously not simple things. Qian Gui on the stage saw that everyone present was looking at him, and without hesitation, he immediately began to introduce the last lot. This exercise is a pure external exercise called Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. It is a divine exercise for protecting the teachings of Tibetan Buddhism. It is rumored that those who practice it will have the strength of the dragon and elephant. It is expected that they will become dragons when they reach the peak. Like a golden body. Boom. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Weird. Chapter 54 Weird. Boom. After hearing that this exercise was a pure external exercise, most of the people present immediately lost interest. After all, for them, practicing Kung Fu outside is only practiced by those who have no brains. After all, before Qi Si realm, there was almost no difference between external training and internal training. But once they reach the Sea of Qi realm, internal martial artists have the ability to release their true energy. External martial artists at this stage are slightly disadvantaged compared to internal martial artists at the same stage. And after reaching the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm, the gap between the internal martial arts practitioners and the external martial arts practitioners will be directly widened after they realize the artistic conception. After all, although external martial arts practitioners have strong defense and good attack power, it is useless if they cannot hit people, not to mention that the body of external martial arts practitioners cannot defend against the damage of artistic conception at all. After all, artistic conception is more applied to the soul of warriors. Therefore, compared to internal training, there are extremely few warriors who have achieved success in external training in the entire world. Even if there is, most of them are practicing the kind of internal training and external training. In essence, it is still the way of internal training, but compared with other people, it is a part of its own body. Therefore, when they heard that this exercise is a pure external exercise, the people present immediately became less interested. However, when everyone heard that this technique was able to cultivate into a golden body, the atmosphere in the field instantly boiled again. Because refining the golden body is the way to go after entering the realm of heaven and man through external refining. As long as the golden body is perfect, it means that the flower of essence is blooming, and the way of essence is considered accomplished. Not only that, although the way of external training has been weaker than internal training in the early stage, once it enters the realm of heaven and man, it is completely a two-level reversal. Because after entering the realm of heaven and man, external training takes the path of the small world of the human body. The blood and qi are refined to the extreme, and can completely block all kinds of energy outside the body, including the power of the soul. At this time, the internal martial arts practitioners who are also in the realm of heaven and man are not opponents of internal martial arts practitioners at all, except for those who have some means that specifically target the power of qi and blood. But of course, it is not so easy for the external training at this time to deal with the internal training that has also entered the realm of heaven and man. Because after entering the realm of heaven and man, the way of inner training is to integrate the body into the world and cultivate the outer world. At this time, the internally trained celestial beings can directly borrow the power of the heavens and the earth, and can increase their own strength tenfold compared to the previous celestial beings. The existence of qi flowers blooming in the way of inner training is called the infinite realm, which means that the true energy in the body of inner training warriors in this realm is like the sea. And there is almost no trouble of exhaustion. As for the way of divine refinement, like the way of internal refinement, there are 4 major realms, namely Yinshen realm, Yangshen realm, Yuanshen realm, and Faxiang realm. Among them, the Faxiong realm is equivalent to the Boundless realm and the Golden Body realm, and it is an existence that has bloomed with divine flowers. A warrior who has reached this realm can directly transform the things he visualizes from illusion to reality, and defend against the enemy in the form of Dharma, which is extremely powerful. For example, Chu Wangzhen, if he cultivated to the state of Faxiong, he could directly gather the flying dragon in his mind to fight against the enemy in reality. All in all, warriors who have reached this level are no longer mortals. At this time, when he saw a cheat book that could lead directly to the golden body state and put it in front of him, the people present were completely agitated. After all, no matter how difficult the way of external training is, with this cheat book, at least the warrior can clearly see his way forward. Because the way of external training focuses on the accumulation of resources and the tempering of the body, as long as you practice hard work, you can keep improving. Unlike the way of internal refinement, which also needs to comprehend such illusory things as artistic conception, many warriors are trapped before the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm for life because of insufficient comprehension, unable to realize their own artistic conception. It's just that no matter how excited the people sitting on the second floor were, their rationality prevented them from making random bids. After all, even though they don't want to admit it, such magical secrets are not something they can covet. It is estimated that the owner of this cheat book was still created among the private rooms on the 3rd floor. The starting price of this dragon elephant prujna technique is 100 million gold. Wow! When the people present heard Jian Gui's starting price of 1 million taels, there was an uproar again. After all, the final transaction price of the last product, the Wanyan Xianbing Chalcedony, was only 80 gold. However, although the chalcedony is precious and beneficial to cultivation, it is a foreign object after all. Compared with the existence of Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu, which can be used as a fundamental Kung Fu, it is indeed almost meaningless. At this moment, Chu Wangzhen looked at the cheat books on the tray on the stage with complicated eyes. Now he regretted it again. If he had known that the last lot was Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu, he would never have auctioned Dragon Blood Gold. After all, although Dragon Blood Gold is indeed precious, it may be useful to him in the future, and it would be a pity to miss it. But now it is really useless to Chu Wangzhen, unlike Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu, an external practice method, which can directly make up for Chu Wangzhen's own shortcomings in the current essence. Therefore, compared to Dragon Blood Gold, Dragon Elephant Prujna skill is naturally more meaningful to Chu Wangzhen now. But it's too late to say anything now. The Dragon Blood Gold has already been obtained, so what should I do with this Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu now? You know, there are only 3 finale lots in this auction. If Chu Wangzhen directly wins 2, the consequences can be imagined. However, if Chu Wangzhen were to just give up this easy-to-get book that could be cultivated to the golden body level, Chu Wangzhen would be very unwilling. After all, external exercises are rare, and those that can be as advanced as Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu are even rarer. Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen's face hidden under the mask immediately hardened, and he decided to get involved. Anyway, as the saying goes, when a person dies, a bird turns to the sky, and he will not die for thousands of years. Opportunities are right in front of you, but those who do things but worry about this and that will have nothing to do. Anyway, with the guarantee of Dragon God Art, the big deal is to fly out of the capital directly, escape from Daming and live in other countries. Anyway, with so many treasures hidden in the spirit mirror, Chu Wangzhen can live a good life no matter where he is. But to Chu Wangzhen's surprise, when he decided to participate in the Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu competition, no one in the field bid. Even in the several private rooms on the 3rd floor, it was also very quiet, and no one spoke. It's as if this book of external exercises does not come into their eyes at all. This kind of weird situation made Jian Gui, who was jumping up and down on the stage to stir up the interest of the crowd, also froze. Thank you for your support, please follow up, don't keep books, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. At this moment, Chu Wangzhen in the audience looked at the strange silence in front of him, and was also a little confused. These people on the second floor do not quote, either because of insufficient funds, or because the qualifications are not up to standard. But what happened to those people in the private room on the third floor? Don't they pay attention to a foreign practice method that directly reaches the golden body? Or because I don't want to offend Tibetan Buddhism, and I'm afraid of being approached by them? However, as soon as this guess appeared from the bottom of his heart, Chu Wangzhen immediately denied it. After all, although Tibetan Buddhism has been passed down for a long time and has great influence, the sphere of influence of Tibetan Buddhism is located in Tibet, and it is the state religion of the Mongolian and Yuan royal courts. But in Daming, it doesn't have much influence. It is impossible for these people to let go of this foreign practice magic because they are afraid of Tibetan Buddhism. In addition, with their status, it is impossible because they cannot afford the price. Then, it was the reason of the exercise itself that made them give up the bid. Thinking of this possibility, Chu Wangzhen's eyes immediately flickered, thinking about the possibility. Although Chu Wangzhen has been known for this magical skill for a long time in his previous life, but in this specious world, who knows what changes will happen. In addition, these people in the private room on the third floor are all high-ranking people, and they must know some information that ordinary people do not know, so Chu Wangzhen believes that the guess he just made is very likely. Call. In this way, it makes sense. Why was the dragon elephant Prujna Kung Fu as a magical skill for protecting the Dao of Tibetan Buddhism leaked in its entirety, and it was also spread from the territory of Mongolia and Yuan dynasty to Daming? It is estimated that there must be something behind it. The calculations of Tibetan Buddhism are in it. After all, this exercise is not like other things. How can it be stolen so easily, let alone a complete exercise? I just don't know. What is the reason that they are willing to release all their Dao protection magic skills? After roughly confirming his thoughts, the question before Chu Wangzhen now is whether he wants to get the Dragon Elephant Wisdom skill. After all, although there may be various calculations behind it, there is a high probability that this exercise is true, at least the first part must be true. Otherwise, if this exercise is fake, it is impossible to put it up for auction in this auction. If it is confirmed that this exercise is fake in the future, then the reputation of Lanting Pavilion will be completely lost. Abandoning the reputation that the family has built up so hard for a little money, unless the person behind the Lanting Pavilion is a fool, otherwise he would not do such a self-destruction of the Great Wall. 100 gold. After thinking about it again and again, Chu Wangzhen was still ready to make a move and take down this magical skill. No matter what calculations are behind it, its improvement in strength is not fake. As long as he has enough time, Chu Wangzhen is not afraid of any calculations in the world. Wow! As Chu Wangzhen's voice sounded in the silent auction, he immediately became the most beautiful cub in the entire auction. One person bought 2 finale auction items, which are in the Lanting Pavilion, but I haven't seen them for a long time. At this time, the eyes of individual beings looking at Chu Wangzhen became more greedy and hot. But Chu Wangzhen turned a deaf ear to the various abnormal eyes that fell on him, as if he didn't notice it at all. Long before deciding to make a move, Chu Wangzhen had already anticipated the current situation. After all, sitting on the second floor, taking 2 finale auctions and 2 peerless beauties, but being extremely rich, this is obviously a big fat sheep in the eyes of many people. Because if Chu Wangzhen really had any status in Yanjing City, it is impossible for him to sit on the second floor, but he would have been invited to the private room on the third floor long ago. Therefore, in the eyes of other people at this time, Chu Wangzhen is just a young girl who came to Yanjing City from other places. Maybe Chu Wangzhen did have a deep background behind him, but for them, after solving Chu Wangzhen, they would just find a place to hide. Who would know that they did it? After all, the raptors crossing the river are not easy to use in places like Yanjing City. With this kind of thinking, at this moment, I don't know how many people have made up their minds to attack Chu Wangzhen. Okay, Congratulations to this guest, who won the last lot of this auction at a price of 100 million gold. After a slight pause to confirm that no one else made a move, Qian Gui immediately dropped the small hammer in his hand. After all, judging from the scene just now, if Chu Wangzhen hadn't made a move, this last lot might have passed the auction. If this is the case, it would be a big blow to his reputation of Lanting Pavilion. And when the small hammer of random money fell, the auction was considered to be a successful conclusion. Afterwards, those who took pictures of the items began to go to the first floor of the Lanting Pavilion to pay for the items. The same is true for Chu Wangzhen. After arriving at the window on the first floor, Chu Wangzhen directly took out a thick stack of golden tickets from his pocket. These golden tickets were all these days that he slowly used the silver stored on his body to exchange them from the villa. After all, for Chu Wangzhen, this silver cannot be directly converted into energy points. In addition, he has no shortage of energy points for the time being, so he simply exchanged the silver he got from the two treasures for gold tickets in case of emergency. But I don't want to. Tonight's auction will directly spend a lot of money on the golden ticket. Fortunately, there are countless high-quality jewels and jades in Chu Wangzhen's spiritual mirror space. If they are replaced with gold, it will be a large amount of energy points. This is also the reason why Chu Wangzhen took the Dragon Blood Gold and Dragon Elephant Wisdom skill decisively, even though he felt distressed. After confirming the authenticity of the golden ticket that Chu Wangzhen took out, the clerk of Lanting Pavilion didn't talk nonsense, and directly presented the things Chu Wangzhen had photographed one by one. After getting the item and confirming its authenticity, Chu Wangzhen pretended to put the item in his bosom, but actually put it into the space of the spiritual mirror. Then, he walked out of the Lanting Pavilion with the two girls who had also changed into new clothes. As soon as he left the Lanting Pavilion, Chu Wangzhen felt that countless eyes kept falling on him from the secret. Seeing that these people were about to stand in front of him blatantly and say that they were about to suffer a catastrophe, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Is this capital black market so wild? But in fact, Chu Wangzhen didn't know that the reason why he encountered such a situation was actually because his handwriting was too big tonight. Although the same situation happened in the past, it was just a small trouble, that's all. In the past, there was such a handwriting, which one was not a big shot in the private room on the third floor. But for these existences with strong backgrounds, although other people are equally envious, they dare not make a move. It's hard to come across a big fat sheep now, of course these people won't let it go easily. Thank you for your support, please follow up, please pay attention, thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Sensing the dignified atmosphere surrounding him, Chu Wangzhen turned his head and glanced at the two women behind him, and found that they were following behind him obediently, their eyes full of panic and bewilderment. Follow. Chu Wangzhen under the mask couldn't help frowning slightly, feeling a little headache how to deal with the two of them. Originally, if only the two of them were bought, Chu Wangzhen would have a way to deal with them. Even if Chu Tianxing found out, Chu Wangzhen could explain it by making a fortune in Yangzhou City. After all, it's normal to get kickbacks for missions. Even if Chu Tianxing knew about it, he wouldn't say anything, at most he just ate more. But now this explanation does not work, because Chu Wangzhen spent too much money tonight, and it cannot be explained by taking kickbacks at all. Therefore, it is impossible for Chu Wangzhen to keep the two girls by his side for the time being, so he can only find a way to find a place for them to hide. However, it was obvious that there was going to be a big battle soon, and it was inconvenient for Chu Wangzhen to escape with these two burdens. After all, although he could turn into a dragon and escape with the two women, Chu Wangzhen's flying speed and battery life would definitely be affected. At that time, if he gets tired and can't escape himself, he will be finished. But if the two girls were just thrown away like this, let alone whether Chu Wangzhen could be ruthless, just the price he just spent on the two girls would make him a little unwilling. Therefore, at this time, Chu Wangzhen was walking on the road with the two girls who were walking behind him, and began to think about how to accommodate the two girls. Okay. Suddenly, Chu Wangzhen, who was walking on the road, looked at a building not far ahead, raised his eyebrows immediately, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Follow me. After saying something to the back, Chu Wan walked towards the building he had just discovered with a big stride. After the two women behind him heard it, they saw Chu Wangzhen suddenly speed up, and immediately trotted in panic, following Chu Wangzhen. Guest officer, do you want to be a top student or stay in the hotel? After walking straight into the door in front of him, Chu Wangzhen saw a young man dressed as a waiter coming up to him, and asked him respectfully. Seeing how curious he was about Chu Wangzhen's black-clothed and masked face, he knew that he had entertained many guests who had hidden their identities. Open me a room and renew the lease for 1 year first. This way, guest officer, please. After hearing Chu Wangzhen's words, the waiter's expression froze. After all, he had never seen a customer like Chu Wangzhen who had been around for a year. But come on and you continue, he immediately reacted, and hurriedly greeted Chu Wangzhen and the three to go upstairs to the room. After all, as long as Chu Wangzhen can afford the money, he can live as long as he wants. And when Chu Wangzhen arranged a hiding place for the two girls, those who had been secretly following Chu Wangzhen after they came out of the Lanting Pavilion saw Chu Wangzhen bring the two girls into an inn. Was also slightly taken aback. Could it be that this kid is so anxious that he couldn't wait just after he left the house? Many people were slightly puzzled and muttered to themselves. Thinking that those two beauties from other races would be ruined like this, many people who already had thoughts about the two women immediately felt a pain in their hearts. However, many people were secretly anxious after seeing Chu Wangzhen bring the two girls into the inn. After all, in this black market, it is really difficult for them to do anything. If Chu Wangzhen keeps hiding in this inn like this, they really have nothing to do for a while. But when they were secretly anxious, they suddenly saw Chu Wangzhen walking out again by himself. However, the figures of the two women who followed him had disappeared, obviously they were left in the inn by him. Seeing this scene, those who knew that it was hopeless to obtain other treasures with their own strength, and instead set their targets on the two women, immediately frowned. After seeing Chu Wangzhen walking away, these people hurried into the inn and began to ask questions. When she found out that Chu Wangzhen had directly opened a room here and continued for a year, she immediately left disappointed. After all, although the two girls are very greedy, it is impossible for them to wait here for a year. In case Chu Wangzhen continued for another year after 1 year, they would be in vain. Therefore, those who had thoughts about the two girls gave up directly. After all, they dare not abduct people at will in this black market. It's not that no one has done this before, but now these people's graves have been replaced by countless stubbles. At this time, after Chu Wangzhen settled the two daughters and lost the two big burdens, he walked towards the black market with ease. Thinking of the upcoming battle, Chu Wangzhen was full of anticipation. After all, since he came to this world, because of the existence of Chu Tianxing, Chu Wangzhen has never really fought against life and death in the true sense. Therefore, Chu Wangzhen did not have an accurate concept of his true strength at this time. Now, with his identity hidden, he can take advantage of this opportunity to weigh himself properly. Wow! Thinking of this, Chu Wangzhen immediately stepped on his feet, flew up, and rushed towards the exit of the black market. SHH! 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 Seeing this situation, those who followed him immediately didn't care about hiding, and jumped out of the darkness one by one, and also flew after him. Ah! Sensing the movement behind him, a coldness flashed across Chu Wangzhen's eyes in front of him. Then, it accelerated again and swept towards the exit ahead. This black market is so big, of course there is not only one import and export, after all, no one will understand the truth of the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit. The one that Chu Wangzhen came in last night was just the closest to his house. The exit that Chu Wangzhen was about to reach now was another one. Although it was also in the north of the city, it was in a dense forest in the north of the city. There was the hunting ground that Chu Wangzhen had chosen for himself. Boom! After arriving at the exit, Chu Wangzhen leaped straight up, as if his body had turned into a black dragon, flew up and disappeared. Chase! Seeing such a situation, the people behind did not dare to neglect, and quickly rushed out of the exit one by one. However, when they came out from the exit, they found that Chu Wangzhen's figure had disappeared. Hold head high! Just when these people were a little dazed, Chu Wangzhen, who was hiding on a big tree, did make a decisive move. The dragon chant was loud and clear, and its fierce energy fell directly from the sky, pressing down on the people below. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, False. Boom boom boom. Sensing the sound of the dragon's roar above their heads, the people below immediately sensed the danger and wanted to escape. But in the face of Chu Wangzhen's sudden attack, it was so easy to dodge. After all, most of these people below are still in the Tongmei realm. Facing the sneak attack from the back of Chu Wangzhen, a Qi realm, it is not so easy to resist. Following a series of loud noises, more than a dozen martial artists in the Tongmei realm were severely injured immediately. And the reason why none of them died was because Chu Wangzhen's target just now wasn't them at all, but one of the Qi realm warriors below. After all, Chu Wangzhen still knew that it was better to cut off one finger than to hurt his 10 fingers. As Chu Wangzhen's pure and powerful Genkai slapped down with his palm, it directly shattered the Genkai of a Sea of Qi realm body protector below, and then ruthlessly imprinted on his body. Under the influence of Chu Wangzhen's powerful true Qi, the 5 internal organs of this strange Qi realm warrior were instantly shattered into powder. Under the action of the remaining strength, he instantly collapsed on a big tree behind him, and with a bang, bloody mist exploded from the pores on his back. What a fierce palm technique! He only had time to whisper this sentence, and then he could only swallow his last breath unwillingly. Hiss! Seeing that Chu Wangzhen's strength is so powerful, he killed a Qi realm martial artist in one face-to-face, and the aftermath also seriously injured more than a dozen martial artists of the Tongmei realm. The remaining people who were still alive were shocked immediately. Seeing such a ferocious Chu Wangzhen, some people immediately thought of retreating. After all, although mutton is delicious, compared to one's own life, some big meals are actually not a must. However, although Chu Wangzhen's ruthless methods just now did frighten a group of people, not everyone was frightened by him. After all, most of the people in the Jianghu are murderers who lick blood at the edge of their swords. Desperation is their daily life. Although the strength Chu Wangzhen just showed is strong, but they are so numerous at this time, it is not that they have no chance of winning. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Among them, someone suddenly thought of the sound of the dragon's chant that Chu Wangzhen had just slapped, and immediately cried out in surprise. After all, the dragon chant in the palm is so powerful, it is indeed more in line with the public's image of the 18 dragon subduing palms. Wow! When the others heard that Chu Wangzhen was using the famous 18 dragon subduing palms, they immediately caused another commotion. When Chu Wangzhen saw that they misunderstood that he was using the 18 palms of subduing dragon, he was also slightly taken aback, and then fell silent, as if he had acquiesced. After all, this kind of misunderstanding also helps Chu Wangzhen hide his identity and give wrong guidance to those who have ideas about what is on him. In fact, how could Chu Wangzhen know how to subdue the dragon with 18 palms? He was only able to hit such a palm just now with the blessing of his own powerful dragon god's true energy. And the sound of the dragon's chant is just the effect of his dragon god art running to the extreme. When the others saw that Chu Wangzhen had acquiesced, they were immediately shocked. Nima, are all beggars so rich now? Thinking of how Chu Wangzhen treated money like dirt at the auction just now, many people present immediately began to doubt life. After all, they never thought that the beggar whom they usually looked down upon would have more money than them. This made those who had given a few pennies to beggars out of sudden compassion wish to slap themselves a few times. From their point of view, they might be responsible for the money that Chu Wangzhen spent at the auction tonight. Even if it's 18 dragon subduing palms, he only has one person, how can he still resist us, and if we can't join forces, let's go together. Seeing that although the number of their own team has an overwhelming advantage, their momentum has begun to decline. Among them, those who are not ready to give up just like that, immediately interrupted loudly. Then, he saw that he was the first to use his body skills, and the big knife in his hand was also slashing towards Chu Wangzhen. Seeing this, after looking at each other, the others also used their own methods to attack Chu Wangzhen together. Seeing him rushing towards him in front of him, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help flashing a solemn look in his eyes. Call. Facing the situation in front of him, after Chu Wangzhen took a deep breath, he saw his hands slowly open as if embracing the sky, and an incomparable domineering intention escaped from his body. Ah! 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 As the dragon god art in his body was running to the extreme, bursts of deep dragon chant sounded around Chu Wangzhen. Hold head high. With the sound of a deafening dragon chant, the scene that changed the color of all the people present appeared, and a fiery red true energy dragon formed around Chu Wangzhen, flying up and down around him, protecting his body in it. This was made by Chu Wangzhen forcibly condensing the fire dragon's true energy in his body. After all, since he had decided to disguise himself as 18 dragon subduing palms, of course he had to pretend to be a bit like it. Boom! As the fire dragon formed on his body, Chu Wangzhen immediately started to greet the person opposite him. Looking at the person on the opposite side, I saw that Chu Wangzhen retracted and drew his palms, and the fire dragon surrounding his body was wrapped around his palms, and then he slapped out with one palm. The surge of true energy caused Chu Wangzhen's clothes to flutter and her long hair to fly. Against the backdrop of the black mask, she looked like an invincible god of war, extremely bold and domineering. Faced with Chu Wangzhen's palms, the people on the opposite side of course didn't want to take it hard, and they all hid aside. After all, they have all heard of the name of the 18 dragon subduing palms. However, how could Chu Wangzhen let them escape so easily? You must know that although his fire dragon was only forcibly condensed by relying on his own powerful true energy, there is no such interconnected change as the 18 dragon subduing palms. But after all, Chu Wangzhen has cultivated the concept of thinking, the power of the soul is strong, and he can control every trace of his true energy in a subtle way. Therefore, when he sensed the opponent's movement, he saw his palms move and forcibly split the genkai in his hands into two with strong control. In the next second, two fire dragons took shape in Chu Wangzhen's palms and slapped towards the two opposite people respectively. Ah! Ah! The two fiery red dragons were shot out by Chu Wangzhen, but seeing the dragon shadows flying in the forest, countless fallen leaves were lifted from the ground, and under the influence of Chu Wangzhen's fire dragon true energy, they were directly ignited, creating a spectacular scene. Chu Wangzhen knew that in terms of moves, he was simply inferior to these veteran fighters on the opposite side. Therefore, he used all his strength to make a move, wanting to rely on his pure and powerful dragon god True Chi to make meritorious deeds in one fell swoop. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Facing Chu Wangzhen's sudden change of tactics, it was too late for the person on the other side to hide, so he had no choice but to fight back. Boom! 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 Under Chu Wangzhen's powerful palm, the person facing him was immediately forced to retreat steadily, and had no choice but to hold on. But those who haven't even reached the Qi-Si realm don't even have the qualifications to participate in this battle. They can't bear the aftermath of Chu Wangzhen's fight with those Qi-Si realm. And the existence of those Sea of Qi realm was forced by Chu Wangzhen's powerful true energy, so he didn't have time to pay attention to them at all. So when these warriors in the Tongmei state wanted to escape, they found that they had been involved in the battlefield. In the end, they could only have their eyes tearing apart in the fluctuations of the battle between the two sides, and they were caught in a catastrophe, leaving the world one by one in regret. There were only a few clever ones who discovered something was wrong in advance, and ran away decisively, thus saving their lives. However, although the dragon god true qi in Chu Wangzhen's body is powerful, his lack of powerful combat skills is indeed a problem, and he also lacks actual combat experience. In the beginning, he was able to suppress so many people with one person, but he was caught off guard. Now, after those meridian connecting miscellaneous fish died and fled, Chu Wangzhen's disadvantage of lacking a one-hit kill move was exposed. After a long time, the remaining 7 Qi Si realms saw themselves and others realize that although the number of people on their side had decreased, they were able to hold a stalemate with Chu Wangzhen, and they immediately reacted. It turned out to be a silver-like pewter gunhead, but it's not very useful, so let's use it together. Following the sound of this call, the remaining 7 Qi Si realm fighters immediately attacked Chu Wangzhen in tacit agreement. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen also knew that if he continued like this, he might end up in trouble. Simply though he couldn't take down these people right now, if he wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop him. So when he saw that he was about to be surrounded, he immediately retreated and wanted to escape. Seeing this, the others naturally didn't want to let him go so easily, and quickly performed lightness kung fu together to stop Chu Wangzhen. But he didn't think that Chu Wangzhen's act of running away just now was just a fake move from beginning to end. After all, these people saw that they couldn't fight recklessly just now, and they were all using their body skills to deal with Chu Wangzhen, gliding like a group of loach, trying to grind Chu Wangzhen to death. But at this moment, sensing the sound of piercing the air behind him gradually approaching, the corners of Chu Wangzhen's mouth hidden under the mask turned up slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hold head high. After sensing that the piercing sound behind him was about to completely catch up with him, Chu Wangzhen in front of him suddenly returned his carbine unexpectedly, turned his body in the air, and slapped it out with his palm. Boom! Following Chu Wangzhen's unexpected move, looking back at Wang Jiu, the person with the best lightness kung fu and the closest person to Chu Wangzhen immediately became the one who faced the palm directly. After all, because of his best lightness kung fu, he chased too closely, facing Chu Wangzhen's sudden slap. Even if he wanted to dodge it, it was too late. Reluctantly raised his hand to block Chu Wangzhen's attack, but his hasty move, how could he defeat Chu Wangzhen's premeditated plan? Hold head high. A crimson fire dragon suddenly jumped out of Chu Wangzhen's palm and pressed hard on the man's chest. Crack! Kick! Kick! After being hit by this palm, a crackling sound like roasted beans suddenly sounded from his body. It was the sound of bones breaking, and blood beads trickled down from the nightclothes on his body. Then he was seen lying on the ground lifeless. SHH! 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 Seeing that Chu Wangzhen actually killed another person in this way, the remaining 6 people were startled, and hurriedly dodged into the distance, widening the distance from Chu Wangzhen, fearing that he would repeat the same trick and do it again. Seeing the comrades who were fighting against the enemy just now fell to the ground, the rest of the people secretly rejoiced for the first time that their lightness kung fu was not good enough. At the same time, these people also realized in their hearts a truth in the world, that is, people with good lightness skills not only run away faster, but also die faster. Oh, why, do you want to fight or not? If you don't fight, I'm leaving. Chu Wangzhen, who fell from the sky, looked at the people in the distance who were looking at him in full force, and asked after a burst of laughter. Tisk! 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 After looking at these people for a while, no one dared to do anything. Obviously they were frightened by Chu Wangzhen's move just now. Seeing this, Chu Wangzhen immediately tisk laughed twice, and then walked away. Ho ho ho, what a bunch of trash! But just when Chu Wangzhen was about to retreat, he heard a strange laughter from the side. SHH! Hearing this strange laugh, Chu Wangzhen's expression under the mask did not change at all, as if he had known for a long time that there was someone in the dark. In fact, Chu Wangzhen did know. After all, even though Chu Wangzhen, who has practiced contemplation, has not even entered the first Yinshan realm, his perception is far stronger than that of ordinary warriors in the same realm. Therefore, he had already noticed that there were people hiding in the dark, and what he said just now was not actually to the 6 people just now. At this moment, Chu Wangzhen turned around and looked at the person who was slowly walking out of the darkness, with a serious expression on his face. Those who dare to come out now are definitely not comparable to those just now. In Chu Wangzhen's perception, those existences that were still hidden in the dark gave him a mysterious feeling. If Chu Wangzhen's guess is correct, it must be the power of artistic conception. Therefore, those people who hide in the dark are probably the existence of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm. Boy, obediently hand over the things you got at the auction and the secret book of the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, and then take off the mask on your face. If I am in a good mood, I can show mercy and let you die. Hearing what the visitor said, Chu Wangzhen thought he was farting. And looking at Chu Wangzhen, who was indifferent to his words, a look of displeasure flashed in the visitor's eyes. It was obvious that he was the kind of person who said one thing and no one would dare to disobey him. Court death. Boom. Seeing that the man said to do it, he did it, jumped up and slapped Chu Wangzhen's head with his palm. The cold air coming from his palm was only felt from a distance, and Chu Wangzhen couldn't help shaking. Fortunately, the Shenlong Zhenkai in his body was stimulated by this, and it turned directly in his body, and the negative influence of the cold air on Chu Wangzhen immediately faded away. Hold head high. Seeing the coming man act so decisively, Chu Wangzhen hurriedly urged the true energy in his body to gather between his hands, and greeted him head-on. After finally having the opportunity to fight against the strong man of the 5 Qi dynasties, Chu Wangzhen wanted to know how far he was from him, so as to prevent him from being caught off guard when he really faced Chu Tianxing in the future. Thank you for your support, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Escape. Chapter 59 Escape. Boom. The result of palming each other made Chu Wangzhen understand that although his current strength is not considered weak in the Qi Si realm, it is nothing compared to the existence of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm. Under the palm of the visitor, Chu Wangzhen was directly blasted out. Pfft. After being knocked into the air, Chu Wangzhen finally stopped after smashing 2 big trees, and fell heavily on the ground. Then, I saw Chu Wangzhen spurting blood with ice cubes in one gulp, obviously internally injured by the palm of the visitor with ice and sincerity. Cough. Cough. Feeling that even the blood in his body seemed to be frozen, the corners of Chu Wangzhen's mouth twitched slightly. In the past, because of learning magical skills, the arrogance added to the body by cheating was completely awakened by this palm. At this time, Chu Wangzhen realized that before he exchanged his potential for real strength, he still had to work hard. As he is now, not long after he broke through the Sea of Qi realm, he dared to provoke the existence of the 5 Qi realm, which is completely desperate. Tread. 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 Looking at the dying Chu Wangzhen who was hit by his own palm in front of him, the mysterious man was not surprised. Because although Chu Wangzhen's strength is not weak, but it is only for those who are in the Sea of Qi realm, and it is not worth mentioning to those who have already comprehended the power of the artistic conception. After all, not only was his true energy stronger than Chu Wangzhen's, but the power of artistic conception mixed with each move was simply not something that someone who hadn't comprehended the power of artistic conception could resist. Looking at Chu Wangzhen who was coughing blood with ice grains on the ground, the mysterious man immediately approached him step by step. Originally, he really wanted to get what Chu Wangzhen had bought from the auction, but after learning that Chu Wangzhen had the peerless 18 dragon subduing palms, the mysterious man didn't want to kill him directly. But when he was meeting Chu Wangzhen's palms just now, he unexpectedly found that although the true energy in Chu Wangzhen's body was not as strong as his, but in terms of purity, he was far behind. So now, he is more interested in the exercises that Chu Wangzhen practiced. After all, he is also a martial artist who has refined the way of inner training. Compared with Dragon Elephant Prujna Kung Fu, which is an external training skill, it is of course an unknown internal training skill that is more important. Stepping to the front and back of Chu Wangzhen, the mysterious man wanted to reach out and grab Chu Wangzhen in his hand. This place is obviously not suitable for interrogation, so he planned to take Chu Wangzhen away, find a quiet place, and then slowly process him. SHH. Hold head high. But just when he bent down to take Chu Wangzhen in his hands, Chu Wangzhen, who was so weak that he couldn't open his eyes just now, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and then there was an extremely tragic dragon chant. It rang in his ears. Not good. Seeing such a situation, the mysterious person was startled immediately. After all, with his strength, if he hit the palm that stimulated Han Bing's true intention, even the existence of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan realm would at least lose half of their lives. But Chu Wangzhen, a small Qi Si realm fighter, still has the strength to resist. But he is an old man after all, he has experienced hundreds of battles, and he has never seen anything, so facing the changes in front of him, he is not shocked. Ice is really angry. In just an instant, the surface of the mysterious man was wrapped in a layer of crystal clear light blue ice, firmly protecting it. Boom! The fire dragon that Chu Wangzhen had transformed into a divine dragon clawed fiercely on the ice outside the mysterious human body. Crack! Kick! Kick! After seeing that the ice layer was hit by him, although there were countless cracks, it did not completely collapse. Seeing such a situation, Chu Wangzhen knew that his current strength was too far behind that mysterious person, and even after transforming into a dragon, he would not be able to break through the defense. The dragon swings its tail. Seeing such a situation, the fire dragon that Chu Wangzhen had transformed into immediately swayed in the air, and the tail of the dragon behind it slammed fiercely on the ice layer full of cracks. Boom! After seeing the mysterious man being temporarily forced back by his strong attack, Chu Wangzhen couldn't care less about other things. Immediately, the dragon body jumped up, flew into the sky, turned into a red flame and swept towards the distance. All these changes were too fast, and in just a few breaths, Chu Wangzhen, who was still dying on the ground, turned into a fire dragon and flew away. All of this, not only the mysterious person who just shot did not react, but also the other strong men who were hiding in the dark did not react. After all, they would never have imagined that a mere martial artist at the sea level would turn into a dragon and fly away like a normal person after receiving that palm full of ice. Sincerity. Shoo! Shoo! In the next second, 4 or 5 figures jumped out of the dark, all chasing in the direction where Chu Wangzhen flew away. It's a pity that although each of them is extremely strong and their lightness skills are not weak, they are still a bit behind compared to those who fly directly in the sky like Chu Wangzhen. Not to mention that after flying for a certain distance, Chu Wangzhen directly converted his true energy, and circulated the true energy of the wind dragon to transform into a blue wind dragon, which flew towards the distance at high speed under the cover of night. Boom! After flying for an unknown amount of time, the wind dragon that Chu Wangzhen turned into hit the ground directly, knocking the ground out of a big hole. Cough! Cough! Chu Wangzhen, who had reincarnated into a human body, wiped the blood that was continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. After looking up at the surrounding environment, he immediately supported his seriously injured body and walked in another direction. It has to be said that Chu Wan's heart was really hurt by the palm of the mysterious man just now that contained the true meaning of ice. Just after being hit by the palm, Chu Wangzhen only felt that the blood in his whole body was frozen by ice, and his body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. If it weren't for the wind and fire dragon beads in his body to detect his situation and help him quietly melt away the true meaning of the ice that seeped into his body, now Chu Wangzhen might really have to lie down obediently and be slaughtered. And not long after Chu Wangzhen left, a series of 6 figures appeared at the place where he had just fallen. and among them was the mysterious person who severely injured Chu Wangzhen with his palm. Xie Ren looked at the big pit on the ground hit by Chu Wangzhen's fall and the blood beside the pit, and remained silent. At this time, a fiery and greedy look appeared in the eyes of these people. They have never heard of the magical skill that can turn a person into a dragon and fly in the sky in the air sea. Now this kind of magical skill is actually mastered by a mere Chi Si realm warrior. SHH. 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 They looked at each other, and after confirming the meaning in each other's eyes, the 6 of them dispersed immediately, each chose a direction, and wanted to see if they could find Chu Wangzhen's figure. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Recovery. Chapter 60 Recovery. SHH. Enduring the injuries in his body, Chu Wangzhen jumped into his yard. As early as when he turned into a dragon and fled, Chu Wangzhen had already chosen the direction in advance. The place where Chu Wangzhen fell was not far from his home, and certainly not too close. The reason why he did this was because Chu Wan knew that with the amount of true energy left in his body at that time, he couldn't last long at all. Therefore, if he wants to escape the pursuit of the people behind him, he can only return home as soon as possible. Otherwise, once in other places, no matter how well he hides, it is impossible to hide forever. At daybreak, without the cover of night, he will be discovered sooner or later, so he has to return home as soon as possible, with the tiger skin of Jinyi Wei Beihu, but no one will break into his home casually. Cough. Cough. After coughing a few times in a low voice, Chu Wangzhen quietly returned to her room. After taking off the clothes and mask on his body and putting them into the spirit mirror space, Chu Wangzhen lay down directly on the bed, pretending to be sleeping. After lying on the bed, Chu Wangzhen had time to check his injuries at this time. Because of the activation of the on-hook function, the dragon god art in Chu Wangzhen's body was running all the time, and with the assistance of 2 dragon balls, the true meaning of ice that had invaded Chu Wangzhen's body had been completely eliminated. However, although Han Bing's true intentions were gone, it didn't mean that Chu Wangzhen's injuries had completely recovered. After all, that palm, apart from Han Bing's true intention, was not light in its pure palm strength. Chu Wangzhen was hit by such a palm, and his internal organs were damaged to varying degrees, and 3 bones in his chest were directly broken. If it weren't for Chu Wangzhen himself, who has already cultivated the iron cloth shirt to a great degree, and has a little foundation of external training, and the dragon god art itself has the characteristics of body protection, just this one can directly give Chu Wangzhen sent away. Call. Enduring the pain, after exhaling lightly, Chu Wangzhen quietly took out the 800-year-old ginseng obtained from the auction from the spiritual mirror space, and directly broke off 7 or 8 ginseng roots to swallow. In the entrance. Then he began to carefully draw the dragon god's true energy in his body to slowly repair the damaged parts in the body, and the broken sternum was carefully nourished by him with the dragon's true energy. After an unknown amount of time, when Chu Wangzhen opened his eyes, he realized that the sky had completely dawned. Sensing that the pain in his chest had eased a lot, Chu Wangzhen directly braced his injured body and got up slowly. After washing up, Chu Wangzhen went out directly and walked slowly towards Nanzan Fuzi. Today is not the time for him to rest and take a bath, so even if he is injured, Chu Wangzhen has to go to Nanzan Fuzi to report. After all, in order to return home as soon as possible last night, he chose to land not far from home. If he asks for leave today, or doesn't work for no reason, he may attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Therefore, today Chu Wangzhen not only has to go to work normally, but also pretends to be fine. Fortunately, Chu Wangzhen was basking in the sun in Nanzan Fuzi on weekdays, and basically didn't need to do any activities. Even if there was anything, it was Gu Chun and the others. So after coming to Nanzan Fuzi, Chu Wangzhen directly found his own exclusive position and directly basked in the sun. But in fact, secretly, Chu Wangzhen has been nurturing the injuries in his body with the true energy of the dragon god. Fortunately, this dragon god art is indeed powerful, and it has a good self-healing effect. Otherwise, in Chu Wangzhen's current situation, he would not dare to go to the doctor to prescribe medicine. It wasn't until it was time to get off work that Chu Wangzhen slowly got up and walked towards the house. In this way, it took more than half a month for Chu Wangzhen to fully recover from the injuries in his body. During this period of time, Chu Wangzhen kept his ears to the outside world and was only focused on recovering from his injuries. Even Chu Wangzhen did not dare to inquire about the aftermath of what happened in the black market that night, because he was afraid of being discovered by those all-pervasive forces. Abnormal. Who can guarantee that among the people that night, there are no people from other institutions? Call. At night, in the bathroom at home, Chu Wangzhen groaned comfortably while soaking in the bathtub. Because of the injury in his body before, Chu Wangzhen had never dared to touch the water easily, and his whole body was full of masculinity. Now, once the injury is gone, he can finally take a good wash. Covering his head with a hot towel, the hot air made Chu Wan feel dizzy. Thinking of the visibly tense atmosphere in Yanjing City during this period of time, which seemed to be a turbulent atmosphere, Chu Wangzhen couldn't help frowning. Because of being cautious, Chu Wangzhen didn't inquire deeply whether the atmosphere was because of that night, but when he thought of how he was seriously injured by that mysterious man's palm that night, Chu Wangzhen felt depressed. Whoa! Standing up abruptly from the tub, and casually wiping off the water droplets on her body, Chu Wangzhen went back to the room in a thin coat. SHH. After sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chu Wan thought about it, and a booklet with a yellowish surface appeared in his hand. Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. Looking at the secret book in his hand, a gleam flashed in Chu Wangzhen's eyes. After the disastrous defeat that night, Chu Wangzhen knew that her strength was still not enough. However, in terms of internal training and spiritual training, Chu Wangzhen has entered a stage that needs to be accumulated. Although there are some hang-up functions, Chu Wangzhen's progress is not slow. But in Chu Wangzhen's view, this was not enough. Therefore, when the internal training and the divine training could not be greatly improved for a while, Chu Wangzhen naturally set his sights on the external training magic skill he had just obtained. Before, because of the injury in his body, Chu Wangzhen hadn't started to practice. Now that the injury has recovered, it is of course better to practice this magical skill sooner rather than later. Call. After taking out the cheat book, Chu Wangzhen began to read it. After a long time, Chu Wan, who had already schemed through the cheat book, heaved a sigh of relief and closed the cheat book in his hand. Looking at the secret book in his hand, Chu Wangzhen's eyes were puzzled. He didn't expect that the cultivation method of this foreign practice magic skill was completely different from what he thought. Originally, in Chu Wangzhen's opinion, practicing this Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu should be similar to the iron cloth shirt he practiced before. They are constantly torturing their bodies, and then using specific drugs to nourish them, which has achieved the purpose of improving physical strength. However, after seeing the specific cultivation method of this exercise, Chu Wangzhen discovered that the strength of the warrior's soul is actually related to the strength of the warrior's spirit if he wants to practice this Dragon Elephant Prajna art. Thank you for your support, please follow up, thank you. End of this chapter.